Be cool, be kind, be classy. The cupcakes are sweet and sexy. Have fun and enjoy the journey. Just have a good attorney. No big whoop, no biggie. She lives near New York City. And not just a YouTube show. When you know, you better grab a straw. Learn about the law. It's cool here in the shade, sipping motions of lemonade. Cool heads will prevail, kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Oh, Melanie Little is going live. Oh no, where is Melanie? Follow the island's melody. Is a concert within reach. No surprise, she's at Jones Beach. She heard some music far away. Captain Jack Sack Harbor Bay. He sings and his piano plays. Not all sounds are waterways. Speaking Yiddish and Latin, it's not just for Manhattan. It's for Goethe and Meshegas. Ridiculous that insanus. Oy vey, Marcus. Proset, that's for schmucks. Be cool, be kind, be classy. My cupcakes are sweet and sassy. And not just a YouTube show. When you know. Cool heads will prevail. Kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Melanie Little is going live.
Good morning. Good morning. Happy hump day, everyone. Today is Wednesday, May 14th of 2025, and welcome to today's episode of What Fresh Hell Awaits Us Today in Norfolk County, Massachusetts. I am told that court is going to convene today. Yesterday, Karen Reed was sick, and so court was canceled at the last minute, although many of you did join me and Tom Kokanowski, and we did about 3.5 hours yesterday. It was a good show. We caught up on some stuff and things, and it was fun. So thanks for hanging out with us yesterday. I don't know what is going to happen today as far as testimony goes, but we're here for it. I've got Boston 10 up. I was told that the niece and nephew perhaps were supposed to testify yesterday, and they've kind of been on deck for a while. And I don't think anybody thought that Yuri BUKHENIK's testimony was going to take as long as it did. And so it took longer than expected. And I think the kids were on deck for a couple of days. But if the kids are expected to take the stand today, they will shut off the cameras. So there will not be any cameras while the kids are on the stand. And, it's really important for them to call two children to the stand who have nothing of value to add to the Commonwealth's case. But that just shows you how desperate the Commonwealth is. They're going to call two children to the stand who lost not only their mother, but also their father and then their guardian, John, in tragic ways. And now they're going to be called to the stand for a second time in the re-persecution of a woman who, by all accounts, was very kind to them and generous to them. And it's disgusting. It's revolting. They've got nothing to add to the Commonwealth's case other than maybe they're going to say, from their 10 and 13-year-old perspectives, that Karen and John fought a lot, which certainly is a much different perspective than an adult who may be in the same situation overhearing arguments. And it's gross and it's disgusting. And you can tell how bad the Commonwealth knows their case is when they now all of a sudden want to bring up all the people from Aruba to testify again, even though they assured the court and the defense that they were not going to bring this up again. It was ridiculous the first time. It'll be more ridiculous the second time. And based on what we're hearing about the reactions from the jurors who are in the courtroom, the way they're laughing at a lot of the testimony, including Yuri BUKHENIK, and this whole thing is just such a mess for them and the Chloe testimony. But now, let's not only bring the children in so that they can have PTSD for the rest of their lives for having to take the stand in a trial that now the entire world is watching, as if the world wasn't watching before. And then what? If Karen gets convicted, God forbid, they're going to feel guilty for the rest of their lives because perhaps maybe in their young minds, it'll be their testimony that put her in jail for life. Or if she's acquitted, will the rest of the family be mad at them for not doing a good enough job to convict her? of murdering their Uncle JJ. The whole thing is gross, and we're watching it in real time, and it's really disturbing in a lot of ways. Dance Man says, there's a special place in hell for Hank Brennan. He's disgusting. Right. Where's the child victim witness advocate? I don't know if they have the same one that the adults have. In New York, they have special guardian ad litems to represent children. I don't know what they do in Massachusetts, but it's gross. And I don't think it's necessary, but here we are. And you're watching it unfold in real time. Brooklyn Janet better get a life. She says, I was lost yesterday without the Karen retrial. Well, did you watch the show that we did yesterday, In Its Place? Oh, yes, we have some new emojis. Thanks, Gen X. Courtesy of Derek Carney, we have a how dare you emoji. Thanks, Derek. And a Chloe emoji. And then by special request, I made a binky emoji. I made a pacifier emoji for every time Hank Brennan gets up and whines like the baby he is. We have a binky for him. There it is. Wait, let's see. There it is. Thank you, Gen X. And thank you to On Top for your super sticker. We have a couple of new members today. Kay Chase, Bill O'Grady, and Dylan and Matt. Welcome. Welcome, you guys. I think you're going to like it here. It's called the Snark Tank for a reason, because it's like a competition to see who can make everyone else laugh. Because if we don't laugh through this mishigas of an upside down, inside out trial, we're just going to cry all the time. Just Irish says, I agree, Mel. Kids always figure out a way to make it their fault. Very sad, right? Like when parents get divorced, they blame themselves. It's just not, it's not right, and it's not necessary, and they have nothing to add here other than getting PTSD. I haven't had enough coffee yet. ShamWow, good morning from Canada to Canada. Melanie, if Hank doesn't call Proctor, can he still prep him for when the defense calls him? That is a great question, and I don't know what the Massachusetts rules are. That is an excellent question that I'm going to flag for later. I mean, technically, he's a Commonwealth witness, but if they don't call him, is he still? He is, because he's employed by the Commonwealth. So my gut would say, yes, they can prep him, but, should they be allowed to if they're not going to call him? That is an excellent, excellent question that I just can't give you the proper answer to, and I don't want to make something up, because I'm never going to lie to you. Thank you, Sweet Lou, for gifting a membership. And thank you to Jenna Hags for hanging out with me for 4 months and for thanking me for doing this. But there ain't no place I'd rather be than with all of you watching this mess unfold in real time. Thanks, Julie, for becoming a member. And the Goodmans are here. And thanks, Mr. G. Mrs. G is sending me $5. Mr. G, please don't be mad. But the Goodmans are here, and they're awesome. And we love the Goodmans. Yeah, I don't know. Howie Carr had a great article this morning. We won't have time to read it, but remember when Howie Carr called Nick Guarino Nick Gianturco? If you subscribe to the Herald, check out today's Howie Carr, because he explains who this Nick Gianturco is, and he was apparently like a really dirty FBI agent in the Whitey Bulger case. And Howie Carr is funny in his analogy of the two men being very similar, and it's not so unsurprising that Hank Brennan would mix up the two, Nick Gianturco. So there's that. I do. I try and protect the children. I have 5 of my own, so I just, I just think it's gross. But that's my opinion, and actually I'm sticking to it. So Sandra's here from Singapore. See, the world is watching. The world is watching, and the world is outraged. And somebody said Karen just saw Karen arrive at court. She looks sadly fatigued, unsurprisingly. She has a lot of medical conditions. She suffers from Crohn's. She had something like, I don't even know how many surgeries in her 20s to remove most of her colon. She has MS. She had a brain tumor that she was diagnosed with shortly before she was first arraigned in February of 2022. So she's suffering from a host of medical conditions that can be exacerbated by stress, as anybody who has any of those conditions knows. She asked for, the defense team made a motion to ask this so that she could have to request headphones so that when she was sitting at the defense table, she wouldn't have to walk back up and forth to sidebar every time because she's so involved in her defense. And Judge Canoni denied her that accommodation. So now she's got to get up and walk back and forth to sidebar. And you know how many sidebars there are in this thing? Yeah, and who knows if her Crohn's has flared up. And the fact that she has these conditions and no accommodations are made, and John O'Keefe was not hit by a car, makes no difference to apparently anybody in this county. And it's outrageous and it's disgusting. And we're still here doing it again, waiting for the 2 magic words, not guilty. Flagpole's Secret says, I just got in. Do we know what happened yesterday? Karen was sick yesterday. Also, thank you so much for covering this. I love our snack tank here. Thank you, Flagpole's Secret. That's a great username. Well done. Well done to you. As around Fish, I'm worried someone would coach the kids to lie or change their testimony with the idea that the defense cannot and would not harshly cross and impeach them. Thoughts? Well, the defense did not cross them last time at all. In fact, I think it was David Yannetti who got up and just said, I'm really sorry for your losses, and I'm really sorry that you had to come here today. And he sat down. So there is nothing that they can offer. In fact, last time they testified that Karen Reed did not have access to the ring footage. That's the thing that the Commonwealth wanted to get out of the kids, that Karen, when she got there after she was discharged from her Section 12, she was, her father came with her and they went upstairs and they deleted all this ring camera footage and then she just left. But the kids said she didn't have access to it. So it's not helpful at all. And it may really turn the jury off because we've got a young jury this time, from what I understand. And these younger generations understand PTSD. They understand what happened during the lockdowns. Like, they've lived it. The younger generation right now, our teenagers and kids that are in their young early 20s, understand PTSD. They get it. They've had a lot of childhood trauma. So I think it's going to backfire. Just like I think a lot of these things are backfiring on the Commonwealth, and maybe they're just too stupid to see it. Thank you, Azaren Fish, for your 10. Mickey says, good morning. It is very gross. Thank you, Mickey, for validating me so early. Hanker Source says, can't send my message. I don't know what that means. I'm not sure why you can't send a message, but I got it. It's here. Carrie says the amount of people on social media claiming that she's lying about all her illnesses is disgusting. Well, that's why I don't wade in that cesspool of Twitter, because I had an old Twitter account when I first started covering this case in like January of 2024, and I hadn't used it in like, I don't know, 8 or 10 years for anything. I just never understood Twitter. I thought, what do I have to say? And however many characters they give me that anybody's going to care about. Like, but all of these people, the Twidiots, I call them, who are out there now, a lot of McCabe's and Alberts have a lot of sock puppet accounts, and a lot of their friends do too. They wade in this cesspool of vitriol, and there are no ramifications for people's behavior on Twitter. So they found me on Twitter. I kind of forgot I was on it, and boy, did they try and shut me up. I mean, the things they said about me, and it's revolting, and I don't do it. And that's the kind of people that you're going to associate with if you choose to wait on that cesspool. Many of you do not. Many of you do not. Oh, thank you, Hanker Sore. It wouldn't let me say I was happy to be watching this mess with you for 13 months. Well, thank you. I see your message flying by on my phone, and I thank you for being here for 13 months. You're an OG. You must have changed your name because that Hanker Sore is a new name. Sometimes maybe there's a limit of how many words you can type or letters you can type on Super Chats. JOK's Missing Socks gifted 20 memberships this morning. You are super kind and generous, and I appreciate you so very much. And to those 20 members that were randomly selected by YouTube to become new members, welcome. Start using those emojis because we've got it all. We've got them all, and they're all relevant still. Big Hoss, good morning to you too. Lois became a new member, and Elf gifted a membership. Good morning. During the last trial, the kid's testimony was not very long. It was maybe only an hour total because there was very little that Adam Lally asks them. Now, who knows what Hank Brennan's going to do? He's proven that he's no Adam Lally. And there was no cross. So I don't think it's going to be very long. And if they turn the cameras off for that, we will either take a little short break or we'll just hang out and chat while they do it. So no worries. Yeah, hopefully they won't be harassed by classmates. Right, exactly. Like, first of all, like bullying is a real thing. You see adults doing it on Twitter. There are some disgusting Twitter accounts that are women who are like in their 50s that live in Indiana of all places. And it's mostly women that are attacking people on Twitter. They have like male usernames. It makes them look like they're men, but it's really women. Like any man who does that, it's just all gross. I don't even want to talk about it anymore. Nixon 3191. ADA, in case I was a juror on called witness who was 15 at the time of the incident and made her cry. The ADA, in the case that you were a juror on, called a witness who was 15 at the time and made her cry. Everyone on the jury with me was angry. It will backfire. Thank you, Nixon, for sharing your personal experiences with us. Lucy's mama says the Americans with Disabilities Act dictates they need to accommodate Karen's needs. I have 30 years in healthcare, and this is a big violation. I agree. But the defense didn't bring that up in their motion. I guess they didn't want to put her medical condition at issue because that would perhaps, under the rules of Massachusetts, God knows, bring her medical conditions into issue at the trial. That's my gut feeling on that, why they didn't bring it up. But, we see it in a lot of trials. Florida, all the time, they have headphones at the defense table. They don't have to walk up and back to sidebars. We saw it in Ashley Benefield, and I think we also saw it in Sarah Boone. Lisa Louise, thanks for being here for 6 months, and thank you for thanking the mods. Midnight Mike says the X septic tank. No thanks. I'm always going to call it Twitter Mike. I don't care. But yeah, maybe X marks the spot to show where all the hateful, vitriolic people reside. Maybe that's better. Yeah, I agree. Well, most of my audience is not on Twitter. So thank God for that. Ashley, thanks for becoming a new member. Pierce says all generations have trauma, but these younger adults have the language and understanding to recognize it. Maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. Maybe they also have more empathy. I don't know, but that's a good point. Flagpole Secret gifting 10 memberships this morning. Wow, that's already 20 something new members. 22, 25. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. That's super generous. I appreciate you more than. And look at Kay Willis is a realtor. She gifted 5. That's 10, 25, 30. Already at least 30 new members today. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Kay Willis is a realtor. She sells and, helps you purchase real estate south of Boston. If you want to get out, call Kay Willis. She will help you with your escape plan because I don't know who can live there after this. Yeah, court is on for today. We're watching the fan right now. So we're just waiting. Aiden Carney was indicted on those 2 window intimidation charges, one for Chris Albert and one for Colin Albert, because Norfolk County convened a grand jury to indict him on that. So there's that too. If you don't think that there's selective persecution of the laws in Massachusetts, let that seal the deal for you. Many of you know about the Aiden Carney charges where he was miming into the window of D&E Pizza after a night out at McCarthy's with the Glare and some others. And apparently Chris Albert's cameras at D&E Pizza also pick up audio, which coincidentally is a violation of Massachusetts wiretapping statute. And despite the fact that our friend Mark Betterow, New York attorney extraordinaire, sent a letter to Helena Rafferty telling her that she needs to prosecute Chris Albert for his illegal wiretapping of every single person who's on the sidewalk outside D&E Pizza. She announced her retirement, recused herself, and sent a letter, I think, to Marcy, or some other letters happened there about, referring out the prosecution of Chris Albert, town selectman, brother of Brian Albert, to perhaps another district attorney in another county. Nothing's been done as far as I know. And so, but they thought it was really important to convene a grand jury for that, the window intimidation. And if Chris Albert and Colin Albert aren't witnesses in this trial, then what witness is he intimidating by talking into a window? It's insane. Michelle, Judge Canoni violated her ADA rights by denying her a headset. Yes, but as I just discussed, I think our messages crossed. They didn't bring that up in their motion. Has Yuri been excused, or is he still on the stand? It seemed to me like he was excused, but I was kind of confused by the whole thing. I rewound it to listen to it. And I'm not quite sure because we all know that Hank Brennan loves to get the last word. And it ended on recross, right? So I'm just not sure. Thank you, Sandy, for your super chat. Yuri was excused, Jeff. Okay. But you know how Hank likes to get the last word. So I would imagine that he really had to suck it up. Teresa is watching from Ireland and disgusted by the Commonwealth's case. Free Karen Reed. Thank you. Thank you, Teresa. Stacy, good morning. Thank you for your super sticker. The 34 correct view. Free Karen Reed. Paused Brian Higgins video shows a beard. Brian Higgins didn't have a beard that night in the waterfall video. I don't know what to make of it. Much of this video is so poor quality that it's hard, but a lot of people have a lot of ideas about whether that was really Brian Higgins or not. I don't have any opinion either way on that. Amanda, a few people shared my TikToks on Karen Reed, and whoa, the comments on Twitter were ugly. Thanks, Mel, for your coverage as always. I wouldn't want to watch without you. Wow, thanks, Amanda. That's gross. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe make it so people can't clip your content. They clip my content all the time. And then they put it out there and then they trash me. And it's just like, I'm too old to care, I guess, but it's just ridiculous. Thank you. Flagpole Secret, how do I donate to Karen Reed's defense fund? The link is in the show notes below this video. So if you close out your chat, if you're on your phone, the link to her defense fund is there. Thank you for asking. All of her attorneys are working for free. So all the money in the defense fund is going to experts. And they're very, very, very expensive. Marbles Productions. Good morning. Ryan Nagel did not see Higgins' Jeep. Higgins says he was parked at the mailbox. Thoughts? Morning, y'all. Well, he drove that Jeep into the Sallyport, into the Canton PD parking lot. We saw it on the video. Was it parked somewhere else? I don't know. I just don't know. I got to take this call. Hang on for 1 second. I'll be right back with you. Okay, I'm back. It's hard to conduct your regular life when you're on YouTube 8, 9, 10 hours a day, and there's calls you got to take. So thank you guys for being gracious enough to excuse me for a few seconds, because you know how that is. If you don't take that call, you're never going to be able to get that person back on the phone again. That's how it works. Okay. So I don't have any thoughts really about the Jeep other than, Jennifer McCabe and Matt McCabe insist that it was there and maybe it was parked somewhere else. And we watched his testimony back yesterday from the first trial. Higgins, he says a lot of things that were disproven in that video. So I don't really know one way or another, but there are a lot of theories about it. And Ricky D'Antuono was the one who was driving the car that Ryan Nagel was a passenger in. So we'll see if he is called. Nessa says, everyone hit that acknowledgement button. Yes, please. The acknowledgement button, that like button. It's important. It helps the algorithm. It helps people find us. It helps the stream get out there. Jessica says, at least we know the defense won't cross. Poor kids should be left alone. I agree. But they'll stop at nothing to convict Karen Reed, even though John O'Keefe was not hit by a car, because, you know, physics, medicine, science, common sense. And Cora, the first dog ever to be put in witness protection. Brog, thank you for your super sticker. Amber says, speaking of the cesspool of X, did you see people speculating that it's Brian Albert and not Brian Higgins at Canton PD at 1:30 a.m.? The face, walk, sneakers, and body size. Yeah, we've seen it. But again, you need a key card to get in there. Did he take Higgins' key card? There's too much rumor and speculation, and I just really like to deal in facts. Yes, I know all that stuff is swirling around out there. I'm not going to give it legs because there are other channels that will do that for you. But like, I need proof. I just need proof. But I mean, I see what people are saying. He has a specific gait. There's something about facial hair, something about his sneakers having black soles. I mean, I like where you're going because a lot of you are new to this case, and this video did not exist before the first trial. It only exists now because allegedly, according to Judge Cannoni, Proctor was hiding all of this video in a drawer somewhere. So all of the things that you guys are pointing out to are reasonable doubt. Every single thing that you're saying is reasonable doubt. And hopefully the jury is seeing the same things. And if they've got any doubts about it's all reasonable doubt. So yeah, the mountain of reasonable doubt is growing and growing every single day. Thank you so much, Amber. No wiretapping charge for Chris Albert, though. No. They didn't convene a grand jury on that so far. Maybe they are in some other county and some other land far, far away outside Oz, where things might be a little more right side up. But no, it's just the people who think that John O'Keefe was not hit by a car who will be prosecuted, like the woman who had the sweatshirt on that said criminals run Norfolk County, was told to remove her sweatshirt. Under that, she had a t-shirt that was a Turtle Boy shirt, and she removed that shirt too to walk back to her car in her sports bra last week. God save us from the Commonwealth. Here we go.
All right, so Mr. Clerk, you say counsel wants to see me?
They did, Your Honor.
Okay, why don't I see counsel at sidebar?
Britt Happens, good morning, says free and restore Karen Reed. Thank you. Because says Turtle Boy getting indicted on alligator arms is ridiculous. I agree. Boy, do I agree with you. Carrie says, I lurk on X. I don't follow anyone I know or tweet. Let's see who's in the courtroom today. Oh, is that Sue O'Connell? Okay, so, and Ted Daniel both? Okay. All right, so at least we can follow them if they shut the cameras off. There were a lot of restrictions last year around what the reporters were allowed to report about the children's testimony. And I can't recall if they were allowed to report on the content of it or not, but some people did. And that's how we learned what we learned. Well, Ted Daniel says, good morning from day 15 of testimony in the Karen retrial. He is one of the only reporters that has been very, very kind to Karen. In fact, the interview that Ted Daniel did, he did like a 3-part interview with her, and one of the segments was in, please don't show poor Mr. O'Keefe. Prayers up, please, for Mr. O'Keefe. My heart breaks for him. There was one segment of the interview with Karen that he did in a car. They were driving and there were passengers in the backseat of a car, and it really humanized her. I thought it was very positive toward her. Ted Daniel said that Karen Reed says she's feeling better as she walked into the courthouse a short time ago. According to my former coworker, Molly Line, FNC, John O'Keefe's niece and nephew are here. They are minors and could testify for the prosecution today. Court officers just reminded us of the order that prevents any recording or streaming of their testimony. And he says we're prohibited from posting the testimony of the minors live as it happens, but we can take notes. And so we will see what happens next. And then some person responded to that. The niece is not a minor. She is considered an adult in the Commonwealth court system. I don't know. She's 17. Is that considered an adult? I don't know. So they're at sidebar, and we are just waiting, as we always do. Thank you, Carrie. Thanks, Lippy, for becoming a new member. Best gun losing detective says Arizona does all sidebars with headphones only. You mean for the defendant or for attorneys too? I guess it would mean just the defendant because the attorneys would have to go up. Marley, can you explain about perjury, please? Is it done on the stand at the time or done later? I'm not U.S., a new follower, first time around, watch trial. Well, perjury occurs on the stand. If you lie knowingly on the stand under oath, that is technically could be perjury, but you would have to be indicted for it and prosecuted for it. So you'd need a DA or a district attorney that would choose to prosecute you for it. And it's hard to prove, and it's not done often, but when it's done because there was a woman, Kayla Montgomery in New Hampshire, who went to jail, who was jailed for perjury for something like 2.5 years, you guys, chat. That was Adam Montgomery's wife who lied to a grand jury. So it does happen. Thank you, Marley. But there would need to be a prosecution of it. Nurse Kim's, oh, good morning. I lost my mom while visiting Colorado for Mother's Day. I'm so sorry. I need to listen to you today to give my mind a rest. Kansas for Karen. My heart breaks for you. I'm very sorry, Nurse Kim's. Oh, my deepest sympathies. Heaven just got a whole lot more awesome. It's the only thing I can ever think of to say when somebody loses somebody, because that made me feel better when it happened to me. Brock, thank you for your super sticker. Leanne, thank you for becoming a member. Kaylee Nicole, I've seen way more Free Karen Read on Twitter lately. That's interesting. I think a lot more people have become interested in it, right? Becky Hill just turned herself in this morning, Goldie, for perjury in the Murdoch trial. What? Is that real? Well, there you go. If that's real, hold on. Goldie, you telling me the truth? I didn't see that come into my feed yet. I don't know. I don't want to spread rumors. So sometimes people come in here and just try and get me to bite on stuff, and I don't know if it's true. Monet Arcadia, can we discuss who owned the Ford Edge? Also, can you find out when Kelly Siegler can do a cold justice on this? Y'all would be a fire. I have no idea who Kelly Siegler is. Many people in the Albert family owned a Ford Edge. There were several Ford Edge owners in the Albert family. I think Colin Albert drove a Ford Edge because when they went to serve him at Bridgewater State, where he was attending college, I think he had been pulled over in a Ford Edge there. I think that a couple of the Alberts had Ford Edges, and so it was never looked into. So we're never going to know. We're never going to know. Bite me, Commonwealth. She innocent says, I just couldn't imagine trying to keep up with all the lies. These people are such a disgrace to society. Shame on them. I agree with you. Lies are much harder to remember than the truth, right? Truth shines, lies floats. Melanie, did you see the Carl Steinbeck stream last night? I did not. Higgins' right hand appears red and swollen. You're the best. No, I didn't see it. I did not see it. It's hard enough for me to do my own shows. Then I just don't have any energy to watch anybody else's shows after my own. Sometimes I'll catch a little dribs and drabs or bits and pieces here and there, but I just don't have the attention span. Susan, was Higgins' Jeep ever seen on waterfall outdoor camera? Don't know. Don't know that they looked for any outdoor. They have some footage from an outdoor camera, but it's right outside the back door where they all exited with their drinks, because Nicole Albert also exited with a White Claw in her hand, by the way. And not that I'm aware of. Wonder if the Ford Edge drives him back to get his Jeep. I think that somebody said that he left his Jeep at the hillside, so I don't think it was the waterfall, but I don't know. I don't know. More reasonable doubt. Our Fur Babies, hi to Diane and hairdresser in Belfast, Northern Ireland. Thank you, Our Fur Babies, and shout out to Diane. Twisted Paper Studio, thanks for your super chat. Candy, Jacques, thanks for becoming a member. I wonder if they're going to argue the Aruba motion in open court. I don't think there's anything in my inbox yet with regard to any opposition papers. And so I don't have the opposition yet. But if I get it and we have time, we will read them as we always do. Thank you, Kimberly, for buying me 3 matcha lattes. I'm going to need every single one of them today. And Heather, thank you for your Venmo donation. This is free Karen Reed. Ed Wallace's taillight demo on Duty Ron was, yeah, that was great. He took a hammer. He tried to smash a taillight with a hammer and he just couldn't do it. He said I could if I, put it down and like really like the amount of force needed to smash a taillight is quite a bit. Duty Ron is where I got my start. Duty Ron is my guy. Both of Ed Wallace was on assignment somewhere for a very long time. And I co-hosted with Duty Ron like, I don't know, over 50 times before I ever started my own channel. So we go way back. Love those guys. Navy Pearl, I could swear Higgins was wearing latex gloves in the video at the PD. Take a look at his hands in the video. Most men I know don't wear white gloves. I don't know. Was it inside? Was it outside? Everyone go take a look and let Navy Pearl know what you think. Thanks for your 5. Angie, clerk in the Murdoch trial, turned herself in this AM. Oh, so that's Becky Hill. Scott, are you here? Are you glad I bought you Becky Hill's book for Christmas? Because that's going to be a collector's item. Hang on one second. Getting the frog in my throat already. Yeah, Becky Hill is a good example of jury tampering, perjury. She's a good example of so many things. And I remember when this was happening and her co-author came out. I remember she wrote a book with some other guy and they self-published it and they put it out on Amazon and other places. And he said, we're pulling the book from Amazon and all these other places. I went on Amazon right away and I snagged a couple of copies for me and Kindergarten Cop because it's going to be a collector's item. Angie says Massachusetts follows suit because Becky Hill has been arrested. 3 felony warrants have been issued involved in jury tampering and perjury. Massachusetts follow suit, Angie says. Let's see where Ted Daniel is this morning, if he's got anything new for us. Nothing yet. There's also been a ruling in the U.S. Court of Appeals for the First Circuit that was entered on May 13th, which gives 48 hours for the defendants to respond. And that's regarding the buffer zone and the defendants in that case, because we went over that, are the trial court of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, Beverly J. Cannone personally, Jeffrey Noble, who is the superintendent of the MSP, Michael D'Entremont, who is the chief of the police department of the town of Dedham, and Michael Morrissey, the district attorney. They've been ordered by the U.S. Court of Appeals for the First Circuit to respond to this within 48 hours, which would be by tomorrow, to, I guess, show cause why their buffer zone is not unduly burdensome. I have to go back and read the actual papers, but we have that too. So a lot of things happening. Karen's here. They just had sidebar. They just left. So we're just waiting. She went to the court, ran out of the courtroom. Maybe she had to go to the ladies' room. Let's stop speculating with the rampant speculation. Don't be like the Twidiots. And so that's interesting about Becky Hill. Thank you, Angie, for letting us know. Nana Bear says this case is hard to explain to kids who you want to respect the police. Isn't it, though? Isn't it? There are kids who are watching this case. I know that because Raina Joy posted on Facebook. Her 10-year-old daughter is homeschooled and she's been watching this trial on this channel. And she posted some text messages between her and her daughter. And the daughter gets it. She's 10. She sounds like a genius. And if you're watching today, hey, Raina Joy's daughter. That's why, that's why I don't use foul language on my channel, just because it kind of worked out that way, where we have a lot of age groups watching and not everyone likes to be bombarded with F-bombs all day long. But the kids get it. Thank you, Adela. for becoming a member. Becky, I'm going to laugh so hard when Karen is found not guilty and he walks up to her and gives her a big hug because he knows Karen is not guilty. Are you talking about Mr. O'Keefe, John's dad? Me and PS down in the snow. Since I just got my free Karen Read Stay Classy hoodie and I love it. Oh, I'm so glad. I'm so glad that merch can make you happy. Claire, good morning. Thanks for becoming a member. Step C, 2 songs. Jay Giles, I Must Have Got Lost, Until the Walls Come. Yeah, The Walls Come Tumbling Down has been on there for a long time. Thank you for your 5. The Jay Giles one, I don't know if it's on there. I'll check later. Thank you. Hey, Matt Bond from Australia says, Buchanek opens his mouth in the woods. Is he still lying? Asking for a friend. Well done, Matt. Shout out to Down Under. Margaret, thanks for your sticker. Beetlejuice Brennan says that means a new trial for Murdoch. Well, it's up at isn't it at the Supreme Court level down there in the Low Country of South Carolina? I don't know if that's been decided by their Supreme Court or whatever their highest court is down there. But she perjured herself. I'd have to look at the charges before I could give you. I don't think it's been decided if he gets a new trial yet, but we may sit through that mess of a trial again. I was not on YouTube as a YouTuber anyway when that trial was going on, so that would be fun to cover together if it happens. Thank you, Beetlejuice Brennan, for your 5, and also another Aussie. Roxy Franklin, my 8-year-old saw John O'Keefe's arm and said, "Dog, not car." That's a disturbing picture for an 8-year-old. Yeah, I have to blur it every time. I can't blur it. I wish I could blur it because every time it gets shown on YouTube, everybody gets demonetized. I won my appeal though, so there's that. Michelle, some say that Brian Albert is in the video, not Higgins. What do you think? We talked about that earlier. I think I have no comment. I just don't know, and I don't like to spread rumors, but it is all reasonable doubt. All reasonable doubt. And there's on top. Coming on top of the super stickers early this morning. Here's Rich Shifford. Here is Rich Schiffer in the chat. He's our boy. Rubber Duck Gate. Was for Richard Schiffer, whose charges were dismissed. But, again, another bogus persecution. Let's duck and go. He says, keep an eye out. Keep an eye out. Thank you, Rich. Thanks for tuning in here. To each and every one of you who choose to spend your day with me, I appreciate you so much. Because I know that you have many places to choose to watch your Karen Read coverage. And I am so honored and grateful that you choose to watch with me. Let's see. Somebody said that my sweater is so close to my skin color that it looked like I didn't have clothes on. I may have to go change because, yes, it is a sweater. See, thank you. Or a jumper. If you're living across the pond, it's a jumper. You guys let me know if, I think they would cut the feed though. If the kids are on the stand, they would not show the fan. They would 100% cut the feed, in my opinion, I think. And they might, put a little note up. So we'll just keep refreshing his page because he seems to be in the building. Thank you, Rich. I appreciate you. We all appreciate you for standing up for, Massachusetts and the U.S. Constitution and your fellow citizens in Canton. Linda says, are the jurors allowed to take their notes home and review them? No. And then write their thoughts into consider? No, they leave them every day. They leave their notebooks on their chairs and they are collected by someone and put somewhere, allegedly under, lock and key. But there were some allegations of jury tampering in the first trial because it was brought out in defense's motion to dismiss that Trooper Fanning may or may not have been in charge of the jury, and he's Proctor's supervisor. And he told a guy who told a guy who told a guy who told a court officer that one of the jurors was allegedly at the American Legion Hall drinking and talking about how she was on the trial something like a month prior, and there may or may not be video of it. And that's where that came from. There was never a hearing, and so we don't know who gets the notebooks or where they go, but they can't bring them home. Hi, does John Sr. believe in Karen's innocence? I don't know. I do know that they used to go to church together every Sunday, and don't know what he believes in his heart, so I cannot speculate, but many people say that they think that he really misses Karen and that he does not believe that she had anything to do with it. I have not spoken to him, so I do not know. Thank you, Rita Chusitz, for your super sticker. And Lana says, I look great in burgundy. Thank you. This is my Dave Matthews and Tim Reynolds Mexico hat. That's where, the rumor started that I went to Cancun with Alan Jackson in 2024. So we have merch that says that. I went to Cancun with Melanie Little. You too can have a sweatshirt. Thank you so much, Lana, for your super sticker from the Down Under. Holly Anna, love your playlist. Kudos on Badge and Gun. May I suggest In the Air Tonight by PC and Rumors by Club Nouveau. I think In the Air Tonight by Phil Collins. Oh, Phil Collins is on there. I think it's on there. Did you check the list? Rumors by Club Nouveau. I will take a look. Thank you very much. Looney Tunes, keeping it classy. Free Karen Reed. Thanks for your 5. Canoni's Baloney. Love the new emojis. At least we don't have Sergeant Infuriate. Oh, I see what you did there. Infuri with a Y-U-R-I in the middle. Infuriating today, but prosecution re-traumatizing the niece and nephew is disgusting. I agree. It's not worth it, in my opinion. Good morning, Paige. Thanks for becoming a member. Flagpole secret. I was a juror in the Murdoch trial. You were? Oh my God, that's crazy. I hope he doesn't get another trial. Wow, that's insane. That's crazy. Have you given interviews? Are you one of the ones that Becky Hill went with to the Today Show in New York? And she wrote in her book how she was never on a plane before in her life. It's crazy. I haven't read the book. I have it. I have a copy. I don't want to break the binding because, it's going to definitely be a collector's item. Because I did go on Amazon when her co-author said, we took it off Amazon. We're not selling the book anymore. I don't want to be associated with her. And they were still selling it. So that was a lie. And maybe I got one of the last copies. I'm not sure. All right. They're back. That's crazy. Flagpole secret. I agree, I'm Munch. I don't think bringing the kids in is good either. Hank is trying to get them to say something that's not true. Well,
All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, before the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
God save us from the Commonwealth.
Good morning again, counsel. Good morning again, Ms. Reed. Good morning, Jones. So a couple of things. I appreciate your patience this morning. Remember I told you the other day that we're trying to cut back on sidebar conferences. So we took some time now to address issues that we would have otherwise had to do that way. So we do appreciate your patience. And also, I really appreciate your patience about and understanding about yesterday. Sometimes during trials, things come up that are completely unavoidable. And I tried to cancel you as soon as we could so you wouldn't even have to come to court. So I appreciate that. I do have to ask you those questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we were last here? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation on this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here the other day? Everyone said no or shook. All right, can we have our next witness, please?
All right, may I?
Yes.
The Commonwealth seeks to introduce 2 clips. The first clip the Commonwealth would seek to introduce and show the jury is clip 20.
more clips. And this is from defendant's interview with Dateline, aired on October 18th, 2024.
There's any window here that you guys have really been going at it. This was sort of had like a last date element to it. Was that going on?
That was not going on. Don't read it clearly. I'm never breaking up with you. Not never that we're in this good or bad, but you're the best person I've ever.
That was totally cut off.
Would ask to show clip 19.
Okay.
This is defendant's interview with the ID docuseries, June 15th, 2024.
I don't think, I don't see how John would have known about my text with Brian. And I'm not sure if he knew he would have reacted very strongly. I think we would have broken up, but I don't think John would have lost it and caused a fight. I didn't feel like John's emotions with me got really strong.
Okay, first of all, my name is Melanie, not Melody. Second of all, I did reduce my volume to 30%. So you have control of the volume on your end and it should be modulated now. Thank you.
All right, Ms. McLaughlin, who is your next witness?
Your Honor, our next witness is a juvenile by the name of Miss Kaylee Furbush.
Okay, cameras are going to go off for now. Now I'm putting my volume back to normal so you can modulate yours. And I wonder if they're going to cut the feed altogether or if they are going to. I'm putting mine back to auto, so hang on. Okay, that's my automatic volume. Yeah, I guess. What did I just do? Okay, now I can't hear myself. Okay, I guess that Carney said, "Hi, Melody, I'm Harmony. Let's get together and make beautiful music." Yeah. Okay. Let's see, what time is it? Okay, so it's 9:42, and the first witness up is Kaylee. And I don't know if they'll cut the feed or just leave the fan up, but we're here for it. I don't know. What was the point of those videos? I kind of want to watch them again. We have some time because we're not going to get to see anything. That you couldn't even hear him. The first one was totally cut off, right? Yeah, they said her name, right? Thought the names were impounded. Yeah, that's great. Well done. Well done, Ms. McLaughlin. Not so smart, are they? They're not so smart. All right. Let's play the clips again. You're going to have to turn up the volume on your end because they're terrible quality. And I won't talk until they're over. Ready? Turn your volume up now.
There's any window here that you guys have really been going at it. This was sort of had like a last date element to it. Was that going on?
That was not going on. John made it clear to me, I'm never breaking up with you. You know, not never that we're in this good or bad, but you're the best person I've ever.
The Commonwealth would ask to show clip 19.
I don't think, I don't see how John would have known about my text with Brian. And I'm not sure if he knew he would have reacted very strongly. I think we would have broken up, but I don't think John would have lost it and caused a fight. I didn't feel like John's emotions with me got really strong.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, readjust your volume now. Both of them cut off mid-sentence. The first one said that John said, "I'm never breaking up with you. You are the best person I've ever," and then it cut off. Okay, so what did that prove? That John said he was never going to break up with her. And then the second clip, we heard Karen say, "I'm not sure if he knew about my text message with Brian, but even if he did, I don't think that he would have had such a crazy reaction to it, right? So maybe John wouldn't have tried to kill Higgins because of those text messages, but there's no telling what Higgins might have done, right? I mean, does that even make any sense to anyone? If you can tell me what you think those clips mean, I'm happy to listen, but to me, they did nothing for their case, just like the way they've been putting these clips in, here and there and wishy-washy and stupid. And again, it's a younger jury, right? Heather says, prosecution's point of view, John will never break up with her, so she decides to kill him with her taillight. They've got nothing. It is so obvious, and I hope that the jury can see right through this, that it's so obvious that they're just grasping at straws. Emman says, I think bringing in these kids is ludicrous and proves nothing. Hank is going to try and get them to say something that's not true. Somebody else said, do you think they've had 3 years with Jennifer McCabe? 3 years. And a year since the last trial. So somebody said, do you think they're being brainwashed? Anything is possible. John Little from Australia says, new Star Wars movie starring Obi-Wan Kenobi and Hank Solo. Well done. Did I hit him is watching from Manchester, England, in shock. Thanks, Karen, for becoming a new member. Minnesota Coffee Mom. Trucking by the Dead. That's in. That's in. Oh, that's been in for a long, long, long time. Thank you. Thank you for your find. Yep, set up like a bowling pin. Shakedown Street is on there too. Hey, Wendy, thanks for your super sticker. Linda, are there notes for the deliberation process? Why notes? Yeah, they're allowed to take notes during the trial because they're not allowed to have readbacks of any testimony. They're supposed to rely on their notes and their fellow jurors' notes, and then they can argue over what their notes mean, but they can't ask for any readbacks of any testimony. Like if they're arguing over what Sergeant Yuri BUKHENIK said at a certain point in his testimony, they have to argue about what their notes say and mean, and they're not allowed to ask the court reporter to read anything back. And that is why. Ashley, love you from Orange County, California. I wish I was in Orange County. I sound like a cult member trying to get friends to watch you in the trial, LOL. Well, you found your people, Ashley, because if you have nobody in California that understands you or why you're obsessed with this, you have found your people. So welcome. I know it's really hard to try and explain this case to anybody because it could take you days and you still wouldn't even get halfway through the shenanigans, tomfoolery, and ballyhoo that have gone on since the beginning of this case. All right, let's see what Sue O'Connell says. Nothing more than the nieces on the stand. So I guess we're just here waiting until they're done. It shouldn't be too long. Thank you very much for watching from California. And you're really committed if you're getting up at 6 a.m. to get on TV and watch this with us. Chloe Albert's Revenge. Brian, is it Albert or Higgins? If only we could have the person say, yay, yes. That's right. Brian Albert. For those of you who were not privy to his testimony from the first trial, the way he says yes is a 2-syllable word. He says, yay, yes. Yay, yes. And it is really like nails on a chalkboard for me at this point. Doesn't seem the Commonwealth is going to call him again. Mickey said, I found the round, non-snow covered spot on the plow peculiar. Had mind wondering. I did not notice that. Mickey, was that in the video that we watched yesterday, the 10-minute long video? Ernest, thanks for becoming a member. Becky said, yes, Mr. O'Keefe. Thank you. Hearings today for Veronica and Jillian, the Kansas moms. Thanks, USMC Cowgirl. They're not televised, though, right? In Oklahoma? I don't think they're televised, unfortunately. Very, very sad. I bid him. Thanks for your super sticker. 20,000 watching, everyone. Hit the like button, says Olive AG's Nichols. You're the best. Mickey says, trying to make Higgins' text a big issue. Again, defending the Higgins group. Yeah, I mean, this entire first trial was was defending the Alberts and the McCabe's. And like, here we go again. Let me just make a banner for the bottom in case people are joining. And you're seeing it to a lesser extent this time, but still happening, right? So it's crazy. I don't know. I don't know how you could even explain this to anyone. Sue says, while some of Karen's clips may rub people the wrong way, they are clearly authentic. Unlike the Commonwealth, that authenticity helps her case, in my opinion. Good. I'm glad you can see right through that. That's another song on the playlist. Alanis Morissette, See Right Through You. Because someone asked Karen in an interview about Paul O'Keefe. How do you stand Paul O'Keefe glaring at you all the time? He's sitting right on top of you practically. David Yannetti would sit between them to block his glare. And she said, I see right through him. So that Alanis Morissette tune is on the list. The mixtape on Spotify that we have for this trial is down below in the show notes as well. Thank you for your super chat, Sue. Michael Pepper. Good morning from Yvette and Michael in Texas. Hello. You help us get through. $24.90 for another O'Keefe, for Officer O'Keefe. Thank you so very much. With a $24.90 super chat. That was John O'Keefe's badge number. And it's very sad that he's being lost in all of this. It is very sad that when Karen Read is acquitted, will there ever really be justice for John O'Keefe? I don't know. Because such a poor investigation was done that will there ever really be justice for John O'Keefe? I think not. And it's really sad. Thank you very much. Shane says, I hope AJ doesn't cross the kids. I don't think they're going to be crossed. They weren't crossed the last trial. And so it is my thought that they will not be crossed this time. There's nothing to add. I mean, there's nothing really to ask them other than to apologize that they have to be here. Thanks, Shane. Nurse Deb, John may not start a fight, but I doubt he'd back down. True. Right. That's what that clip said. Like, I don't know if John knew about my text with Brian, but even if he did, he probably wouldn't start anything over it. He wouldn't really get that jealous. Right. Well, Higgins is well, certainly reasonable doubt, right? And then lying about not being on the phone at all. And then we see him on the phone in the video. And I mean, there's so much reasonable doubt here. Hubert, Jen's close friend since childhood is a therapist, and my fear is that she has influenced the kids. She's also one of Peggy's angels. Thank you, Hubert. Kelly, Melanie, why do you think the defense let Karen do the interviews, or did she choose to do them on her own? Just curious. Love you, free Karen. I don't know if they gave her permission. I'm sure, she's very, very involved in her defense. She's wanted to tell her story for a long time. So many people say, yeah, if you were innocent, why wouldn't you be screaming it from the courthouse steps? People say that about Brian Koberger too. Most attorneys advise their clients not to talk. It's her decision in the end. And was it a smart idea? I don't necessarily think so. Is it going to really hurt her? It might. But in the end, John O'Keefe was not hit by a car, and a car was not hit by John O'Keefe. So no matter what Karen said in any interview that she gave anywhere, it shouldn't matter. But again, based on some interviews with the last jury, you never know what a jury's going to do. I would never want to, throw $1,000 on a roulette table and spin the wheel and risk my life on a jury. I don't think I would want to do that. But why did the fans stop moving? And so I have no insider information as to whether her attorneys were with her for many of the interviews. And some of them they were not there for. So I can't comment. But I some of the clips are worse than others. Those two that we just saw, I don't think they made a dent. Like maybe Hank Brennan should have saved his really damning clips for the end so that the jury would remember them. I don't know what he wanted to get out with those, but it is what it is. Midnight Mike, Boston 10 had a retired judge on claiming Bev is a saint and has ran her court professionally and right down in the middle. OMG. Well, also, didn't somebody bring up that this is only the second murder trial that she's had? Can anybody confirm or deny that? That the first murder trial that she had ended in 1 or 2 mistrials, right? Was that like the Chesna case or something? Another murdered police officer, I think. I don't know too much about it, so I can't really comment too much about it, but that case also ended in a mistrial, and she also admonished the widow for showing any emotion, right? In court. So I don't know how many murder trials she's had. Isn't she usually a civil court judge? So that's interesting. Maybe we can find that clip. STP, Vaseline, flies in the Vaseline. Thank you, Jennifer Scott, for your super chat and song suggestion. Janice, ex-lawyer, thank you for your super chat, super sticker. Erin says, was missing my Mel little family yesterday. Well, we were here. We did a whole show. We did 3.5 hours in the morning, girl. Went and watched your coverage of the dismal hearing. Wow, I'm appalled by the injustice in this system. Which hearing are we talking about? There were so many. And most of them were dismal. Thank you for your super sticker. M. Monge, who has changed her name to Tequila, is now my social lubricant. I'll allow it. Jennifer, it would be amazing if during closing arguments, AJ plays a video of all the times BUKHENIK said Michael Proctor during his testimony, more than 51%. Oh, right. He said he didn't do more than 50% of the work. How many times did he mention him? That would be great. That's a great idea. Thank you for your super chat. Ross Marilla, did you see the photo introduced with O'Hara that appears to show two shoes in the snow at 34 Fairview? I did not see that. 2 shoes in the snow at Fairview? A photo? No, I did not see that. Kelly, thanks for your 10. I had an epiphany last night. If Higgins is such a great guy and wants to plow Albert's driveway, why didn't he plow the police department? I asked because he made it sound like such a noble thing when on the stand. Yeah, because they got guys for that, I guess. And because that's why he said he had to move the cars. Because he said he had to move the cars because if he didn't move the cars, they wouldn't be able to plow. And he didn't move the cars. He moved like 1 car, maybe. And then another car, like 2 inches, got a duffel bag out of another. So much wrong with his testimony. I don't know how he can testify now, but he may have to. But we know he's lawyered up. Nurse Kim's, FBI takes their time to get it right. Just ask Charlie and Donna Mama. Right? I think you're talking about the Adelsons. Yeah, FBI does take a long time. Kelly, prosecution witness amnesia support group. I mean, see what I'm talking about with the usernames? Prosecution witness amnesia support group is here. Higgins said he had 2 work vehicles and 1 personal vehicle, but on video, he moved 1 and then went in 3 others. Who owns the extra vehicle and why is he in it? Somebody did a side-by-side comparison of that truck that he took something out of and says it looks like a Canton Fire Department vehicle. But again, I'd only be guessing. Carrie, it's crazy to me that Paul knows he's being seen and called out on it, but continues to glare like a sociopath. Well, they did move him to the back row, far left side. So I don't know if it became an issue. I have no insider information into what that secret meeting was about that day. And then when the secret meeting was over and everyone was kicked off the second floor, he then had to sit in the back row, far away from Karen. So he's at least in the back row now, right? Shane, could Karen bring a civil suit against Canton PD or its employees when this is all over, when she's acquitted? She may have a very large civil suit against not just the Canton PD, the Massachusetts State Police, the prosecutor. Like, this could be a major civil suit in the end, depending on how everything shakes out. Thanks, Shane. Chloe Albert's revenge juries suck because they're made of people. Thank you for your thoughts. Liar by 3 Dog Night for the list. It might be on there, Donna. I'm not sure. I have to check. There's 125 songs already on there. The Goodmans are here and they've gifted a membership. It's Mr. and Mrs. Goodman, and they are trying to outdo each other, and I'm here for it. Oh no, says I have a Lexus like Karen's, and if John was standing near or approaching the vehicle, the alert system would have been annoying, beeping at her. Yes. it would have. We're going to see some expert testimony on what they allegedly did with this chip on, chip off thing with the Lexus in Texas. The Lexus in Texas. And so we'll see if they were able to get any more data off of it than they had the first time. But that's apparently where they're coming up with their theory that he was hit and incapacitated at 12:31, 24 miles an hour in reverse, 60 feet. Nobody saw a body. Nobody heard the crash. Karen was home by 12:36. Make it make sense. It doesn't. I can't help you there. Can we get a pants on fire emoji? That's a good one. That's a good one. I'll take it under advisement. Thank you, Kentucky, Karen. The clip was to, AJ's Beard says, the clip was to claim change in statements. First, John would never break up. Second, they'd probably break up. And didn't the niece testify that John wanted to break up last time? Oh, yeah, maybe that's why. See, look at you putting the pieces together. He plays the two clips, right, about how John would never want to break up with me. And then maybe John would break up if he want to break up. If he saw the text, we probably would just break up. And she really told Higgins that she didn't know if she was going to break up with him or not. And now the niece is going to get on the stand and say they were fighting in front of me and Karen wouldn't leave and something as such like that. But again, she's a kid. It was 3 years ago and kids perceive things differently. So yes, I guess you're right. That is the very, very thin straws that he is grasping at. Well done. He played those right before the niece's testimony because that's the way she testified last time. Or there also had been some statements about that in the initial police investigation. And they did interview the kids. And the kids made, I think they recorded the statements of the kids too. And they did them at some special place where they interview children, as I recall. I can't remember the name of it right now. Monica, what if kids lie on the stand? Will they do cross? I don't think that there's anything. Well, I don't know. Again, speculating. What are the kids going to lie about? There had been some issue with a video that Karen had on her phone about the nephew not wanting to eat something at dinner. And then it was something about steak tips. You guys remember this, chat, from the last trial? And because the Massachusetts rules and this judge tells the defense they have to turn over all of their impeachment evidence ahead of time, they turned over this video of the nephew. And it was like a very friendly video about steak tips or something. And then he changed his testimony so that it wasn't that video. It was a different time that she got mad at him for not eating. So I see what you're saying. But I don't think that they're going to be hard on the kids. I just don't think they're going to do it. He didn't cross. David Yannetti was in charge of crossing, but he didn't. All he said was, "I'm sorry that you had to come here today. I have no questions for you." Yeah, it was about the steak tips, right? Having a hankering for some truth, says, also here from California, San Diego. Wouldn't miss a snippet of your coverage. Thank you. Thank you, SoCal. You guys are on the best coast. You are. It's just true. Amy Sue, thanks for your 10. J Coop, when people can go look at Turtle Boy's tweet about text message and Karen's relationship with the niece, when people can go look at, is it like a recent tweet? Like from today? I just don't have the time right now to scroll through his Twitter feed. I don't like dead air. So anybody can go look for that if they want to. Thank you so very much, Jay Coop. Aaron Ashley meant to say dismissal hearing, but it was dismal. Oh, the motion to dismiss hearing. Yes, yes, that was, I think my head popped off a bunch of times. Thank you, Aaron. True Crime with Eve here. We have been watching for a long, long time. Treading trodden trails for a long, long time. That's Dave Matthews' song. Thanks. I'll take a Dave Matthews lyric any day. Thank you, True Crime with Eve, for your 5. And Luann, thank you for your $10 super sticker. Cats Meow became a new member. Arthur says, hey, it's your loyal mailman from Worcester. What are the chances that Trooper Proctor is being offered some kind of deal by the FBI and he will expose the corruption? I don't know, just the thought. I mean, I like what you're thinking. Anything's possible, right? Anything is possible. That's what I say. Derek Carney has a new video out. Why don't we watch that for a second or two? Although, Derek, if you're here because there's like a Grateful Dead logo in it, am I going to get in trouble for showing that? I don't know. Because you own the rights to that video, right? You're the one who sent it to me. Hang on. So I think I can play it. Okay, so I can play it, right? Okay. I don't know why it's not coming up my email. Give me a second. Talk amongst yourselves for a second. Talk amongst yourselves. All right, this one is called 34 Fairview. So hang on. Go follow Derek Carney. Thanks, Arthur. I like the way you're thinking. We can only hope. All right, we're going to move here. You are, this is by Derek Carney on YouTube. And this is called 34 Fairview. I'm going to take myself off and full screen this and eat a little bit of my breakfast so I don't get hungry while you guys will enjoy this video. The kids are still in the stand, so we've got time to burn.
From Sally Port, lame as Lally's retorts, sad as Sally in court. Just think if only Jen's mom would have aborted this nightmare Karen's going through wouldn't be so sordid. Rumor has it 34 was in the powders they snorted on pivotal gag orders. 1, 2, 34. This view ain't fair no more. 4, 3, 2, 1. If you believe in justice, better run, 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 run. We heard from disgraced Proctor and the medical doctors, narcissists and a Star Wars fan, yet the Commonwealth still has no plan. We know Iggy, Brian, and Colin hit him in the rear. Mom's German Shepherd Chloe bit him. They jumped him at 2:27. Jen wanted to know, hose long to die in the snow, and then they dumped him until the emergency crew lights lit him. Conspirators be damned, the ring cam scam. John was maimed, Karen was framed, but the killers weren't named. The wrong person blamed. The targeters in blue aimed their bloodthirst not tamed. 1, 2, 34. This view ain't fair no more. 4, 3, 2, 1. If you believe in justice, better run, 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 run. Free Karen Reed, not guilty guarantee. They got a free Karen Reed. not guilty guarantee. Free Karen Reed. 1 to 34. This view ain't fair no more. 4, 3, 2, 1. Injustice ain't no fun for no one, no fun for no one, no fun for no one.
For those of you who haven't seen this one, this is Derek's first video that he did. This is awesome. Watch the AI on this. It's incredible. It's the new Karen Reed anthem. How dare you?
Won't find a fingerprint. How dare you? How dare you? Won't find one drop of spit. How dare you? How dare you? There's no evidence here. How dare you? How dare you? But the truth falls on a deaf ear. I'm innocent. How dare you? Magnificent. How dare you? Your accusations are not based in reality, and I deserve much better than you're treating me. When you die, you will see what a monster you've been to me. Is my love not enough? Can't you just be happy in this love? Why you gotta make it so rough when we've been blessed with this gift from above? Won't find a finger. How dare you? How dare you? How dare you? How dare you? Won't find one drop of spit. How dare you? How dare you? There's no evidence here. How dare you? How dare you? But the truth falls on a deaf ear. I'm innocent. How dare you? Magnificent. How dare you? You my one. You're my 1, 2. You're my 1, 2, 3. I love you. I need you. Just believe in me. I'm innocent. How dare you? Magnificent. How dare you? How dare you? How dare you? How dare you? Is my love not enough? Can't you just be happy in this love? Why you gotta make it so rough when we've been blessed with this gift from above? Won't find a fingerprint. How dare you? How dare you? How dare you? How dare you? Won't find one drop of spit. How dare you? How dare you? There's no evidence here. How dare you? How dare you? But the truth falls on a deaf ear. I'm innocent. I'm innocent. How dare you? Magnificent. How dare you? Stop this judgment. How dare you? I'm heaven sent. How dare you? You're my 1. You're my 1, 2. You're my 1, 2, 3. I love you. I need you. Just believe in me. I'm innocent. How dare you? Magnificent. How dare you? Stop this judgment. How dare you? I'm heaven sent. How dare you? How dare you? How dare you? How dare you? I'm innocent. How dare you? Magnificent. How dare you? Get yourself right, cause I absolutely don't deserve this. And I've put up with it for way too long. Better wise up, straight up. Get it together, wise up.
Isn't that great? It will be stuck in your head all day. I promise you that. Oh, stop. Don't play Jerry, because I really will get stricken. Okay, thank you. So go follow Derek Carney on YouTube. He's dropping new stuff all the time. And it's frightening how real the AI is, right? Because doesn't that just enforce what's happening here and how important metadata is? Because anybody can make anybody look like anything and look like they're saying anything or doing anything. And it's frightening in a lot of ways, right? Which brings me to another, if you guys haven't seen this, I mean, this is gold. I don't know who Emily C is on Twitter, but she's hilarious. Have you guys seen these? She does like a Dear Diary series of Hank Brennan. Have you seen it? You got it. All right, I have to. Hopefully Emily is okay with this. I don't know if she watches my show at all, but somebody sent this to me and I did not stop laughing for I needed the laugh so bad this day, and I just did not stop laughing for a very long time. So we all need a laugh right now. And I hope Emily C, if you do choose to wait on the cesspool of Twitter, follow Emily. Here's her Twitter, Emily C, SEE. And she did a Dear Diary series, and this is amazing. So I'm going to read you some of these letters. We'll do a little reading this morning, courtesy of Emily. This is dated April 22nd, 2025, and it says, I am brave at the top of the loose leaf paper. Dear Diary, today I did a great job using my big voice. I wore a new tie and everyone loved it. Carrie talked all about her friends. I hope I get a friend one day. It won't be Nuttall. Sad face. That dummy told Jackson that I made him say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, but I didn't even. Tully did. Maybe the honorable judge will be my friend. She has a cool new curtain. Tomorrow I will ask her where she got it. Time to get my beauty rest because I have another big day tomorrow. XOXO, Hank. That was like opening day. And then it goes on. 4/23/25. I am enough at the top of the loose leaf paper. Dear Diary, what a roller coaster today was. This morning I barely got to use my big boy voice. Mr. Jackson got to talk about all my favorite things like lying. But that all changed after I talked to Peg because I got to be so mean about Karen's videos. TBH, Diary, I don't really understand what she meant in any of those interviews, but I just told everyone she knows she hit John. Ugh. But then I had to talk about technology and it was so boring. I couldn't even trash Karen at all. I started randomly shouting just to keep myself entertained. XOXO, Hank. P.S. Yesterday, I was jealous of all of Carrie's friends, but today I found out Jen McStar witnesses just using her. P.P.S. I asked the honorable judge where she got her new curtain, and she said a yard sale, so I probably can't get matching friendship curtains. Day 3. I am very special, it says at the top of the loose leaf paper. 4/24/25. Dear Diary, today was a short day, so I don't have much to say. I kind of hope the jury forgets the texts and videos from today. Karen and John sounded normal. Why couldn't she have said, I'm going to smash you with my car tonight? Have I mentioned how annoying Turtle Boy is? He always calls me Spanky, but I've never spanked anyone. What a dummy. He did say I'm doing a better job than Lally, though. That's true. That's why I never let Lally speak. XOXO, Hank. And then there's a picture of a turtle boy, like a turtle with sunglasses on, and he's like scribbled it out. Day 4, big dream at the top, or dream big. Dear Diary, TGIF. Sheesh, what a week. Today we took a field trip to 34 Fairview. We all rode the bus like in school. I was singing Nickelback the whole way. The jurors all smiled at me. I know they loved it. And thank goodness, because no one told me how small 34 Fairview is. That wasn't in the transcript from the last trial. There's no way Karen hit him and then no one saw him laying there. Oh, Diary, what has Hanky got himself into? Time to go take a relaxing Belva bath. XOXO, Hank. One more. This one's from Lally, and the handwriting is markedly different, as you can see. 4/25/25. Think positive at the top of the loose leaf paper. Dear Diary, who, if anyone, finally got to talk today? Me! Hank gave me a carton of cigarettes because no one fell asleep. You know what, though? That was enough. I don't want to have to work anymore. If they want to pay me, if they want to pay Hank $1 million to do what Jen McCabe says, just let me relax in the courtroom in peace. I don't even think anyone has noticed the curtain I hung up, so I can nap without the sun in my eyes. XOXO, Lally. P.S. Free Karen Reed because then I win. I mean, come on, you guys. Go follow Emily C. Her last name is SEE, and her Twitter handle is at MEM64000. She's fantastic. We all needed that laugh. I know I did. And she's got a couple of more there too. So thank you, Emily, for a much needed laugh. We all need it today and every day that we cover this sham of a trial. Where were we? Cat's meow. Thank you for becoming a member. And Boston Skipper. The truck with the cap on top, positioned to the left of the screen, is the truck they took to New York City. All of those cars are owned by Canton PD. Thank you, Boston Skipper, because some people on Twitter thought it looked like a fire department vehicle. Thank you. Norman, don't know who posted the picture of two sneakers, but it is fake. Tinfoil hat people need to stop. Please, it's not helping Karen. Thank you, Norman, for your thoughts. Pinky is here. She is rage crocheting, and her yarn's name is Narnia. Oh, I love that. What are you making? What are you making, Pinky? You're going to have like 7 king-size quilts by the time this week is over. Trooper Paul's pirouette. Patsy Cline, I fall to pieces in honor of the taillight in the Commonwealth's case. Thank you. Thank you, Debbie. Rosemary, a photo of two sneakers can be found on Emily Baker, day 10. I'm not going to restream Emily's stream. Sorry, I just can't do that. That's not what proper YouTubers do. They don't restream other creators' content without their permission. Sorry, I just don't do it. And okay, never mind. I'm just cat's meow. Thank you for becoming a member. Smooth as butter. Just can't get over. Tell them the guy never went in the house. Hope it sticks with the jury too. Yep. Don't you hope it sticks with the jury too? Yeah, we can watch Ed. We can watch Ed smash the taillight. At least I know that Ron and Ed would be cool with it, and also because you guys will then go watch their channel and subscribe. U.S. Marine Corps Cowgirl says, how can Brennan bring Aruba in after stating on the record that it was irrelevant? Because he's claiming that the defense opened the door by having BUKHENIK read all of the text messages from Higgins, because in the text messages, Karen says, I caught him cheating on me at Aruba when I walked in the lobby and he was all over somebody's sister or something such as like that. I'm summarizing. And so he claims they opened the door and now he should be allowed to bring it in. Did he plan this as an ambush? I don't know. Kansas Moms is not on TV now. I don't know if the trial will be. Do they allow cameras in courtrooms in Oklahoma? Because in New York, we do not. No federal court allows cameras in any state, but, and the Diddy trial is going on right now, but it's in federal court. That's why it's not televised anyway, but it's also in New York, which is why it is not televised. And Rex Heuermann's case will not be televised, a Long Island serial killer. And so I don't know if they allow cameras in Oklahoma at all, but thank you very much for your super chat. Jamie says, I find it strange that John Sr. and Peggy don't sit next to each other. I need my husband's support, especially through hard times. Anyway, thank you for being you. Well, when they listed them on the combined witness list, it has them living in different towns. So I don't know if they live together. I don't know what their relationship is, but it's not for me to speculate. On top, thanks for your super sticker. The prosecution witness amnesia support group is back and says defense should use Bev's appearance and how dare you to prove how easy it is to doctor a video and the importance of metadata. Excellent point. Thank you very much, Kelly. Catbox wants to know if Lexus transmissions can survive over 60 feet at 24 miles an hour in reverse. I don't know. I think there's going to be experts to testify about that, but here's the thing. Have you ever tried to go 24 miles an hour in reverse? Some people have tried to do it just as an experiment with regard to this case, and they get up to like 18 and they quit. Like it's too scary. Like it strains credulity. I have merch that says that too. That came from the Maya trial. That's how long we've been doing this. The Maya Kowalski trial. Strains credulity, right? Thank you, Kelly Ray. I love your channel. I love you too. It gets me through my work days. Song suggestion, Hands Clean by Alanis Morissette. Ain't nobody's hands clean here except for Karen Reed. Love Alanis. Thank you. Lori Leg 360 for the win is here. She says, I'm so happy I found you over a year ago. I know, Lori, you're an OG. It's been 13 months. Cindish from Canada. I think Higgins' Jeep is to pretend John couldn't have easily hopped out of the car by the mailbox and been hidden from the next car as he walked up the driveway. Well, but if Higgins' Jeep, if the rear of his Jeep was at the beginning of the driveway and she pulled up right behind it to the driveway, he could have jumped out. And remember, Jennifer McCabe said that she had her giant Yukon Denali or whatever she was driving, a Denali. I don't even remember. She doesn't even remember. Matt McCabe has no idea what kind of car his wife had at the time, which is hard to believe too. But it was a very, very tall vehicle that would have obscured his view from anybody who was coming down the street in that direction. So could be. I like the way you're thinking. Oh, thank you, Kale. I love you. Thank you. Love you too. Teresa, I hope AJ gently probes the niece with questions reminding her how good Karen was to her. Will we be able to read a transcript of her testimony? No. And I think there are limits on what they're allowed to take notes about the testimony. So I think that the reporters are allowed to talk about the sum and substance of their testimony, but it can't be recorded. But I remember last year that some reporters did talk about the sum and substance, what they said. So we will, I think, know bits and pieces. And it won't be Jack. I think it was Yannetti last year, not Alan Jackson. And I don't know if cross is necessary. So we'll see. But I'm absolutely 100% sure they're not going to be rough on them by any means. CB Cal, Yuri's social lubricant. Love you, Melanie Little. That wasn't those weren't my words. That was somebody else changed their username. Masterclass Jackson. The person who created the AI little kids doing Karen Retrial on TikTok is working. Oh, yes. Hold on. Is working on a Melanie one? What? Who is that person? And can I play that content? Because if you guys haven't seen this, this is amazing. Thank you for reminding me because I had that pulled up too. And I thought about this last night. And as I was exhausted. I don't know why I was so tired last night, but I was like, I got to find, I know there's going to be a lot of dead air tomorrow. And so I need to find some things to show. And then I just kind of never did. And I hate being unprepared, but let's watch this because this is a TikTok called KarenRetrial.ai. And if you haven't seen this, it's wild. Thanks, Kelly, for reminding me of this. So hopefully she'll be cool with me playing it. She or he. Watch this.
There is absolutely no way to delete anything on your iPhone, ever.
What day was it when you wrote this sketchy report?
It was May 4th. It's easy to remember because you can say, "May the 4th be with you."
Objection, Judge. Objection.
Sustained. I said sustained.
I heard her say I hit him with my own ears.
Objection, Judge.
I will allow it.
I hit him. I would never do that. I dropped him off at the flagpole on 34 Fairview.
Another sidebar, really?
I think this is the right shoe. Wait, it might be the left shoe.
You are a liar?
Objection.
Sustained. Once again. Sustained.
So cute. So cute. And here we sit. Thank you, Kelly, for reminding me of that. Very cute. And the fan is still up, and they've been out since what, 9:42. So it's been a little over 45 minutes. Hopefully they'll be done soon, and we'll watch some testimony today. Let's put the fan back up, shall we? People get nervous when they don't see the fan, as if there's no court, and there is court. That is awesome. If somebody does an AI one of me, I would think it was totally cute. Only me as a baby, not me as a grown-up, because I don't like the deep fakes. I think they're horrible. Actually, I read an article in the Post yesterday because, the New York Post sends me alerts, so that's what comes up on my feed. But there was like some AI nudes that were being passed around in some school of some 14-year-old kids, and the school wasn't doing anything about it. And that's really scary, really dangerous, and there should be people should be prosecuted for that. Like, there is no way that should just fly under the radar of the school and the school doesn't do anything. Laws need to be changed because this stuff is coming and it's been around for a long time, but the laws need to catch up with prosecuting people for doing things like that because that's horrific. Cameron Smith, thank you for your super sticker. Laura, if the defense decides to call Proctor, Higgins, etc., what are the restrictions or rules versus if the Commonwealth called them? Thank you for all you do. They can ask them anything they want. The only difference is they can't ask leading questions. So they can ask a question like, where did you go after you left 34 Fairview? That would be a direct examination question, as opposed to after you left 34 Fairview, you went to Canton PD, didn't you? See the difference? It's just a different style of questioning, but you can ask all the same things that you would ask of the witness. And you get to drive the testimony because you have you can ask whatever you want. You're not limited on cross to what was brought out during direct. Pokey, I think that good logic is attending the Diddy trial. I think he is too. I like Joe a lot. I was hoping to get there one day, but it looks like I don't know how long is that Diddy trial supposed to be? It's in the same building where I went to the Daniel Penny trial and met Mark Betterow over there, and we had lunch in Little Italy. That was awesome. That was a fun day. There were a lot of protesters outside for the Daniel Penny trial, and I will reach out to Joe and find out if it's a mess over there, how easy it is to get in. If you gotta, because even though I had an attorney's pass to get in last time, it still was like didn't matter. You had to wait online outside in the hall to get into Daniel Penny. 8 weeks. Is Cassie still on the stand? She testified yesterday, and the stuff that, again, the New York Post was sending me the updates on it was revolting. Revolting. Right? No buffer zone for Daniel Penny, John Monaco. No, this is New York. We don't do that. Only in Massachusetts do you have to worry about your constitutional rights. Thank you for reminding me, Pokey, about that. Kelly, and if Karen managed to back up at 24 miles an hour, wouldn't she have been injured? Right? Yeah, it didn't happen. No other damage to her car, so she managed to hitch on with just her taillight. That's precision right there. Sure is. Sure is. Thanks, Kelly, for your 20. Izzy, thanks for your super sticker. Linda and Kevin from the 617. We love watching with you. Dave Matthews Band for playlist Mercy and Cry Freedom. Thank you. Thank you very much. I don't know. Did I have any of those other TikToks saved of the kids? Let me see. Is it the same person who keeps posting them? Or was it somebody else reposting somebody else? Let me just see. I'm not sure. It's not in the same building. It's a block away. Chloe Albert's Revenge. The Diddy trial, as opposed to where the Daniel Penny trial was. It's not at 100 Center Street. I don't know. Please don't use all caps in the chat because it's very distracting to me. But since you did, I'll answer your question. The airbags wouldn't deploy on a rear end hit ordinarily. Usually the airbags only deploy when you hit something with the front end of your car. So if somebody hits you from the rear, your airbags will not go off. If you back into something, your airbags usually will not go off. So there's that. A lot of YouTubers are at the Diddy trial, says Minnie. Yeah. Yeah, I bet they come back and immediately go for lunch, right? Or the morning break. It's 10:30. Thank you, Dee, for becoming a member. Hi, Holly. The link to become a member is below in the show notes. Thanks for asking, and thanks for your super chat. So you can close out the chat. You can go into the show notes, and there's a link. If you're on an iPhone, you have to go into Safari and open YouTube on your browser. It's weird. It doesn't play right. And apparently, if you're on your iPhone, there's no join button. It might be easier to do from a laptop, but thank you very much for asking. And Manj, because I've done my research by watching you since trial 1 until now, I've got my niece in Memphis, who's an ADA, is now hooked and has it in her office. Hello to your niece in Memphis. Memphis is watching too. Police on my back by the Clash, or maybe not. Maybe not. Thank you, Catbox. So there's that. Can you read Howie's article while we wait? It's really long. Do you think we'll have time? Well, there's one detective needs a good. I read the one from yesterday already. Is there one from today? Hold on. This is Tuesdays. This is the one we read yesterday, right? Semper Lie, right? That's the one we read yesterday. Detective needs a good translator. That is from, I think, the day before. Hang on. I got you. I got you. Thank you, Real Deal, for your $10. And there's no ignorance here at all. Please excuse my ignorance. Whose children are on the stand? Well, John O'Keefe. This is a tragic story. If you don't know the story, I'll tell it to you. John O'Keefe was the guardian of his niece and nephew. He adopted them or took on their guardianship after his sister Kristen died of a very serious illness. I'm not sure exactly what her illness is or was. And after his sister passed away, her husband, his brother-in-law, passed away a couple of months later. And so John stepped up and he took custody of the children. And at the time, I forget how old they were, but I think when Karen and John got together, he had been their guardian for something like 7 years. So maybe they were 3 and 6. She had brain tumor or brain cancer. And so he had custody of them when Karen and John were together. When John died, was murdered, the children were something like 10 and 13, and now they are on the stand. And they are going to testify about the relationship between John and Karen, that they had been fighting a lot in the weeks leading up to the murder. But then again, what is fighting a lot when you're 10, right? So that's what they're doing. Yeah, somebody said, I think his sister died of a brain tumor and her husband had a heart attack. And there was a custody battle over those children too, which a lot of people don't talk about. I've read all the probate records. It's none of my business to talk about, but there was a custody battle. So I don't know if John and his mom were on the outs because of that. I don't know, but that's who is on the stand right now. And we wait, and they've been on the stand for almost an hour. So it should be over soon. But while we wait, I can do a little ASMR for you. Thank you, Real Deal, for your super chat and for asking and for caring enough to write this case. All right, let's move on over. Oops, wrong button. To Howie Carr's article from today. If court comes back, I have it up, so I will hear it. Don't worry. You know, I'm getting the hang of this streaming thing. It's only been 2 years, almost 2 years. It's almost my anniversary. Here is Howie Carr's article from this morning. He writes for well, that's not the one that is coming up. Hold on. He writes for the Boston Herald, and he also has a radio show. And he gave me a shout out one day. He said, the best place to watch the Karen retrial is Melanie Little on YouTube. I watch her. She's really smart, he said. I played that for you guys one day. It was great. Bulger, Reed, Birchmore, befuddlement on. Prosecutor Hank Brennan needs to study his lines. Bad cops all look alike. Hold on, I'm parched. Hold on. Prosecutor Hank Brennan needs to study his lines. Bad cops all look alike. That's the lesson from hammered Hank Brennan's very telling confusion late Monday when he mixed up incompetent state trooper Nicholas Guarino with corrupt ex-FBI agent Nick Gianturco. It happened late Monday afternoon. Brennan was trying to clean up the disastrous testimony of the moronic trooper, Yuri BUKHENIK, when he suddenly blurted out, "Are you familiar with the name Nick Gianturco?" BUKHENIK looked even more lost than usual. Guarino, Brennan quickly said, correcting himself. Sorry. Don't tell us you're sorry, Hank. We know how sorry you are. But you can understand Brennan's befuddlement, Gianturco, Guarino. Once you've seen one bent badge, you've seen them all. First, you have Nick Gianturco, known to his paymaster and pal Whitey Bulger as Doc. Bulger and his serial killing partner, Steve Flemmi, gave Doc thousands in cash payoffs, according to Flemmi's testimony in multiple federal trials. They had 6 FBI agents in Boston on the pad. 2 of them were eventually indicted for underworld hits. 1 died in prison. Doc Gianturco was so crooked that he was the master of ceremonies for the 1990 farewell dinner for John Zip Connolly, one of the Boston FBI agents who moonlighted as a hitman for the mob. Gianturco was so close to Whitey that in addition to the cash, Whitey once gave him a belt buckle from Alcatraz. Maybe it was a Christmas present. After all, Christmas was for cops and kids, as Whitey would say. And the feds, like Gianturco, raided more dirty money than everybody else. Doc succeeded Zip as director of security for Boston Edison. His brother Charlie was the first FBI agent Steve Flemmi demanded to see when he was lugged in 1995. Then the G-men put Charlie in charge of the worldwide manhunt for Whitey. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. So you can see why Hank Brennan had such a big man crush on Gianturco. Whitey must have told him what a manly man Doc Gianturco was. Then there's Nick Guarino. He was the state cop in charge of investigating the texts between the pregnant 23-year-old Sandra Birchmore and the cop from BUKHENIK's hometown and high school who was in jail, charged with murdering her in Canton in 2021. The lovebirds exchanged 32,000 texts. Investigating their cell phones afterwards, Trooper Guarino missed all 32,000 of those texts. He didn't find a single one. DA Meatball Morrissey ruled the murder by cop a suicide. Again, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. You may ask yourself, what's the difference between cops taking payoffs from mass murderers or just being so incompetent that they let the killer walk free? Interesting question, which Hank Brennan himself raised during the Whitey Bulger trial. He was cross-examining another of Whitey's corrupted FBI agents, John Vino Morris. Vino would be rewarded for his open corruption in Boston with the directorship of the FBI Training Academy in Quantico. After Morris described himself on the witness stand as compromised, Brennan asked him, is there a difference between compromised and corrupt? Or did you mean the same thing when you said you were compromised? Same thing, Vino Morris said. One problem with Brennan that we're seeing in both the Bulger and the Reed trials is that he doesn't prepare his witnesses very well. I told you about Robert Fitzpatrick, his ex-FBI agent who was going to be his star witness in Bulger's defense. But Brennan couldn't be bothered to do any research on the ancient drunkard. He was a pathological liar. After his sworn testimony, Fitzpatrick was convicted of 6 counts of perjury. You'd think Brennan would have learned something from the Fitzpatrick fiasco. God knows in that same trial, Steve Flemmi, court's back.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the court?
My name is Zachary Clark. My last name is spelled C-L-A-R-K.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a sergeant with the state police, sir.
And how long in total have you worked for the Mass State Police?
Approximately 7 years.
And in what capacity do you currently work?
I currently work for the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
In the detective unit, is that correct?
That's correct.
And how long or when did you begin working with the Norfolk County SPDU?
February of 2023.
And you're a sergeant currently within the state police, is that correct?
That's correct.
And when you initially joined the Massachusetts State Police, did you undergo any training?
Yes, I did.
And can you please describe to the jury, generally speaking, what that training consisted of?
Yes. I attended the 83rd RTT, or Recruit Training Troop, with the state police, hosted in New Braintree. It's approximately 6 to 7 months in duration. It included criminal law, criminal procedure, motor vehicle law, defensive tactics, emergency vehicle operations, etc.
Now, when you initially joined the state police, where were you assigned?
I was originally assigned to the Police Sturbridge Barracks, or C5.
And how long were you at the Sturbridge Barracks at C5?
Approximately 2 years.
And where did you go from there?
From there, I transferred to the Crime Scene Services section in 2020, and I spent 3 years in that unit.
And what specialized training did you receive in relation to that work with the crime scene?
Is the audio better here on Lawn Crime? Is the audio better? See how did you notice how he said, I work for the Norfolk County DA's office? This is live, yes. This is I switched to Lawn Crime because the audio on Boston 10 was not good. Tell me if this is better.
Services section.
Upon entry to that unit, troopers assigned are put through an in-house training program hosted by the state police. It's the lion's share of a year. Begins with the history of the study of fingerprints, biology, morphology. It progresses to supervised casework, processing techniques, evidence collection, and culminates in a competency exam for any of the disciplines that the trooper is assigned.
Now, when you're working for the crime scene services section, how are assignments made typically within that unit?
Typically, troopers work on an on-call schedule. They're given advance notice, and they're on call for 24-hour periods. Most often, if a call is received or a request is made for crime scene services during that call period, the trooper assigned responds.
And sort of geographically, as far as the on-call trooper is concerned, how is that sort of divvied up?
So I was assigned to the Maynard Laboratory. The crime scene services section is organized by crime labs. Maynard encompasses a large area, upward of 50 cities and towns. Some of the more northern towns would be Lowell and Billerica, and it goes all the way down to Canton and Stoughton.
Billerica.
The
I know how
the
to
trooper
pronounce
on
it
call
now.
for that 24-hour period covers that entire region.
Now, sir, were you working with the State Police Crime Scene Services section on February 1st, 2022?
Yes, I was.
And where were you requested to go on that date?
I was requested to respond to the Canton Police Headquarters.
And approximately what time did you arrive at the Canton Police Department?
Approximately 9 in the morning.
And who did you meet upon your arrival there?
I was met by the requesting officer, Michael Proctor.
And what was the purpose, or what was described to you initially as the purpose of you responding to that location?
The request was made for me to assist in documenting a search warrant that was being executed on a vehicle housed at the police department.
And who do you recall being present during your time at the Canton Police Department and during that search warrant execution?
Trooper Proctor was present. There was a forensic scientist from the crime lab, Maureen Hartnett. There were various members of the Canton Police Department. There were members of the State Police Crash Reconstruction Section, Trooper Joe Paul, to name one. There were members of the Norfolk SPDU as well.
Joe Paul.
And if you know, in addition to Michael Proctor, how many other members of the Norfolk SPDU were present during the search warrant?
I'm aware of at least 3.
And what was it that you were asked to document at that location?
Namely, it was Karen Reed's vehicle.
And where was that vehicle located within the Canton Police Department?
It was in the garage bay.
Now, can you describe for the jury the process of your documentation or...
Okay, so the first time the car was looked at by Crime Scene Services was February 1st, the day that Karen Reed was arrested, 3 days later. So it was in the Sallyport for 3 days, surrounded by one piece of yellow crime scene tape. Anybody could have had access to it. Any hair could have been planted there. An apparent hair could have been planted there. Who knows? The solo cups were left unattended next to the vehicle with the blood samples in them. You can't make it up in the solo cups and Stop and Shop bags. This is February 1st of 2022.
memorialization of that vehicle that morning?
Yes. Typically, upon arrival, I would consult with the requesting officer to determine the scope of the search warrant. In that case, it was Michael Proctor. He described that the vehicle was being searched for a variety of things, to include biological evidence, communication devices, alcohol containers, receipts, infotainment center data, etc. He asked me to document the vehicle with digital photographs. I then consulted with the forensic scientist who was present as well to determine the order in which the vehicle would be documented and processed. I began by documenting the vehicle's exterior with photographs prior to any manipulation or movement, and then proceeded to document the interior and its contents.
Now, any items that were seized during the execution?
Right, exactly. Like this guy seems nice. I think he did testify at the first trial. I can't see, and John Monaco points it out, I can't see how this guy who didn't see the car until February 1st is going to be helpful. He's the guy who photographed it. I don't think he didn't do anything wrong. He's just there. He's doing his job. He's photographing the vehicle in the condition in which it was presented to him. So there doesn't need to be hundreds of people involved in any conspiracy here. Just a couple of people who might want to save their family, maybe if there was a conspiracy at all or cover up.
Execution of that search warrant, how were they photographed prior to being seized?
They're photographed in place prior to being moved.
Now, what kind of instruments or tools do you use typically while photographing items for crime scene services?
The main piece of equipment we would use is a digital camera. We wear protective equipment, namely gloves and a mask typically, often a scale, so that the images can be calibrated to true size upon examination later.
He knows how to do it.
Sometimes placards or ruler tape replaced on items of interest or items that will be collected.
Now, on this occasion, you mentioned MAUREEN HARTNETT from the crime lab was present there as well.
That's correct, sir.
And what did you observe her doing as far as any sort of documentation with relation to certain things or items or areas of the vehicle?
My recollection is that she was chiefly concerned with the exterior of the vehicle, namely the rear right corner, and she was looking for DNA and trace evidence, I believe.
And as far as, was there any delineation that you saw her place on the vehicle with respect to certain areas of the vehicle?
Yes, she marked various locations on the vehicle with ruler tape.
And is that something that you would photograph both prior to and afterward when she would place those stickers or labels on the vehicle?
The area would be documented during my overall photographs prior to her placing any placards or ruler tape. And then once those placards are placed, they would be photographed again.
Now, in addition to the photographs, what else did you do with respect to the vehicle?
I was also asked to process the front right passenger compartment of the vehicle for friction ridge impressions.
Friction ridge impressions.
A friction ridge impression is it's a replica or an impression of the friction ridge skin on the hands or the feet. Friction ridge skin is an evolutionary adaptation on human beings that allow for better grasp of objects. What makes it unique and significant to policing is that that friction ridge skin has unique patterns. They're formed through ridges and furrows or hills and valleys.
Furrows.
And they're unique to every individual. In the hundreds of years that fingerprints have been studied, no two individuals have ever been determined to have the same fingerprints. Analysts are trained to examine these patterns, more importantly, the individual ridge events, and conduct examinations that can lead to identifications or exclusions.
Now, just briefly, can you describe for the jury that process of how you do that?
I would document the vehicle with photographs first, and then determine what medium would be used to process the vehicle. In this case, white fingerprint powder was selected. The particular area processed was relatively small. It was the front passenger compartment, interior and exterior. I focused on surfaces that were more conducive to friction ridge impressions. Certain surfaces are far more conducive than others. Typically, non-porous surfaces like glass, polished metal, dash surface.
I don't remember any of this dusting for fingerprints testimony in the first trial. Did I fall asleep that day? Nobody's denying that John O'Keefe was in the car. He was in the car all the time. They lived together. Of course they were on her SUV. I don't remember this. He's Crime Scene Services. He was the one who should have been called out to 34 Fairview on the night of January 29th to look for evidence outside in the snow. It shouldn't have been the CERT team. It should have been him. He would have known what he was doing and he would have done it properly. I don't remember this testimony from the first trial. Right. It's fingerprints, but he calls it finger ridge impressions. I would love, Ed, if you're here, to tell me what you think about this guy. It sounds to me like he knows what he's talking about. And he seems like he wants to be honest. So I'm going to give him a fair shot.
Surfaces are better for impressions, more likely to yield impressions than porous surfaces, which is items like paper or unfinished wood. The area was processed with white fingerprint powder, examined, and no impressions of value were determined to be present.
Didn't find any
Just
fingerprints.
briefly, Trooper Clark, when you say no impressions of value were determined, can you explain to the jury a little more, expound upon what that means?
Analysts are trained to determine during the analysis phase if an impression is of value for comparison. What that means is whether or not the impression, if any, has enough quantitative and qualitative detail where it could be compared to a known impression or an exemplar and make a finding. In this case, there were no usable impressions.
Now, upon that initial...
No usable fingerprints at all on the inside compartment passenger side of her. Did somebody wipe it down? Was somebody else sitting in there and they wiped down? How could there be no... The kids were in that car all the time. Anybody have kids? Sit in the front seat. They're touching everything all the time. Handprints on the windows, feet up on the thing. Like, how could there be no fingerprints? That's virtually impossible to me, especially when there's children in that car all the time. They showed ring camera footage of Karen driving the kids around and the kids getting out of the car. That seems really strange to me. Okay.
Documenting of the vehicle, were you asked to go anywhere else?
Yes, I was also requested to respond to 34 Fairview Road in Canton and take overall photographs of a scene.
And when you say overall photographs, can you describe to the jury what your understanding of that term is?
Overall photographs are essentially just like they sound. They're typically taken from a distance. They're not examination level photographs. They're general area photographs. This particular case, it was an outdoor scene. I was directed where to focus my attention, and I took a series of photographs of that area.
Now, did anyone go with you there?
Not that I recall.
And when you say your area, your attention was directed to certain areas, where was your attention focused?
The requesting officer explained that upon my arrival, I would see an area in the front lawn or close to the street at that address where a significant amount of snow had been partially cleared away near a flagpole. He asked that I take overall photographs of that area, given the lighting was preferable, and to focus on the front of the residence, that cleared area, and the street around it.
Sorry. How come he didn't find any pieces of tail light? How come he didn't find it? We listened to how many days the tail light was found after he's there on February. Did he say February 1st he went there to 34 Fairview to take photos and he doesn't find any giant pieces of tail light or see any? That is also sus to me. Is this the same day? Is this still February 1st? I'll rewind if I have to, but hang on. He's Crime Scene Services. His job is to look for evidence. Why didn't he see any?
Photographs, can you describe to the jury what you're understanding to go anywhere? Now, upon that initial documenting of the vehicle, were you asked to go anywhere else?
Yes, I was also requested to respond to 34 Fairview Road in Canton.
What day?
And take overall photographs of a scene.
And when you say overall photographs, can you describe to the jury what your understanding of that term is?
Overall photographs are essentially just like they sound. They're typically taken from a distance. They're not examination level photographs. They're general area photographs. This particular case, it was an outdoor scene. I was directed where to focus my attention, and I took a series of photographs of that area.
They told him where to
Did
take
anyone
pictures.
go with you there?
Not that I recall.
And when you say your area, your attention was directed to certain areas, where was your attention focused?
The requesting officer explained that upon my arrival, I would see an area in the front lawn or close to the street at that address where a significant amount of snow had been partially cleared away near a flagpole. He asked that I take overall photographs of that area, given the lighting was preferable, and to focus on the front of the residence, that cleared area, and the street around it.
Who sent him there? He said he just said somebody sent him there. What officer sent him? Yeah, that's what I want to know.
And Trooper Clark, what do you recall in reference to the snow accumulation on the area of the lawn near the flagpole at 34 Fairview Road on that date of February 1st?
My recollection is that there was a significant amount of snow present. Snow banks were apparent from what I presume to be plowing. There was an area that did appear to be cleared and heavily trodden by footwear and tires. Still, even in that area, there was a significant amount of snow with certain spots of grass showing.
Trodden trails
Now,
for a
while you were
long,
there, sir,
long
did you or
time.
anyone else do any sort of excavation of that front lawn area?
Excavation.
No.
Now, following that, where did you go?
I returned to the Canton Police Department.
And why did you return to the Canton Police Department at that point?
I had finished my assignment with 34 Fairview, and I was asked to return. I believe the forensic scientist was continuing to process the vehicle. At that time, I would re-encounter her and determine if there was any additional photographs required.
Now, in addition to the photographs that you took initially at the Canton Police Department, what else did you memorialize with reference to the vehicle that day?
They took general photographs of the vehicle, the contents. At one point, a bag was presented to me with evidence by one of the Canton officers.
A Stop and Shop bag?
Let me ask it this way, sir. At some point, you mentioned there was a reconstruction trooper who was present at the Canton Police Department, correct?
That's correct.
And so what, if anything, did you document with respect to that reconstruction trooper outside of the Canton Police Department?
Trooper Joe Paul asked while I was there to document a series of brake and acceleration tests with digital video that he was performing with the same vehicle. I was also asked to take photographs and video of the vehicle's backup warning system, which was activated as they performed some tests.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Who do you think will do the cross? When you hear an objection,
Dr. Clark,
we'll know.
Yes. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
And what do you recognize that to be?
this is the crime scene photos.
And what's contained on that disc, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed both inside and outside the Canton Police Department with respect to Ms. Reed's vehicle, as well as the scene at 34 Fairview on February 1st?
I presume it is.
Your Honor, almost seek to introduce.
Wait, there it is. Lally's rocking the baby shark today. Baby shark, baby shark. Look at his hair. See, the little baby bubble bath, like when your little babies are in the bubble bath and they make a shark fin hairdo on top of their head. That is the choice that Lally decides to make. It's a choice. I'm not mocking his appearance because it is a choice that he makes every day to get the dippity do and put his hair into shark fin style.
It is next exhibit.
There it is. You missed it.
I'm assuming that that's all that's on the disc, and if that's the case, then we don't know.
Yannetti. King David for the
I
crown.
haven't seen that particular disc. We have received the photos in discovery. I'm not concerned about that.
All right, that'll come in.
King David for the cross.
Exhibit 133.
Yes, they pointed out to him where to take pictures. It was another scavenger hunt. Ready? You're going to go there. You're going to take
Yes.
photos by the flagpole.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if
That's
I could just publish a few of those photos of the jury.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, may I approach the witness
Yes.
just briefly?
Why is it that Lally's voice seems like a relief after all these days of hearing Brennan? Although it was like the Alan Jackson show for a couple days. That was good.
Do you recognize what's depicted in each of those three photographs?
Oh, they're saying the Commonwealth did not call the nephew. So it was only the niece? Okay. Good. I'm glad about that. But still, I don't think she should have to get up there and do that because she's the one who's a plaintiff in the wrongful death suit against Karen for intentional infliction of emotional distress. So that makes me sad too.
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize depicted in each of those three photographs in general?
I would describe these as mid-range and a close-up photograph of the vehicle's dash area.
And Your Honor, separately, may I Commonwealth seek to introduce and admit as the next three exhibits?
All right, but I'd like to do it as one exhibit.
ABC?
Please, yes.
She's not being very nice to Lally. I can't wait to see Emily's Lally diary entry today.
It's 134A through 134C.
Thank you.
And my apologies, Your Honor. With the court's permission, may I now publish some of those photos?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank
Ms.
you,
Gilman,
Midnight
if I could
Mike.
have photograph 2616.
Midnight Mike gifted 5 memberships. He's the greatest. Thanks, Midnight.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to zoom in on the steering wheel just above the L for the Lexus sign. And Sergeant Clark, do you see what's depicted up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And from this photograph, just above the steering wheel on the right-hand side, what do you observe there?
Vehicle's odometer reading.
And is that what the odometer read as far as when you took this photograph outside of the Canton Police Station on February 1st?
Yes, it is.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2617.
Said 12,600 and something miles.
And again, Ms. Gilman, if you could just zoom in a little on the center of that photograph. And again, Sergeant, if you could describe for the jury what we're looking at in this photograph.
This is a mid-range photograph of the vehicle's display screen, the center console, with the what I would describe as the backup warning system activated as the vehicle approaches a pedestrian.
And lastly, Ms. Gilman, the next photograph, which is 2618. And again, Sergeant, what are we looking at in this photograph?
More or less the same as the last photograph, sir.
Closer up image than the prior photograph, is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. I have nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
Oh, King David will take the throne right now. Yes. Looking sharp today, King David. All hail, King David.
Good morning, Trooper.
Good morning, sir.
Your earliest involvement in this case was on February 1st of 2022.
That's correct.
You ended up, and by the way, at that time, you were a trooper assigned to the Crime Scene Services section,
That's correct.
and that was in which town in Massachusetts?
Where I was assigned, sir?
Yes,
Maynard.
Maynard, okay. About a year later, you actually joined the Norfolk CPAC unit or the Norfolk Detectives Unit, correct?
That's correct.
And when you joined the Norfolk CPAC unit, Lieutenant Brian Tully was the supervisor of that unit, was he not?
Yes, he was.
Tully. Here comes
You are
Tully.
still with that unit, correct?
That's correct.
So you've been there for approximately 2 years, a little bit more than 2 years.
That's correct.
And so you were there when Lieutenant Tully was removed as the supervisor of that unit, correct?
That's sustained, and folks are to disregard that.
Oh.
I'm going to request an instruction.
Jurors, pay no attention to that question or answer. That is not properly before you with this witness.
Is Lieutenant Tully still the supervisor of that unit?
Yes.
I'm going to see you at Sidebar for just a minute, please.
Oh, Tully got removed as being the supervisor of that CPAC unit. And wow, just wow. It's already starting. We've been saying throughout this trial, Tully has had his hands in everything. and something happened, and he's no longer the supervisor, and the judge doesn't want the world or the jury or you to know about it.
Okay, so going back to February 1st of 2022, you learned that Michael Proctor had called your unit, resulting in your involvement in this case on that date, correct?
That's right.
And Michael Proctor had requested that you go to the Canton Police Station?
That's correct.
At the time, were you aware that
Proctor.
the Canton Police Station, or the Canton Police Department, I should say, had a conflict of interest with this investigation?
Objection.
Rephrase it. Rephrase it.
Well, were you aware when you were called out on this case that John O'Keefe had been found mortally wounded on Brian Albert's lawn?
Yes.
I was advised of that fact upon my arrival.
Okay. And you were you advised of the fact that Brian Albert's brother was a Canton police detective?
I did not know that.
All right.
Oh.
Still, it was the Canton Police Station and not a state police barracks where Michael Proctor instructed you to go, correct?
That's right.
Was he there before you, or did you arrive there before him?
He was there before me.
When you got there, where did you see Michael Proctor within the Canton Police Department?
Inside the garage bay.
And is that also called a sally port?
Yes.
And when you got there, was Michael Proctor the one to direct you to the Lexus SUV?
Yes.
And when you got there on February 1st, that was the first time that you laid eyes on that vehicle, correct?
Yes, it is.
There was no other investigator from the State Police Detectives Unit or the CPAC unit there with the Lexus SUV except for Michael Proctor, correct?
There were other investigators from the Norfolk District Attorney's Office present that morning.
In any case, you had no personal knowledge prior to your arrival of how long Michael Proctor had been with that SUV before you got there, correct?
That's right.
You have no personal knowledge about whether anyone was monitoring Michael Proctor while he was near the vehicle before you got there.
That's correct.
And before you got there, you had no idea how much access Michael Proctor had to that vehicle, right?
Correct.
Your assignment was to take photographs and to process the passenger's compartment in particular for fingerprints.
Correct.
And you did that.
Yes, I did.
Bless you.
Bless you.
About a
Bless
year
someone.
and a half after that, on July 18th of 2023, you participated in this investigation again, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And that was because, in part, you had now joined the Norfolk CPAC unit, correct?
Correct.
And you participated in an interview of Colin Albert at the Norfolk DA's office, right?
That's right.
You knew at the time that Colin Albert was the nephew of the homeowner, Brian Albert?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Did you know that at the time?
Could you rephrase the question?
Sure. At the time that you were called in for this interview and told that you would be participating in an interview of Colin Albert, you knew that he was Brian Albert's nephew, correct?
I was advised that prior to the interview, yes.
You conducted that interview along with Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
At the time, Michael Proctor was a state trooper in that unit, correct?
Yes, he was.
And you knew he was also the lead investigator on the case, correct?
He was the case officer, yes.
Why was he involved in an interviewing Colin? I thought he's crime scene services. Did I miss something? I'll take it back a question.
And told
I'll allow that. Did you know that at the time?
of Colin Albert at the Norfolk. You had now joined the Norfolk CPAC unit, correct?
Oh.
Correct.
And you participated in an interview of Colin Albert at the Norfolk DA's office, right?
That's right.
You knew at the time that Colin Albert was the nephew of the homeowner, Brian Albert?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Did you know that at the time?
Could you rephrase the question?
Sure. At the time that you were called in for this interview and told that you would be participating in an interview of Colin Albert, you knew that he was Brian Albert's nephew, correct?
I was advised that prior to the interview, yes.
You conducted that interview along with Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
At the time, Michael Proctor was a state trooper in that unit, correct?
Yes, he was.
And you knew he was also the lead investigator on the case, correct?
He was the case officer, yes.
At the time of that interview on July 18th, before you began questioning of Colin Albert, had Michael Proctor revealed to you his connections with the Albert family? Approach?
Yeah, it's very relevant because it goes to bias. I'm sorry, what?
Did Michael Proctor...
Wait a second.
Approach?
Go on to the next area and see if you can come back.
Go on to the next area. You can come back to this. I'm sorry, Your Honor. Am I the trial lawyer trying this case? Or am I annoying you with my request for sidebars because you don't allow us to discuss anything in open court? The question was, did Michael Proctor reveal to you his personal connection with the Alberts? Go on to your next area. You can come back to this. Okay.
Did Michael Proctor reveal to you that he and Kevin Albert had socialized together by drinking alcohol in his cruiser?
Sustained injuries. I'm going to ask you to strike that question. Disregard.
I need to be heard at sidebar.
Yes, he does.
I will hear you.
I will hear you. Oh, thank you, Judge, for your grace. And you're agreeing to give my client somewhat of a fair trial in front of the jury. But your annoyance and your clear disdain for me asking for a sidebar is a big problem for me. Because here's the thing, guys. They didn't interview Colin Albert until some, 18 months later when it was found out that he was in the house. Because everyone kept his name out of everything. Every police report, nobody ever mentioned he was in the house. So by the time this young man, Trooper Zachary Clark, who seems like he's now a sergeant, I guess he got a promotion too, was transferred over to the CPAC unit. Kevin Albert and Michael Proctor had done their dirty stay out on the Cape when they were allegedly looking at a cold case and they got hammered in a police vehicle. And that's when Kevin Albert was like, dude, where's my gun? I lost my gun. Do you have your gun? My gun in your vehicle? I lost my gun and badge. Oh, we're not watching any commercials from Law and Crime. So it was after that they interviewed Colin Albert. And so it was after that Zachary Clark was involved in this interview because now he's not in crime scene services anymore. He's in CPAC. And it is absolutely 100% relevant whether or not he knew that Kevin Albert and Michael Proctor had been out getting so hammered on the Cape that he lost his badge and gun. Okay? But now they got to be heard at sidebar. And while we do that, see if I can find any information on the testimony of the minors. This is why I don't like watching this channel, because I don't need an advertisement from Morgan & Morgan with their QR code, but their volume happens to be much better than our other options at this time. Breaking news, Colin has been rehomed. Well done to you. Well done to you. They're still at sidebar. Here's the only information so far that we can find, and it's by a source that I don't like to mention, but I'm going to read to you the alleged summary of the nieces. Oh, Ted Daniel, thank you. That's a much better source than this one. I appreciate you so much. I will read to you Ted Daniel's tweet regarding niece's testimony, because we never have dead air here. We are always talking or showing some sort of media when my voice needs a rest. Okay, Ted Daniel says, testimony of John O'Keefe's niece is complete and media restrictions lifted. The prosecution did not call the nephew this time. Niece testified that Karen and John O'Keefe's relationship deteriorated after New Year's Aruba trip. I remember hearing John say the relationship was good, but it had run its course. She was very upset by it. These are quotes, so I guess she's referring to Karen. She was very upset by it. She was yelling louder than JJ. Denise said that Karen woke her up at 4:30 a.m. on January 29th. Quote, the defendant came into my room. She told me my uncle never came home. Really? They have Kaylee saying the defendant? Really? Well done, Commonwealth. Well done. Quote, she was very frantic. Quote, the defendant was asking what could have happened and asking, could I have done something? Got hit by a plow. Later that same day at One Meadows, she, Karen, just said to myself and my grandfather that she thought she was living in a nightmare. Wouldn't anyone say that? On cross, niece told David Yannetti Karen watched her play sports, took her to visit a private school, and helped her plan her birthday in 2021. David, Karen would help you with school projects? Niece, a couple of them, maybe, yeah. And that was it. That was it. So he did cross. David and I did cross. Only 2 questions. Maybe 3. Karen watched her play sports, took her to visit a private school. What was the name of the private school? Bishop Fian? Because you remember, Mike Camerano testified that John and he were going out to celebrate the fact that both of their daughters were admitted to Bishop Fian, which is apparently a very highly regarded Catholic high school in the area. And they had both been admitted and they went out to celebrate. And after John's murder, the niece did not go to Bishop Fian High School, apparently, according to reports. Jennifer McCabe wanted to keep her at Canton High. And so she is. Or went to Canton High, I believe. We're still waiting to see if David Yannetti is going to be able to get into Michael Proctor's relationship with the Albert family and his dirty stay out with Kevin Albert, where he lost his gun and badge and told Michael Proctor, because Proctor said, dude, I only found your badge. It was in my center console. And then Kevin Albert said, oh, could you just drop it off in my mailbox? So apparently Proctor knew where Kevin Albert lived anyway. Hey, Mike, I think War of My Life by John Mayer is on the list, but if it's not, I'll put it on there because you know how much I love John Mayer. iPhone uses something and make Safari request desktop site. Thank you. I think you were trying to help somebody figure out how to join. Jeff Burdick says, as a person that installs video surveillance systems, I would be embarrassed if that was my install. Worst video I've ever seen. Intentionally bad. Well, much of it may have been doctored, proctored, or Colleen Crawford because there's no metadata. And the judge doesn't seem to think that metadata is important. Does not go to the admissibility of the evidence, only the weight of the evidence. And I submit to you, my friends, that the cross-examination of Colleen Crawford or direct examination, depending on who calls her, is going to be the most fiery part of this case. Because as I found, doing a little sleuthing of my own, that's why I call me Alice sometimes, because I fall into these rabbit holes that I can't get out of. Where's Alice? Here's Alice. There's Alice right above my head. There was a case in 2015. There was a murder in a Quincy sports bar. It had a hockey type name. I can't remember exactly the name of the bar. A man named Keith Boudreau was beaten and stomped to death by a man named Paul Fahey with his steel toe boots. And there were many witnesses in the bar. And in fact, the owner of the bar was so afraid of this man, Paul Fahey, who committed this alleged murder, that he helped him drag the body out into the back alley, and they made up a story about something happening in the back alley. Well, there was a civil suit arising from the death of Keith Boudreau, as often happens, and Paul Fahey was representing himself from inside prison. And Paul Fahey made a motion for original video surveillance footage of what happened in that bar because the entire video surveillance system was seized by Trooper Fanning and Colleen Crawford and taken out. And there were some allegations that the surveillance video footage from the bar may have been tampered with. So it goes all the way back to maybe 2015 or 2016. Can't remember the exact years. I'm summarizing right now, but we looked at those actual court papers and it was in there. And there were also some filings in the, I don't know what they call their division of corporations in Massachusetts, but Trooper Fanning and Colleen Crawford owned at least one or two businesses together that involved video editing, I believe. And one of those businesses was dissolved, I think, right after Karen's arraignment, coincidentally, or maybe not so much, right? So there's that. I can't put Alice on top of anything because the way StreamYard works is that it's a stagnant thing behind me. Like I can't move things around to put them on top of other things. It's not very user-friendly, but they doubled the price and sold it. It's now an international company. So there's that. There's not a lot of streaming options for streamers. There's like OBS, but I am not technologically advanced enough to know how to use it. So thank you, Jeff, for pointing me in the direction of the doctored, proctored Crawford video from the murder of Keith Boudreau. They took the whole entire system right out of there. Ed Wallace is pointing out that in New York City, no metadata. They don't have metadata. It doesn't come in as evidence. Thanks, Ed, for validating me, because often I think I'm being intentionally gaslighted or gaslit when I'm watching this case. Chloe Alberts Revenge. The federal court is adjacent to 60 Center, the white courthouse with the columns that's always on Law and Order. That is 60 Center. Yes. The Law and Order courthouse is 60 Center Street. That is civil court. 100 is not in 100. It's behind 60 Center where Senator Menendez was. Okay. The one that Daniel Penny was I think 100. The one that's to the left of 60 Center. I don't know. No need to fight about it, but I'll take your 10. Thank you. Heather, I forgot from last year, how soon after the kids' testimonies do we know what was said? Well, I just read it to you, so it was pretty quick. I'm a little behind on the super chats, as you can see. Becky, Karen's dad, her brother, John, the two kids, Carrie, Jen, none of them prints were in or on the car. And it didn't snow in the car. The car traveled miles in a snowstorm on the back of a town truck. Yeah. That's right. Karen was in the passenger seat. You're right. When Jen was driving her car back to One Meadows. And, but apparently this trooper, Zachary Clark, he was a trooper at the time. He was Crime Scene Services. He had a very limited job, and his limited job was just look for fingerprints in the passenger side of the vehicle. That's all we know so far. Chloe Albert's Revenge. Remember, Trooper Paul said he based his crayon drawings and his book report on miles per hour and stuff. This must be the stuff. Yeah, the stuff inside the car, the mileage, other things and stuff such as like that. The way evidence reveals itself in the magical mystery Sally Port and the crime scene speaks to them. It's funny because last trial, the crime scene spoke to Trooper Paul, and this trial, the crime scene spoke to Yuri Buchanek. It's like they keep using the same lines over and over again because they liked their script so much the first time that now they're just giving different players different parts, I guess. Everyone gets a chance. It's like a Ryan Murphy series. Sarah Paulson will play a different character in every single one, but she's always in it. June Rivers, so glad someone else knows Dippity Doo. Oh yeah, Dippity Doo. We had actually we did a poll one day on what kind of hair product he uses to make the shark fin. I think Dippity Doo was the winner. Farmer White here says no gloves. Archer is back. By the way, great recommendation on that movie Nona's. I'm bringing my wife on a date there. It's Friday. Bringing my wife on a date there this Friday. Is that restaurant still in business? In Staten Island, it's still a real, I don't know what the real name of it is, but in the movie, it's called Enoteca Maria. Also, my buddy Chris thinks you are beautiful, but he is too shy to say, oh, thanks, Chris. I'll take it. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Yeah, so anyone who hasn't seen it, I highly recommend the movie Nona's, Nonnas. It's on Netflix. It is Vince Vaughn. It is Susan Sarandon, who, by the way, is 78 years old, and she's hot as hell. Brenda Vaccaro, Lorraine Bracco, Talia Shire from Rocky, and Linda Cardellini, and it's about a guy, Vince Vaughn, whose mom dies, and he really misses her and her cooking, and his Nona's cooking, and Nona is grandma in Italian, so he opens a restaurant in Staten Island, and he names it after his mom, and he hires grandmas to come and work in the kitchen to be the chefs to make their favorite recipes. And thank you, Arthur. And hey, Chris, I'll take the compliment, even though you're too shy to say it. You know who's not shy? Higgy. Higgy's got no game. Here's Microdots. Thank you. Microdots is here. Shout out to Richie for all of the amazing work that you have been doing to shine a light on this horrific injustice happening in Norfolk County, Massachusetts, and for the cleaned up videos of what was going on inside the waterfall that now the jury and the world is able to see. Oh, so it is. Oh, Sweetie No says Enoteca Maria is the name of the Nona's restaurant in Staten Island. That's amazing. I hope they get lots of business. I hope everyone goes there. And I hope they still have real life Nonas in the kitchen. Did anybody watch The Bear? Because that was another great series. If anyone ever worked in a restaurant, The Bear is like PTSD for anyone who's ever worked in a kitchen, right? Sometimes we have to divert the conversation to other things because I'm glad, Arthur, I'm glad that you liked my recommendation because otherwise we're just going to be yelling all the time and my voice can't take it anymore. Really, I'm going to need like a vocal cord transplant by the time this is over. Nixon says Tully was removed after it came out he lied about searching Aiden's phone and extracted it before they had the warrant. Oh, yes. Tully, my friends, is also heavily involved in the conspiracy to indict and jail Aiden Carney, aka Turtle Boy. Tully is in a text message chain with mafia masshole, not so confidential informant Kate Peter, who apparently brags to everyone that she works for the Commonwealth. Tully is in a text chain with Kate Peter and Ken Mello, who's this special persecutor assigned to persecute Aiden Carney, and Lindsay Gattani, who was the other alleged victim of Aiden Carney, but those charges may or may not have been dropped. But anyway, the four of them were all texting to get Aiden Carney over to Lindsay's apartment. She's in the bathroom texting all of them. It's insane. It's still pending. We don't know what's going to go on there. But as a result of this, all of those text messages became discoverable. And so I can't wait to see if Karen Reed's defense team has some of these messages between Tully and Mello and Kate Peter. And it's just going to keep getting more and more interesting. Thank you, Nixon, for reminding me of that. The twisted family roots. The roots of the family tree in Canton are very, very deep and twisted. Let's just put it that way. And thank you, Richie, for saying that he loves me. I appreciate that. I did get a chance to meet Richie at the fundraiser, and he's really super tall, super good looking, and what an amazing guy he is. So just putting it out there. I mean, he's young, but you guys would like him is what I'm saying. He doesn't really show his face often, but he should. Just like Joe Flipperhead should, because, we're here for it. Grifting Gamer says, I'm a cop. This entire case is obviously a frame job. Thank you. Nobody hates a bad cop more than a good cop. Am I right? Am I right? Marilyn said, I did not miss all of Lally's objections. Well, here we are again at a wicked long sidebar, a wicked long one. It's only 11:30, so it's not quite time for lunch yet. And I'm going to imagine they took their morning break before they turned the cameras back on. Hopefully we'll get to go through until lunch. Thank you, Edmund, for telling everyone to hit the like button. Oh, look at all my Southern California friends. I love that for us. I think Richie did know John O'Keefe. I think Richie was friends with John O'Keefe, right? If I'm not mistaken, you can correct me, chat, if I'm wrong. Somebody asked in the chat. So I know people come in and out of chats, and he might not be here anymore. Whitney, welcome. Thanks for becoming a member. Mickey says, if I'm a juror, I'm clearly thinking, I'm thinking Bev clearly doesn't like the defense. Yeah, it's pretty obvious, right? I mean, we're used to it.
Hey there, Karen Reed.
No.
Sorry,
Jesse.
It's unfortunately very unpredictable.
Hold on. I got to mute him because I'm not here for their commercials. This is why we like to use Boston 10. However, their sound is really off today. It's not good at all. Not good at all. And Mange, why can't they get that drunk night with the gun and badge? It came in last trial. Well, I think the only question he asked was, were you aware that Proctor had been out drinking with Kevin Albert. He just wants to know if he was aware of it and his relationship with him, that they were such good buddies that they were out drinking. And was it in the last trial? Or did that surface? No, I can't recall because now I'm like conflating. All right, don't buffer on me. It's like I want to watch that about as much as I want to watch Big Case Mike. Remember Big Case Mike and what he said about Karen Reed on Court TV? I hate that woman. I really hate that. I detest that woman. Big Case Mike's hatred for Karen Reed was so palpable. It was disgusting. Oh, yes, it was in the first trial. They talked about it. What witness? It came in through Proctor, though. That's the thing. So, being that they may not call Proctor, we don't know. Big Case might, yeah, totally gross. Yeah, it was Proctor that talked about it. Thank you. We're so collaborative here. And although I know nearly every single detail about this case, sometimes I just can't think straight because this case will do that to you. It'll gaslight you into a really, really odd frame of being and frame of mind, and you lose sleep over it. Bookings Valdora Hall, thanks for becoming a member, as did Quizzical Girl. Thank you. Juniverse, also John Mayer, Give Me My Badge and Gun. I think that's the one I put on the playlist the other day. It's from his like country album, right? And it's got him with like this big Mexican style blanket poncho on. I wasn't really a fan of that whole album, to be honest with you. I like John Mayer with the Dead and Company. Not so great. That wasn't a great album for me. And I also like the John Mayer Trio, which if you have not heard the John Mayer Trio, it is fire. There's like a live album from, I don't even know how long ago, with like Dino Palladino plays with him. It's fire. I love the John Mayer Trio. Ipsy Dixits, Kryptonite, Three Doors Down, and Call of Confusion. Thank you very much. We have Land of Confusion on here, I think. 2 different versions. We've got the Genesis version and the Disturbed version. Kryptonite, not sure. Usually it's something that we're thinking about and then we put it on at the time. There's got to be some sort of like nexus to what we're talking about. Dark Star Orchestra, says Russo. Yep, seen them many, many times. Many, many, many times. I love a good DSO show. Scooter 54, your cover of the trial has been outstanding in every aspect. Oh, thank you, Scooter. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for your 10 and for your compliments. How's it going to be there? How's it going to be? 3-eye blind. I'm picking up what you're laying down. I know. Autocorrect is a bitch. Ooh, sorry. And so am I. How's it going to be by 3rd Eye Blind? I like that song a lot. Thank you. Edward Scissorhands has entered. If Massachusetts uses salts on the road when it's snowing, the taillight would have salt spots all over it. Yes, I believe that BN Trouble 31 did a video on that. You can go look for that later. Kathleen, playlist potential for Higgins, Stitched Up, John Mayer, and Herbie Hancock. Thank you. Skybell, the crystal ball speaks a novel. Mel, yeah, it does. We got the magic 8 ball here, just in case we're ever at a loss for like when we don't know the answer to a question, we ask the magic 8 ball, which they still make, and you can get one on Amazon too for yourself if you'd like one at home. Because the magic 8 ball, I mean, what's better than the magic 8 ball? Siobhan says they're really disassociating Pooper Proctor from this case. They really are. They really, 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 really are. Russo Esquire says Allman Brothers at Jones Beach. Yeah, those are the days, right? When the Allman Brothers were all around. I saw Bob Dylan at Jones Beach once. Remember when Jones Beach Theater had a moat around it? I mean, I'm really old, so I remember that. But Jones Beach Theater, it's an outdoor amphitheater here on Long Island, Scott. It had a moat around it. And it was very small, and they have since built it up, and it's really beautiful and really nice, and it's a great place for an outdoor show in the summertime, even if it rains. I don't care. I bring one of those disposable ponchos from 7-Eleven, and I've seen some of my most favorite shows at Jones Beach in the rain. In fact, one with my son when he was really young. We went to see The Counting Crows, and John Mayer opened for The Counting Crows, and he was a very, very young boy. John Mayer was, I forget what year it was. But I said to my son, I said, this kid's he's going to be good. He's good. He's going to be something. Sure enough, here we are today. And he was so nervous on stage, John Mayer, and he was so young, and he made really, really weird faces when he played the guitar. I remember that, right? You remember that Paris Ray and the Crush, right? What year was that? What year was that? I want to say 2001 or 2002. Yeah. Insane, right? And didn't we say it was pouring rain? We had our ponchos on. I'm like, this is the way it's done. We go to shows in the rain. We don't leave. We do it. And because of that, my kids not only are great at playing music, but they love music. And there's always a ticket. You got to take your kids to all the concerts that you can. Buy the tickets, my friends. Buy the tickets. Go to the things. Do the stuff. Make the memories. Memories are so much better than things and stuff. All right. Why the long sidebar? Because David Yannetti's trying to get into whether Trooper Connor Keefe knew. No, this is not Connor Keefe. It's Zachary Clark. Sorry, getting my young troopers mixed up. It happens. About whether he knew that Michael Proctor and Kevin Albert went out drinking. And Kevin Albert lost his badge and gun. They really are, Siobhan. They really are. Will Wallace, thanks for your 20. Good morning from San Francisco. Oh, look, I love how my West Coast people are watching. Boy, do I love the South Bay. If I could move to Palos Verdes or Hermosa, I would in a second. I would. I just might. You know, I can take my show on the road. I can go anywhere. I can work from anywhere. That is the beauty of what I do now. For so many years, I was nailed down to a law firm and I couldn't leave because I'm admitted to practice in New York. So I had to stay here, but I don't anymore. And so I'm so happy. Sending Melanie a matcha latte. Thank you. My girlfriend and I love following the coverage with you. Thank you. I appreciate you. Moment of Truth, Gangstar, parental advisory, explicit content recommended for playlist. First verse says it all. Thank you. I'll come back to that one later, as I do after the show, and go through all of these comments and add them to the playlist. Clamasu says we need a Melanie movie and series list. We could start on that. Yeah. Anybody watch Handmaid's Tale last night? I'm not going to, no spoilers in the chat, please. Serena's wedding happened last night. We're into it. I think there's only one more episode left, and that is the end of the series. And, oh, you're in Manhasset? Russo Esquire, you're in Manhasset? Man, oh, that's interesting. Do we have Trooper Paul to look forward to testify? I don't know if they're going to call him. They have an expert witness that is designed to have a completely different theory, maybe, of how the accident happened. So, no, I said theory. I said theory, not the other word. Stop glowing at me. Freaking me out. They have a new expert, Judd Welcher. He's going to come in and have a whole different reconstruction theory about how this happened. Maybe there will be no pirouette involved. I'm not sure. So yes, Handmaid's Tale. Anybody watching? All right. I think they're coming back now. Thank you, Glamousers. Maybe we'll get on that. Jury Duty on Amazon Prime. Another one of my favorite TV series that I recommend daily to you guys. And many of you have watched it. All right. I got to put the volume back on. Oh, the court was on a short break. Oh, for the love of the traveling Mary. Really? Why are you doing this to me? What did she just say? I'm going to see.
All right, so I'll see counsel at Sidebar.
Goes back in session immediately.
They took a break. Now they're at Sidebar. Let's see who we can spy in the courtroom today. Who's that guy? I thought it was Higgins, but it's not. I don't know, some big guy in a suit with a black tie. There's a lot of like senior personnel, courthouse personnel that come in and out during the trial. People often think they're FBI agents standing by the door because sometimes they have pins on their lapel, but no, I don't think they are. Oh, is that Grant with the headphones on? Did he put a piece of paper on the outside of his laptop so that nobody can see his sticker collection? So that nobody can see his sticker collection. Oh, for the love of the traveling. Is that him? He's got a paper because people were making fun of his sticker collection on the outside of his laptop because he's a grown man. And yeah, that's him. He's the one who started the rumor about me going to Cancun with Alan Jackson. He actually asked Alan Jackson that during the last trial on the courthouse steps. Did you have fun in Cancun with Melanie Little? And chased after him again and asked it again. And he was very proud of that questioning. He had one of the greatest trial lawyers of our time in front of him, and that's what he chose to ask him. And I don't think Alan Jackson even knew who I was at the time, but it was funny, and I made merch. And there's that. Tequila is now my social lubricant. Says, I watched Nona's. I'm 80% Italian, 20% French. I was so jealous watching them throw together an Italian meal. I cried. I was also in the restaurant business for 20 years. Well, you know what? part of my heritage is also Italian. And I did have a great Aunt Mary, by the way, and she did make gravy, and we call it gravy. Red sauce is gravy. Fight me. She put pinoli nuts in her meatballs, and she was cooking every single day. And her gravy meat is to this day one of our traditional Christmas dishes. And so it was great. I thought it was great too. Thank you, Just Irish, for acknowledging my amazing coverage by hitting the like button, because it's a nice thing to do when you come into someone's house. You hit the like button. Oh yeah, we need to do better. We got over 20,000 watching, and we're not even at 50% on the likes. So come on, you guys, please hit the subscribe button too. It's free. Because don't you want to chat with the Snark Tank? It is fun. Thank you, Just Irish. Sidebar Buffs and Rams fans. Go Buffs. Jamie Lynn Siegler as Karen in the movie. Perfect. Oh, how old is Jamie Lynn? We need someone in like early to mid 40s. Madeline Wags. Can the defense have Proctor read his gross texts and the ones showing he was friends with the Alberts if they call him? Yes. They can.
Counsel. Exhibit II for ID.
All right, so the jury's coming in now. So we got that going for us. Yes, Madeline, they can. Trooper Clark was also on the Sandra Birchmore case. Thank you, Nico 2020. Somebody asked if I'm still covering Sandra Birchmore. I absolutely am. The thing is, they keep adjourning Farwell's federal conferences, so there's nothing really right now. I don't think there's been any more filings, but I do have a playlist on Sandra Birchmore that is at least 4 or 5 videos. So if you're not familiar with Sandra Birchmore case, please go back and watch that playlist. It just shows what's going on. That also happened in Canton. They quickly ruled it a suicide. She was murdered by the father of her unborn baby, Matthew Farwell.
Sergeant Clark, please.
Sergeant Clark coming back. Thank you, Kathleen. Stitched up. John Mayer. Oh, I did that already. Thanks, Kathleen. King David is on cross with Trooper Zachary Clark, who was with Crime Scene Services. Then he switched over to CPAC. He did the interview with Colin Albert with Proctor. Buckle up, buttercups.
Sir, when you went with Michael Proctor to interview Colin Albert, you knew that the case originated on January 29th of 2022?
I was aware of that.
And the date that you conducted that interview was July 18th of 2023?
That's correct.
Did you ever ask Michael Proctor why he waited a year and a half to interview Colin Albert?
A year and a half.
I did not.
Once that interview was concluded, one of the two of you had to write a report to document what Colin Albert had told you, correct?
That's correct.
And Michael Proctor, as the lead investigator, was the one to write the report, correct?
Michael Proctor wrote that report.
You did not write it.
Correct.
He chose the language to use in that report, correct?
Correct.
And you weren't standing over him while he was typing it up, correct?
Correct.
I think he
And
types.
he wrote that report to his supervisor without running every word by you, correct?
That's correct.
Did you ever review that report to check whether it was accurate?
Not before it was published.
Published.
And the only other thing I have for you, sir, is you were called to photograph evidence on February 1st. Were you ever asked to go to 34 Fairview Road on February 8th to photograph and document evidence supposedly found on that day?
No, I was not.
Were you ever asked to go to 34 Fairview Road to document any evidence on February 10th?
Mm-hmm.
No, I wasn't.
How about February 11th?
No, sir.
And then on February 18th, nearly 3 weeks after January 29th, did anybody contact you to ask you to come out and photograph and document evidence that was supposedly found 3 weeks later?
Ask it differently, Mr.
Yes.
Yannetti.
Supposedly found.
Were you called out to 34 Fairview Road on February 18th of 2022 to photograph and document anything?
February 1st was the only date I was called to 34 Fairview, sir.
So the answer to my question is no, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you, sir.
Those are
Any
all.
follow-up, Mr. Lally?
No redirect.
Sorry?
No redirect.
Okay. All right, you're all set.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're
Thank you,
all
folks.
set.
Next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth called Evan Brent to the stand.
Okay.
Okay, so those were all the days that the pieces of taillight were found by Proctor, BUKHENIK, and Sergeant, whatever the hell his name was, Berkowitz, Chief Berkowitz. They never called this young man to come down and take the crime scene photos. I assume that if he was with Crime Scene Services, he's a forensically trained photographer. But he was never called on those days. No, they just picked up the pieces, put them in their pockets. Didn't photograph him either. And here we are. But we're going to get more Lally now.
Good morning.
Good morning.
No proper procedures were followed, but
All right, go right ahead,
don't
Mr.
worry about
Lally.
it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
My name is Evan Brent, B-R-E-N-T.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I work for the Massachusetts State Police
And how long have you been a trooper with the Massachusetts State Police?
for just under 8 years.
And in what capacity do you currently work with the State Police?
Currently, I am a sergeant and I'm assigned to the Leominster Barracks.
He got
Now, going back to when you initially
a promotion too. Isn't it so funny how every single person who worked on this case got a promotion? He was a trooper during the first trial. Now he's a sergeant, but they rehomed him to Leominster.
joined the State Police, did you undergo any training?
Yes, I did.
And could you please describe for the jury, generally speaking, what that training consisted of?
I went to the State Police Academy in New Braintree. I attended the 83rd Recruit Training Troop from August 2017 until January of 2018.
And he survived fight night, unlike Enrique Delgado Garcia. If you know, you know.
And I learned about different topics that you would expect to learn about at an academy, such as criminal law and procedure and motor vehicle law, to name a few.
Now, when you joined the State Police, where were you initially assigned?
I was initially assigned to the Holden Barracks
And how long were you at that barracks?
for about 3 or 4 months.
And where did you go from there?
I went to the Charlton Barracks
And how long were you in Charlton?
for a little over a year.
And then following Charlton, where did you go from there?
I went to a unit called Crime Scene Services.
Now, what specialized training did you receive in relation to that work with the Crime Scene Services Section unit?
New members assigned to crime scene undergo a progressive training program that consists of completing a series of modules, each of which has assigned readings and a written test for each one. It moves on to assisting in the lab and then eventually assisting in the field. There's additional assigned readings, classroom instruction, and it concludes with a series of competency tests that must be passed before you are assigned your own casework.
That's
Now,
debatable.
when you're working for the Crime Scene
Competency
Services
test.
Section, how are assignments, or how are you assigned to a particular case or investigation?
As cases come in, if you're on call, you would own that case if it's your call day, if something comes into the lab or something you need to respond to.
And how long do those on-call periods typically last for?
Typically, when I was there in Maynard, it was 24 hours. So you would own a day starting at 7 in the morning, and it would go all the way until 7 the next morning.
Own the day,
Now, how
folks.
big of an
Own
area
the
does
day.
that particular unit, the Crime Scene Services Section, how big of an area does it cover?
The Maynard lab covers somewhere between, I think, 50 and 55 different municipalities.
Now, sir, were you working with the State Police Crime Scene Services Section on February 3rd of 2022?
Yes, I was.
And where were you requested to go on that date?
I was requested to respond to an address in Canton.
And do you recall what that address was?
It was 34 Fairview.
And approximately what time did you arrive at that location on Fairview Road?
It was about 9:45 in the morning.
And who did you meet upon your arrival there?
I met with several members of the State Police Detective Unit for Norfolk County.
And do you recall specifically who those members of the State Police Detective Unit were?
Yes, there was Lieutenant Tully, Sergeant BUKHENIK, Trooper Proctor, Trooper DeChico, and Trooper Moore.
And when you arrived there, what were you asked to document on that occasion?
There was a search effort digging through some snowbanks that they were looking for some items. They wanted me to document it with photography.
Now, during that search effort, were items located and recovered?
Yes.
Now, can you describe to the jury the process of item recovery that you observed there on that day?
So once an item was excavated, I would be alerted. I would come over, I would document the item in its place, and then one of the detectives would use a gloved hand, and that item would be bagged and documented on the bag.
Was that the same with respect to each item that was photographed by you and then bagged by the State Police Detective Unit?
Yes.
Now, if I could just ask you, if you could expound a little, when you say excavated, what do you mean by that? What did you see being done that day?
They were digging with shovels.
He doesn't look very happy about
And
that.
as far as the items that were recovered,
They were digging with
do you
shovels.
recall where they were in relation to the snow pile and the ground itself?
Some were on top of the snow, so there was some significant snow melt. I think that day it was raining out, and it was much warmer than it was the previous 3 days. So some had been revealed by this melted snow, so they were on top. Others were under a foot and a half of snow.
On February
Now,
3rd.
what kind of instruments or tools do you use in addition to your camera when you're photographing items?
So items of interest would be documented with a scale, so that way it would show how big the item is.
Oh,
And
a novel
why
idea.
is it that you use a scale as far as photographs are concerned when it comes to certain items?
Because some of the photos, you wouldn't be able to tell how big the item is or proportionally what it looks like. So it has the scales, just a little ruler that shows exactly how big the item is.
Now, sir, upon your completion of documenting recovery of items at Fairview Road, were you asked to go anywhere else?
Yes, I was.
And where were you asked to go?
I was asked to go to an address 1 Meadows Road.
And
It's
who went
Avenue.
with you there?
Avenue?
Trooper Proctor.
On Meadows Ave.
And once there, what were you asked to document and memorialize at that secondary location of 1 Meadows Ave?
There was a vehicle in the driveway that he wanted me to document.
And
But
was
it had
that
been
a
fixed
Chevrolet Traverse,
already.
Is that correct?
Duh.
And were you asked to document anything else with respect to the home adjacent to that driveway?
There was a camera up above the garage that he had pointed out, so I just documented that as well.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
It was 5 days later. Don't you remember the car repairman was at the O'Keefe house on the 30th? Terry Roberts told us. I mean,
Do you recognize that?
Yes,
So what do you recognize that to be?
it's a disc of crime scene photos.
And the photos on that disc are those the photos that you took at each of those respective locations on February 3rd, both 34 Fairview and 1 Meadows Ave.
Yes,
And what's contained on that disc and those photos is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed at each of those respective locations that day.
yes, it is.
Baby
Your Honor, Colin will see introduced in the minutes of the next exhibit.
And same caveat, as long as that's all that's on that disc, we have no objection.
Okay. Coming
oh, you know they play sneaky, King David. Don't trust them.
And Your Honor, may I approach the witness again?
Yes.
Pick up the pieces on there, Bean. Thank you.
So Sir, I'm handing you a series of 7 photographs. Do you recognize generally what's depicted in those 7 photographs?
No Blippy. I'm sorry, Roxy. I cannot do Blippy. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I can't allow it.
Yes.
And in the first 5 of those photographs, is that essentially
Baby shark alert.
taking photographs as you walk around the
Shark alert.
Chevrolet Traverse in the driveway that day?
Yes, that is correct.
And the last 2 were of the garage doors at One Meadows Ave, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
On Commonwealth seat exhibits at the next exhibits.
On top, you are right. This guy has and holds the only camera in Canton PD or MSP. The only one. He's got it. Because remember that other iPhone that they took some pictures with, allegedly was lost. Allegedly. We haven't even heard about that yet in this trial.
And Your Honor, with court's permission, may I publish those photographs in relatively short fashion with the jury?
Publish away, Adam.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7749.
Yes, this is what he was told to
Trooper,
take photos
briefly,
of.
What are we looking at in this photograph?
The front entrance to that address, One Meadows.
Ms. Gilman, 7752.
But they don't call him back on the 8th, the 10th, the 11th, the
And
18th.
Trooper, same question. What are we looking at here?
That was the vehicle in question.
And if you could, Trooper, just describe sort of perspective-wise what portion of the vehicle we're looking at in this photograph.
So we are looking at an angle view of a Chevy Traverse, the back of the vehicle, and part of the driver's side.
And Ms. Gilman, 7758. And what part of the vehicle does this depict, Trooper?
The rear of the vehicle.
And Ms. Gilman, 7759.
This proves nothing.
And
Again,
again, Trooper, what portion of the vehicle in this photograph?
This is going to be an angle view of the rear of the vehicle and the passenger side.
And Ms. Gilman, 7769.
all this is showing the jury is that they only call crime
again,
scene
Trooper, what
services to
portion of
take
the vehicle in
stupid
this photograph?
pictures
This is the front of the vehicle.
And Ms. Gilman, 7771.
that don't really matter.
Again, Trooper, what are we looking at in this photograph?
An angle view of the front of the vehicle and the driver's side.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 7777.
Pierogi Cacciatore, he says, Mel, Little Whispers is your mafia nickname. I love that. Little Whispers. I'll take it.
And again, Trooper, what are we looking at in this photograph?
5 days later,
This is the driver's side
This is
rear quarter panel.
February 3rd, 2024. It
And
looks
Ms.
awfully
Gilman,
clean, doesn't it?
7791.
For having been outside in a snowstorm for how long? You know how when you take your car in for service, they wash it, they take it to the
Now,
car
you
wash,
also
then they give
took
it back to you?
photographs of the garage doors at One Meadows
Maybe not
Ave, is that
Chevy, but
correct?
still.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and how many garage doors did you observe there that day?
And 2 garage doors.
And
This is
which of the
John's
2 is
vehicle.
this?
This is going to be the right.
This is John's vehicle. This is the vehicle that Karen backed into when she was backing out of the garage. And Yuri actually, when they zoomed in on the tire, said he actually did see that the cars made contact. She's alleging that's where she broke her taillight or cracked her taillight, actually. And one of the only things they took photos of in this entire murder investigation was John O'Keefe's Traverse 5 days later. And it sure does look clean for a car that was outside for 5 days in the weather. Right. Why are there no photos like that of Karen's car before it went to the Canton Sallyport? I hope the jury's asking themselves the same questions.
And 2 garage doors.
Correct.
Yes, sir.
Now, you also took photographs of the garage doors at One Meadows Ave,
Because
is
that was
correct?
important.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and how many garage doors did you observe there that day?
And 2 garage doors.
And which of the 2 was this?
This is going to be the right garage door.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 7795. And which of the 2 garage doors is this, Trooper?
This will be the left garage door.
Thank you very much. Ms. Gilman, thank you very much. You can take those down.
Wow. They don't call them when they find pieces of taillight to take photos and measure and sketch like
Now,
Ed says.
Brent, from your observations
Collect and package.
of
Nope.
those photographs and your observations personally, visually on scene February 3rd at One Meadows Ave, what damage did you observe to the garage doors at that residence?
I did not observe any damage to them.
And again, both from your view of those photographs and your in-person visual observations of the Chevy Traverse from all angles on that date of February 3rd, what damage did you observe to that Chevy Traverse?
I observed no visible damage.
Thank you, sir. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Any questions, Mr. Yannetti?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Did anybody ever say that there was damage to the garage doors? I mean, where's that? I don't know where that's coming from. King David on cross. No pictures before the car wash and blow dry. Nope. None at all. No visible damage, right?
Good morning, Cooper.
Morning, sir.
To be clear, the Chevy Traverse that you photographed at One Meadows, you did so on February 3rd of 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you realized at the time that was 5 days prior to the incident in question, which was January 29th of 2022?
5 days after, not prior.
Did I say prior?
You did.
Thank you for correcting me because you're right. You were photographing it 5 days
detail-oriented.
after January 29th, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's fair to say, sir, that your earliest involvement in the case was February 3rd of 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you don't know, and you didn't know at the time who had access to that Traverse during those 5 days, correct?
That is correct.
Now, as of February 3rd of 2022, you, I believe, testified you were part of the Crime Scene Services section of the Massachusetts State Police, correct?
Yes, sir.
You met former Trooper Michael Proctor on February 3rd at 34 Fairview Road in Canton?
Yes, I did.
At the time, did you know you were at the home of a Boston police officer named Brian Albert?
I did not.
And February 3rd was the first and only time that you responded to 34 Fairview Road, correct?
That is correct.
With regard to anything that you saw on the lawn or on the snow that day, you have no personal knowledge as to how any of those items got there, correct?
I do not.
And 5 days after January 29th, you had no personal knowledge at the time of who had access to that front lawn during those 5 days, correct?
That is correct.
You had no information that a guard had ever been posted near that lawn?
Not that I'm aware of.
And when you got there, there was no crime scene tape, correct?
No, there was not.
There was no tent?
No.
Other than the police officers standing there on February 3rd, the lawn was open to anyone who wanted to look at it, just like any other lawn on the street, right?
I'm unaware of that. I don't know.
Now, in terms of your actions that day in documenting the scene with photographs, you did not write a report on what you saw and what you photographed, correct?
I took notes of what I saw
Oh.
and what I photographed.
Where are your notes?
Michael Proctor was the one to write the report in which he reported that you were the photographer on scene, correct?
I don't know what Michael Proctor did for a report, so I can't testify to that.
Okay, but you
Wasn't
didn't
me.
write a report.
Wasn't me.
I
Shaggy.
wrote a report of what I did, showing up at the scene and taking photos, and then submitting those photos to the Norfolk County Detectives Unit.
You knew at the time that Michael Proctor was the lead investigator on the case, correct?
Yes, I did.
And with regard to other dates in February, on February 8th of 2022, were you asked to go back to 34 Fairview Road to document and photograph anything found on that day?
I do not believe so, no.
What about February 10th?
No.
February 11th?
Again, my only involvement was on February 3rd.
So that means that on February 18th, nearly 3 weeks after January 29th, you were not asked to go back to 34 Fairview to document or photograph anything on the lawn that day, correct?
Correct.
I have nothing further, sir. Thank you.
Any questions, Mr. Lally?
Very briefly.
No, he always says very briefly, and it's never brief.
Just for clarity, Trooper Brent, you did write a report in relation to your response documentation on February 3rd, 2022, correct?
That is correct.
And you mentioned that you also took notes, is that correct?
That is correct.
And what did those notes entail?
It detailed several items that were collected, my response times, and who else was there on scene.
Now, when you were there on scene, as far as 34 Fairview on February 3rd, what did you observe as far as these? You mentioned that the weather had gotten warmer, some snow had melted. What did you observe specifically as far as the snow accumulation on that front lawn area in the area of the flagpole of 34 Fairview?
Objection beyond the scope.
Sustained. Sustained.
It's outside the scope, Lal.
As far as these items, again, when they were recovered, several of these items were under how much snow?
I would estimate about, there was one particular item that was about a foot and a half under the snow.
Nothing further.
Nothing on that.
Nothing on that.
All right, Trooper, you are all set, sir. Thank you.
You're all set.
Who is the Commonwealth's next witness?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth called Ryan Gallerani to the stand.
Okay.
Ryan Gallerani. I don't remember who he is. I think he's law enforcement of some sort.
Your Honor, as this witness is approaching, can I just move into evidence clips 19 and 20 that were previously played for the jury?
Yes.
Thank you.
Ms. McLaughlin has spoken for the first or second time this entire trial. It only took 15 days of trial to get Ms. McLaughlin to speak. She has found her voice. They've allowed her to speak. Is Hank Brennan sick today? He must be mad that he's not getting a lot of FaceTime.
You solemnly swear the evidence given before the jury in the case now hearing true, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Is McLaughlin going to actually do some questioning? No.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the court?
And what's your
Ryan
sign?
Gallerani, Gallerani.
Let's try and guess his
And
sign.
what do you do for work, sir?
I'm currently employed as a sergeant for the Needham Police Department.
And how long in total have you been a member of the Needham Police Department?
19 years.
And how long have you held the rank of sergeant?
2 years. It'll be 2 years in July.
Now, prior to holding the rank of sergeant with the Needham Police Department, what did you do before that at the Needham Police?
I was a detective for 8 years.
Now, over the course of your work as a detective with the Needham Police Department, what training have you received in regard to collection of biological samples?
I've been certified by the Mass State Police since 2015 in collecting DNA.
Now, can you explain just briefly to the jury sort of what that process of certification entailed? Sort of how did you become certified?
Excuse me. So specifically, I was certified in DNA buccal swab, which is the process of obtaining cells suitable for comparison, DNA comparison, by swabbing a person's cheek, cells, and gums.
And that certification that you received, is that up to date at this point?
It is.
Now, at some point on January 16th of 2024, did you have occasion to collect buccal swabs or samples in relation to this case?
I say buccal, you say
Before I get
buccal.
to that, just briefly, as far as with your work as a Needham Police detective and or sergeant, you had no involvement with any investigation either by the Canton Police or the State Police in relation to any incident in the town of Canton, correct?
Correct.
Now, with respect to that date of January 16th, where did you go?
I went to Norfolk County DA's office in Canton.
And who did you meet with, or who did you collect samples from on that occasion?
I collected samples from Trooper Proctor and Sergeant BUKHENIK.
And again, briefly, can you explain to the jury the process of that collection of samples from Sergeant BUKHENIK and Trooper Proctor?
So I swabbed the inside of their mouths with a cotton swab. I let it air dry, put it in the kit, sealed it, and photographed it.
And then following your collection, what did you do with those collections once you had them?
I brought that back to the Needham Police Department and entered it into the evidence locker.
And as far as that collection process that you were describing, did you do that in conformity with the training and the certification that you referenced earlier?
I did.
Now, with reference to those items, at some point were you informed that those items were to be transferred or transported to a Bodie Technology Lab in Lorton, Virginia?
Yes.
And were there any specific instructions as far as shipping that you received from the lab in reference to those items?
There were.
And did you comply with those instructions as far as how those items were shipped from the Needham Police Department to the Bodie Lab in Virginia?
Yes.
They needed to rule out Proctor and BUKHENIK from any DNA on any evidence collected. And so they had to make a motion for this. And eventually, I think that Proctor and BUKHENIK just agreed to give their DNA, but they did have to make a motion for it. The defense did.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Any questions from the defense?
Very briefly, Judge. Good morning, sir. Good morning. Were you ever asked to do any buccal swabs of Chief Berkowitz of the Canton Police Department?
Oh, perfect.
I'll allow that.
No. Were you ever asked to do any buccal swabs of Detective Kevin Albert of the Canton Police Department? No. Were you ever asked to do any buccal swabs of Lieutenant Brian Tully of the Massachusetts State Police? No.
Right.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
There were so many
Anything, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
so many unknown
Thank you very much,
samples
Sergeant. You're all
of
set.
DNA, contributors of male DNA on like the bloodstains on John O'Keefe's clothing and
Next
all
witness
over.
for the Commonwealth?
That was excellent questions.
Commonwealth calls Maureen Hartnett.
Because Berkowitz, Kevin Albert, and Tully all had access to that vehicle in the Sally Port, and they didn't take buccal, I call them buccal swabs. Depends on, it's regional. What do you say, Ed? Buccal or buccal? I just don't like buccal, and I hate the way that the Suffolk County DA says buccal all the time. Makes me, I hate it. They all three of them had access to the vehicle in the Sally Port, and they were not asked to give DNA samples. Oh, here's my favorite court officer. She usually sits in the back. That day that Jessica Hyde said, "May the fourth be with you." We rewound it like 3 times to watch her reaction. She laughed.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You consider stand wherever you're comfortable. Just please keep your voice up, okay? Whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and offer the spelling of your last name?
My name is Maureen Hartnett, Hartnett.
Could you tell us where you presently work?
I work at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
Before you began working at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory, did you receive any education, any further schooling after high school?
Yes, I did.
Could you share that with us?
I have a bachelor's degree in biology from Bridgewater State University and a master's degree in forensic science from the University of New Haven.
After you graduated with your master's, did you begin working at the crime laboratory or did you work somewhere else before?
I began working at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
How long have you worked at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory for?
I've worked there in total approximately 9 years.
Can you give us a basic understanding of how the crime laboratory you work at is broken down, the different departments and what you do?
There are various units within the laboratory. There is the criminalistics unit, which is the unit I work for, the DNA unit, the Office of Alcohol Testing, the Arson and Trace unit, and each of those units is comprised of civilian workers. And there's also portions of the laboratory that are made up of sworn or troopers that work for Crime Scene Services section, as well as the Firearms Identification section.
Would you consider your role a civilian worker or are you a Massachusetts State Police trooper?
I'm a civilian worker.
You mentioned that one of the departments that you work in is the criminalist unit.
The criminalistics unit.
Could you give us a little more detail about what the unit does?
In the criminalistics unit, we examine items of evidence for the possible presence of biological fluids. We conduct trace identification, damage analysis, as well as gunshot residue collections on evidence.
Do different employees do different things in that unit, or do all the employees, are they trained to conduct all of those different type of testing?
There are specific types of analysis that only certain members of the unit will conduct based on the fact that those types of analysis are not requested very often.
Is the unit broken down by level of experience? Are there different roles within the unit based on experience?
Yes, there are.
Could you explain that, how it's broken down, the structure of it for us?
Generally, a training analyst will be a forensic scientist 1, which means they're in training and they're not performing any type of independent casework. Once an analyst is authorized to perform independent casework, they are then a forensic scientist 2. And that above them would be their supervisors, which are forensic scientists 3. And that is specific to the unit. And then as the chain of command goes up, there are additional levels as well.
Do you have a particular level that you've achieved?
Currently, I'm a forensic scientist 2 in the criminalistics unit and crime scene response unit.
In addition to your education and your master's degree, do you receive any specific training when you enter the unit?
Yes, every analyst will receive generally the same training when they enter the unit. It is written in our protocol, so it is standardized, and that is completed once they enter the unit. It takes approximately 9 to 12 months to complete that training.
Is there any ongoing training involved when you work in the criminals unit?
Yes, as a part of our accreditation, we also receive ongoing education yearly.
You mentioned accreditation. Can you briefly tell the jury what that means as it relates to the unit and the lab?
Accreditation is a voluntary quality assurance program that the laboratory is a part of. And basically their role is to ensure that our protocols, our procedures, our equipment, and our personnel are held to a certain level based in the scientific community.
In your role, do you do all of your testing at the office or in the lab?
As part of the crime scene response unit, I will respond to crime scenes and I will perform some testing and collection at crime scenes as well.
How long have you been involved in the crime scene response unit?
I've been involved with the crime scene response unit the same amount of time I've been in the criminalistics unit, which is approximately a total of 9 years.
As part of crime scene response, do you actively go to an ongoing developing scene, or do you arrive somewhere after the event?
It depends on the circumstances. Oftentimes we are called out to a scene directly after the incident takes place. There are times when we also will examine additional items or additional scenes after the fact.
How many scenes have you responded to as far as crime scene response where you were the person who was in charge?
I would say approximately 300.
When you are asked to or assigned to go to a scene, a crime scene, whether it's active or whether it's later in time, do you make an assessment when you get there, or is there a plan developed before you leave your office and get to the scene?
I'm sorry, can you be more specific?
Sure. How do you decide what you're going to do before you get there?
Generally, when I arrive on scene, I get a brief description of what they think may have occurred. Of course. I will take an overall sketch and diagram of the scene, and I also take some notes of the scene before I perform any type of testing or collection.
When you arrive at a scene and you start engaging in an analysis and determine whether you want to do testing, are you allowed to use your own independent judgment?
Yes, I use my training and experience to determine what items I would like to test and what items I would like to collect.
Is there ever any input by whatever law enforcement team or officer is at the response scene?
Yes, there is.
You mentioned that you've been to a number of crime scene responses. I want to ask you specifically about a response on February 2nd, 2022. Do you remember that?
May I check the date on that?
With the court's permission, please.
Yes, you can.
Thank you.
Great prep.
So I responded to a crime scene on February 1st of 2022.
Oh,
My apologies.
he doesn't even know the
Where
case.
did you go on
Still.
February 1st, 2022?
I was dispatched to the Canton Police Station in their garage area.
When you went to the Canton Police Department, did anybody else from your lab go with you?
There was a crime scene services trooper that also responded at the same time, but there was no additional crime scene responder from my unit that responded.
Did you arrive at the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I did.
Is there a garage that you were directed to?
Yes, I was.
When you arrived at the garage, which sometimes may be referred to as a Sally Port area, were there any other people there when you arrived?
There were Massachusetts State Police troopers as well as some
Massively.
Canton police
There was a
officers.
massive response
know
of
who
people
they
there.
were?
I did know who the Massachusetts State Police trooper was, yes.
Was
Did you just say crime
Michael
scene in Canton
Proctor
PD?
there?
Hold on
Yes,
a
he
second.
was.
Hold on a second, because we got to clip that, right? Somebody's going to have to clip that.
Did you arrive at the Canton Police Department?
Crime scene responder from my unit that responded.
Did you arrive at the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I did.
Is there a garage that you were directed to?
Yes, I was.
When you arrived at the garage, which sometimes may be referred to as a Sally Port area, were there any other people there when you arrived?
There were Massachusetts State Police troopers as well as some
before
Canton
this?
police officers.
Did you know who they were?
22?
2022. Do you remember that? You mentioned that you've been to a number of crime scene responses. I want to ask you specifically about a response on February 2nd, 2022. Do you remember that?
Crime scene
May I check the
responses.
date on that?
With the court's permission, please.
Yes, you can.
Thank you. So I responded to a crime scene on February 1st
Crime
of
scene.
2022.
She said crime
My
scene.
apologies.
February
Where did you
1st.
go on February 1st, 2022?
I was dispatched to the Canton Police Station
Crime
in their
scene.
garage area.
When you went to the Canton Police Department, did anybody else from your lab go with you?
That's great. Okay, we can fast forward ahead now.
I did know who the Massachusetts State Police trooper was, yes.
Okay. Was Michael Proctor there?
Yes, he was.
Was Trooper Dunn there?
Yes, he was.
Was Trooper Clark there?
Yes.
You mentioned Canton Police Department officers. Do you know Lieutenant Gallagher?
Yes, I did have an interaction with Lieutenant Gallagher as well.
When you got there, did you have a chance to look at an item?
Yes.
Tell us what your focus was on. What type of item?
I was asked to examine a black Lexus SUV.
And was there a black Lexus SUV?
Yes.
As you were observing and analyzing the item, did you see whether anybody was taking photographs?
Yes.
When there's a person taking photographs, do you ever have any input or direct them, or do they do that totally independent of you?
After they're done doing what they're required to do, I will ask them to take specific photographs because I do not perform that function at a crime scene.
When you first arrived, did you have a chance to walk around the vehicle?
Yes, I did.
Did you observe the vehicle from standing behind it, looking at the back of it?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
You need to see these?
Well, thank you, Mr. Brennan.
I'm handing you a document. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is the rear of the black Lexus SUV.
Does that photograph, does it appear to be substantially accurate to what you saw that day?
Yes, it is.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw?
Yes.
On February 1st, 3 days later.
Yes.
I would move this into evidence, please.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
Oh, let's see. Scissor hands on deck.
138.
I love this for us.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show P145.
Okay.
There's the car. They found the crime scene tape.
Ms. Hartnett, is that what you saw when you arrived?
Yes, it is.
Did anything stand out to you when you first looked at the back of that Lexus?
I noticed there was some damage to the rear passenger area of the vehicle.
You can take that down, please. Did you have a chance to walk around and look at the vehicle from the driver's side of the vehicle, the left side?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
You don't have that big of a
Do you
job today,
recognize
Brennan.
what's in that photograph?
Yes,
What is it?
this is the driver's side of the Lexus.
Did the Lexus appear to you the same as it does in that photograph?
Yes,
Is that a fair and accurate depiction?
yes.
All right, move this into evidence, please. No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Exhibit 139.
With the court's permission, I'd ask to show the jury P-144.
Okay.
It's the CSI Days Leader Unit,
Could you
says
describe
Mitchell.
what you saw, ma'am?
Well done.
Yes, so this is the driver's side of the black Lexus.
Are you sure? Because last time you
Thank
told
you.
us that,
Take
it was
that down.
inverted. It wasn't
Did
you, it
get
was
a
somebody
closer
else.
Look from the right side of the Lexus to pay detail or attention to what you described from the back view that stood out to you?
Are you referring to the damaged area?
I am.
Yes, so I did take
Shout out
notes
to
of that
Dedham
area
Fire
and as
Department.
well as had additional photographs taken of that area.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Dedham Fire Department in the house.
I'm showing you a photograph. Do you recognize it?
Yes,
What is it?
this is a close-up photograph of the rear passenger side tail light area.
Does that photo depict what you saw that day?
Yes, it does.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction?
Yes.
With the court's permission, I'd like to use that as an exhibit. No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Exhibit 140.
May I show it to the jury, Your Honor?
Yes.
P-161, please.
Wow, look at that, how that
Can you
tail
describe
light
what you saw?
entirely gone.
Yes, that is the rear passenger tail light of the vehicle.
Is that how it appeared when you first walked in that day?
Yes, it is.
Looks like the back
Take that
window is
down,
open.
thank you.
What about the tool marks surrounding it? Did you take note of those, like the screwdriver or
When you
crowbar
examine
pry marks?
An item like a car, do you take any type of efforts to protect from contamination?
Yes.
What do you do?
Before processing or touching any item of evidence, I'll put on gloves. I use disposable instruments whenever possible, or if I need to use reusable instruments, I will spray them with a 10% bleach solution.
So you're not the person who put the Stop and Shop bag with the open solo cups of blood next to the vehicle because you take proper precautions and contamination precautions? Okay, cool. So you didn't do that. All right, cool. Can't wait to see who did. Can't wait to hear who did. This is all the way on February 1st.
Prior to use. I also change gloves often while I'm examining a vehicle and keep my notes and my pens that I'm writing my notes with. I don't put on gloves when I touch those, and then when I go back to examining the vehicle, I will then re-put on gloves to protect the evidence.
If you see something of note, something that stands out to you, do you have any way of marking the item?
Yes, I take
You
diagrams at
sketch?
the scene and note on my diagrams anything of note. And as I had said, if there's anything that I also want close-up photographs, then I will request the Crime Scene Services trooper who's assigned to crime scene to take those photographs.
Do you ever put any type of markers on the item itself?
Yes, generally I will mark the items with either a letter or a number so that I'm able to refer back to them both in my notes, and I'm able to refer to them when I look at the photos.
When you mark different items or observations that you make, do you give a specific number to each item for to memorialize it?
Yes, I either use a lettering system or a numbering system.
And how do you memorialize it? Do you put it in writing?
Yes.
What do you do?
On my diagram, I will refer to something, for example, as letter A, and then I'll also mark that item using a marker on the item of evidence with the same letter so that I can connect and associate the photograph with my notes and anything that I collect as well.
In addition to the broken taillight that we just looked at, did you make observation of any other things? And I'm just asking generally, not asking you to specify.
Tool
Yes.
marks?
Were there other things that stood out to you?
Yes.
Did you take any swabs, to see if there was any biological evidence?
Yes, I did.
Where did you take swabs from as far as trace for blood?
I screened for blood on various areas of the undercarriage of the vehicle.
And what was the results?
Those were negative.
No blood underneath the car.
It means that there was no blood present in that area, or if there was, it was below the level of detection of our test.
Crazy.
Did you make any observations where you saw items or marks of interest.
Yes.
I want to ask you about any observations you made of the back bumper. Was there anything significant that you saw relative to the back bumper of that vehicle?
Yes.
And share with us what you saw.
There were scratches on the bumper as well as apparent pieces of glass on the bumper.
Wow.
When you saw what you believe to be pieces of glass on the back bumper, what is the process you follow?
I gave those an identifying letter. I noted those items in my diagram, and then I eventually collected those items.
How do you collect them?
I would have used either disposable tweezers or tweezers that were cleaned with a 10% bleach solution.
After you collect the items, for example, glass on the back bumper, what do you do with that?
In that moment or later on?
Take us through from the moment you have it till the end.
So I would put those pieces of glass into a glassine envelope, which are then packaged in a larger manila envelope. They are sealed and dated and initialed with my dates and initials. Eventually, when I return to the lab, those pieces are given an item number and then secured in our cold room.
Spoiler alert, spoiler alert. The glass on the bumper did not match the glass from the cocktail glass. Oh, well. If you could refrain from using curse words in my chat, I would greatly appreciate that. We try and keep it clean here, as well as putting drug names in the chat. That would be really nice. YouTube scans the chat with AI, and if you say certain things, reviewers say certain things, they can strike you thinking that you are actually promoting those things. Thank you so much for listening to my TED Talk.
Number?
Yes.
As far as the entire case, your entire response, not the separate pieces of evidence you may find, is it assigned a particular number or a case number?
Yes, each case will get a larger case number, and then each item within that case gets an individual item number, so that item can be tracked throughout the lab.
Do you remember from your memory what the case number of this investigation as far as your response was?
Yes.
Could you share that with us?
The case number assigned to this in the laboratory information system was 22-2184.
I want to go back to the glass in the bumper. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Glass matched none of the glass found at the scene. None of it.
I'm showing you a photograph. Do you recognize?
Garbage in, garbage out. It's not her fault.
Yes, I do.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw that day?
Yes.
And could you generally describe what you see?
This is a close-up photograph of the apparent glass on the bumper of the vehicle.
And we'll listen to evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
And here's the picture.
There are two pointers in front of you. Would you mind pointing out for the jury what stood out to you? And Ms. Gilman, could we get a little bit of a close-up on that bumper, please?
I'm turning off the captions because it's blocking the entire photo. So just hang tight. Okay.
So I can see one of the, it's a little difficult to see, but I do see one of the larger pieces of apparent glass right here. Would it be better if I use this one?
Could you? Do you mind?
Ed said improper use
This
of the
piece
flash.
here is a larger apparent piece of glass. I think that was the largest one that I saw.
And those two white stickers, could you tell us what those are?
This sticker, this sticker here is marking where the apparent pieces of glass are.
I can't see where she's pointing. Oh,
So
over
Sticker
here?
above, or is that?
I'm not sure if you could close up. I'm not
She
sure
can't
what
even
that
see
is.
it.
Yes, so that is another sticker, and next to that sticker are additional pieces of glass.
Those items to the right of that picture, are those pieces of glass?
Yes, I would say that's an apparent piece of glass here, and this one.
And could we just go down to the bottom part again, please?
I would say, how about like be sure? Maybe you want to be sure when you're on the stand. I would say that looks like a piece of glass.
Did you collect what appeared to be items of glass?
Yes, I did.
Were they assigned a particular number?
Yes.
Do you know that number offhand?
I would have to refer to my notes.
With the court's permission?
Yes. Thank you.
Please.
Those items were given the item number 3-3.
Did you focus on the right rear side of the vehicle beyond the broken taillight?
Oh, yes, the apparent hair.
Yes.
The hair
Did
apparent.
you notice any damage, any scratches to the right quarter panel or the right side of that Lexus?
Yes, I did. I noticed some scratches as well as a dent in the rear door in that same area.
Thank you, LaDonna Coleman, for pointing out what should be obvious to everyone is that hitting a body with a vehicle causes dents, not scratches. I wonder if Chloe was there. Was Chloe scratching the car? Who knows?
What are scratches? Is there a way you marked them?
Yes, I would have given them a letter.
And did you do that?
Yes.
I've got a letter, a big fat F.
Yes.
For the whole entire investigation. No shade to you, my girl, because, you didn't even get the murder weapon until like 3 or 4 days later. 5, maybe.
Yes, I do.
Dents cause bruises.
Yes.
What does it depict?
It is a close-up photograph of one of the scratches on the
Broken
right
bones.
rear area of the vehicle.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of what you saw that day?
Yes.
All right, move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right.
Exhibit 142.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show the jury P-172.
Okay.
I'm sure they're going to be real impressed. Here we go.
Could we close up just a little more, Ms. Gilman? Thank you. Starting at the bottom, what is that, ma'am?
That is a close-up of the scratches that I noted in that area.
Found some evidence
Could you
markers.
zoom out again, please, Ms. Gilman?
Could it also be a tool mark from a crowbar or a
Is that on
screwdriver?
the back bumper or the right quarter panel?
I believe it's on the right bumper. It's a little difficult to make out in that photo.
Could you zoom in again and move up just a little higher, Ms. Gilman?
The glass matches none of the other glass sources at the
You have another sticker on
Scene.
the top?
Yes, I do.
Do you know what that is?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is an apparent hair that I noted in that area.
So that doesn't designate a scratch. That's something entirely separate and different.
Yeah, it could be from a
That's
shopping
something
cart.
different,
You're
correct.
right.
We'll get to that later. I just want to point out that it's not a scratch.
They could have been there
Now,
for
you
who knows how
mentioned
long.
that you saw a scratch. Was it a singular scratch or a number of scratches? Could you zoom in, please?
How many
Ms. Gilman?
scratches I have on my car from people like that open their car into my car, or that from a
It was a couple of
shopping cart
scratches.
that I have no idea
Is
how
there
they
a
got there?
number you designate if it's not a physical item, if it's something like a scratch or the...
It means nothing. It means nothing. This is how far they are grasping for evidence. Those scratches could have been there for who knows how long, from any number of occurrences or from any number of sources. It means nothing. Nothing, zero.
designations just for actual physical items?
I use the designation for both observations as well as physical items.
Would there be a number for the scratches?
Yes, well, there's a letter, yes.
Do you know what that letter is?
Yes, I believe it's D.
D. Okay, thank you.
Resting biatch face. You have a family
Take
chat
that down,
too?
please, Ms. Gilman.
Love that
May I
for
approach,
us.
Your Honor?
Hope they're all watching this channel.
I'm showing you another photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, the drive-through car wash.
Yes.
Anyone with
What
kids
is it?
doesn't have scratches
That
in the
is
car?
damage that I noted on the rear trunk door of the vehicle.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw?
Yes,
When you say damage, what type of damage did you notice?
there was some scratches as well as a dent.
Right. You ever like have your kids loading heavy suitcases or something into the back under the tailgate? Like things get banged up and dinged all the time. It means nothing. There was no blood on them. There was no skin tissue on them. It has nothing to do with this case. But keep talking because this is all they got and you're it. So you're the star witness of the day. I'm cutting out.
No
Maybe you
objection,
need
Your
refresh
Honor.
your browser.
Exhibit 143.
Am I cutting it out for
With the
everyone or
court's
just one
permission, I'd like
person?
to show the jury P176.
Right. They had John's clothing. They could have found a hair. His hair could have been there for any number of reasons. They lived together. He was in the car all the time. I'd be surprised if his hair wasn't anywhere near
You
the
told
car.
us that you saw both dent and scratches. Starting with the scratches with the pointer on the TV to your right, could you show us where you saw further scratches?
So the scratches are up above, and then down here, there's chipped paint and a dent.
Kids throwing backpacks,
where is the
sports
dent in
bags,
relation to the-
hockey equipment, suitcases. They just went to
You
Aruba,
mentioned it
remember?
there. I'm going to ask you some questions. How many pieces of hair did you find
How many
attached
pieces of
to
hair
that Lexus?
attached to the
I
Lexus?
found one apparent piece of hair on the Lexus.
There it is. The hair apparent.
Was there a
One hair.
designation number for the hair that you found?
That's
Yes.
right. That's right, folks. It survived 40 miles in a blizzard all the way to Dighton, and then 40 miles back on an unenclosed tow truck, 40 miles both ways in blizzard whiteout conditions that were white knuckling, as you heard from Carrie Roberts.
Do you remember what that number is?
I used the letter A for that particular item.
Did you say letter A, ma'am?
Yes, correct.
And Coach
Splitting
Ron?
one hair, yes. One hair apparent.
I'm going to show you two photographs. You take a look at the first photograph, please.
Do you think the jury's
Recognize
laughing
that
about
picture?
this?
Yes, I do.
And what's in that photograph?
This is a photograph of the apparent piece of hair I noted on the rear area.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw that day?
Yes.
Turn to the second photograph, please. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is an additional photo of the apparent hair on the vehicle.
Both photographs of the same piece of hair?
Yes.
And the second photograph, is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw?
Yes.
I'd like to move these two photographs into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, is A and B, please. 144A and 144B.
No fingerprints at all, but one hair. That is correct. You got that right, vice versa.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show P173 to the jury.
P is the only thing you got right in that sentence. That's what this is, a whole lot of P. Look at this.
If you could get in as close as possible, Ms. Gilman.
Oh, the car is so dirty, and yet they found
Do you
this
recognize
one.
it from
Look
that
at you guys, come
photograph?
to your screen.
Yes, I do.
All right,
Can
my
you share with us
friends,
what
my
you saw?
friends who are out there on scaffolding, do not come to your screen. Pay attention. Make sure you have on your safety equipment. If you're driving an 18-wheeler, do not come to your screen. If you're driving any vehicle, heavy equipment, don't come to your screen. But if you are available, please come to your screen and look at the size of this hair apparent. I'm going to zoom out so you can see it in all of its glory, because they had to zoom in really, really far to even get us to be able to see it. Okay, so it's next to this little piece of tape. They found some tape, some evidence markers, and look at this little tiny hair. Only thing they found, and it's on the, what you would call, I guess, the right rear quarter panel underneath the taillight. Here you go. Get ready to laugh.
If you could get in as close as possible, Ms. Gilman. Do you
I
recognize
mean,
what's in that photograph?
it looks white
I
to
do.
me. I'm
And can
no
you share with us what you
scientist,
saw?
but
This is a close-up photo of the apparent piece of hair on the rear of the vehicle.
What
Yeah.
did you do when you saw that, what you thought to be a piece of hair?
I marked it with the tape. I designated it as letter A, and then I asked the Crime Scene Services trooper to take a photograph of it.
Did you try to preserve it in any way?
Yes, I did.
Tell us how you preserved that apparent piece of hair.
I collected that hair with either disposable tweezers or tweezers that had been bleached with a 10% bleach solution. I put them in a glassine envelope and then put them in a larger manila envelope. In a larger manila envelope.
What happens to that larger manila envelope?
It is returned back to the lab. It is submitted under the same case number and given its own individual item number.
yes.
Did you-
Beyond Trouble 31 did a great video on this. Water spots all over the car, all over the paint, but not on the inner lens assembly. Amazing, JF King. It's so amazing. It's like magic. It is like magic. It's the magical mystery Sally port where evidence reveals itself. Hairs apparent appear and interior taillights just explode, maybe, and there's no salt or sand inside of there. It is. We are laughing. Is the jury laughing? I'd love to know. To be a fly on the wall today.
You bring it personally back to the lab?
Yes, I did.
Oh, they have
When you
chain of
brought it back
custody
to
for
the
this
lab,
one
do you
hair.
Remember where you brought it when you got back to the lab?
After it was entered into the computer system, I then sealed it, I initialed and dated it, and then I would transfer it to the crime scene response holding area in our cold storage room.
When you pass it along, is it to protect it in evidence, or is it for a purpose of further testing?
At that point, it's just to store it in evidence, and then it will make its way into whatever unit needs the piece of evidence first.
And you did all that with that piece of evidence?
Yes, I did.
I'd like to.
I'm not stroking
show
out.
the
I think
second
it's funny.
photograph that you identified.
This amuses me,
is
Wags.
P165.
Do I amuse you? Do I amuse you? Funny like ha ha? Or as Buchanan would say, ha ha.
Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, I do.
Okay, what do you recognize that to be?
That's an additional photo of the apparent piece of hair on the rear of the vehicle.
In the two different photos, are they taken from the exact same angle?
I believe they're taken from slightly different angles.
And the hair is, could you point that out with the pointer of the hair that you found?
The blizzard of the traveling hair.
This hair
Thank you,
is
Erin.
the apparent hair.
The prosecution's case is as thin
Thank you. You can take that down, please.
and small as that hair, says Jeff Ray. Epstein. I can't find it. It flew by, but I'm giving you credit.
Regarding the damage to the broken taillight, did you have any interest in maintaining that piece of evidence?
Yes, I did.
What did you want to do?
I wanted to collect the entire taillight housing.
Why did you want to do that?
If there were pieces from the taillight that could be later matched to the taillight, I needed the entire housing to be processed at the lab.
Did you make efforts to try to maintain or remove or preserve that entire taillight housing?
Yes, I
Listen to what
did.
happened.
What's a taillight housing?
Excuse me?
What is a taillight housing?
I'm referring to the entire piece, including the back, the glass covering, the light bulb inside. So it's in the entire unit.
I'm sorry, but it's not covered in glass, isn't it? Polycarbonate. So even she doesn't know what she's talking about, and she's the expert. There's no glass covering the taillight. It happens to be polycarbonate. Have I lost my mind? Because it's quite possible. My head is still on today. It hasn't rolled down the street yet, but she called it glass. So listen, here you go. You wanted the whole thing.
There were pieces from the taillight housing.
Why did you want to do that?
If there were pieces from the taillight that could be later matched to the taillight, I needed the entire housing to be processed at the lab.
Did you make efforts to try to maintain or remove or preserve that entire taillight housing?
Yes, I did.
What's a taillight housing?
Excuse me?
What is a taillight housing?
I'm referring to the entire piece, including the back, the glass covering, the light bulb inside.
There's no glass
So
in
it's in the entire unit.
Did you attempt to remove that entire unit yourself?
I did.
Were you successful?
No, I was not.
So what did you do?
A Canton police officer that was in the Sally Port at the time offered to help disconnect it with some tools that he had.
Brian
Have you ever seen
Wanless.
whether this video
He also
that
owns an auto body shop, I
memorialized that
think.
entire event?
Yes, there is.
And have you ever watched that video?
There's video?
Yes, I did.
I'm sorry.
Does
Was
that
there video
show
last
you
time?
attempting to remove the housing and then receiving assistance from somebody?
Yes.
When that housing was removed, what happened to it?
I then placed it in a box.
I'm sorry.
Excuse me.
I have to take it
placed
back.
in a paper bag in a
Who
box.
cares? We're coming up
and
on
then-
lunch and we're going to have time to burn. So there's video of them trying to remove that taillight. Is that new? Because I don't remember the video. They did show the video yet last time? Okay. There is video with him? All right. Thank you. Thought maybe it was some more magical mystery Sallyport video that just appeared out of, a drawer that Proctor hid. Okay, here we go.
This video what did you do?
A Canton police officer that was in the Sally Port at the time offered to help disconnect it with some tools that he had.
Have you ever seen whether this video memorialized that entire event?
Yes, there is.
And have you ever watched that video?
Yes, I did.
Does that video show you attempting to remove the housing and then receiving assistance from somebody?
Yes.
When that housing was removed, what happened to it?
I then placed it in a box, I believe I placed it in a paper bag in a box. And then once I brought it back to the lab, I added additional cushion with additional paper to protect it from any further damage.
Were you going to keep that housing or were you going to put that in evidence for other reasons?
That was put into evidence storage for the time being.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a photograph I took of the taillight housing back at the laboratory upon examination.
Is that in substantially the same condition as when you saw it?
Yes.
Any differences whatsoever from when you saw it?
Not that I noticed, no.
Is that photograph fair and accurate of what you saw that day?
Yes.
All right, move this photograph into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 145.
With the court's permission, I'd show photograph P187 to the jury, please.
Okay.
Meowtastic says Wanless owns Brilliance Auto
Can you tell
Body
us
in
what that
Canton.
is?
That is a photo that I took of the taillight housing at the laboratory.
And that's after it's obviously removed from the vehicle.
Yes, that's correct.
And that was packaged and preserved?
Yes.
You could take that down, please.
No salt residue. Jesus, take
Do
the
you
wheel.
have the actual item?
Look at the name.
actual housing with you?
I believe it is here, yes.
With the court's permission, I'd ask the witness to be able to open the item, show it to the jury, and then I would move it into evidence.
Okay.
Thank you. If you would you please remove the item from that box?
The user's name is Yuri, and his pal Webster commented,
approach?
Jesus, take the wheel. Praise be under her eye.
I brought gloves, yes.
And praise Kier as well. Why not? Let's get all our favorite TV shows in there. And she's putting on some black gloves. Getting in there, getting in the box. And pull out the taillight. This is like, will a dove fly out of there too, and a rabbit?
You could hold that so the jury can see it. You could hold it up high, please.
Hold it up high. Wave that flag. Wave it wide
very
and
much.
high, everyone.
Could you turn that to the box?
U.S. Blues. So clean and tidy, so spotless.
I would move this item into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
What if Alessi comes up with like a sledgehammer and tries to break it and it won't break? Or brings an exemplar? I'm sure she would never allow it.
That's the only item in that box?
There are additional items in that box as
Oh,
well.
I only want to introduce that one item.
Okay, so in your bag, you need to take that bag out.
There are also other items in that bag.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yeah, see, there's all kinds of other evidence in there too, because we package all of our evidence in one box or one bag. We don't separate things the way Ed Wallace says that we should do it, because Ed Wallace has only been doing this for...
Sure, the lunch isn't here, so this seems like a good time to take a break. We'll see you in about 50 minutes.
50 minutes, 5-0. All right, well, what time was that? You know, what'd be great is if they focus on a clock in between, because we're a little bit behind. And so I don't know what time they're going to be coming back. We're not that far behind, so maybe like 12:40. All right, well, thank you, Long Crime, for at least giving us a proper time clock, even though we have to look at your terrible advertisements and scan codes for Morgan & Morgan, who I would never, ever promote. But, you know, you're the guys with the best audio today. So court is on break until 12:40. Let's just put a banner up for that. Oh boy, Alessi is going to have a field day with it. This is really, you know, it was a little bit of a boring morning, got to say, although we had fun chit-chatting, but because the niece was on the stand this morning, cameras were off for about an hour. And then we watched some testimony from a whole bunch of guys who seem to have been promoted after their investigation in this case. And then now we are learning about the taillight pieces or not the pieces, but the apparent hair. Court is on break until what time? 12:40. Okay, so there's that. But we have lots of questions to talk about. Let's take that down for now. Goodbye. Goodbye. We're back. Where were we? Jen Barclay, she wants to know if I have a theory on what actually happened. Thank you for tuning in from Canada. Showing interest in this case. I do not have a theory on what actually happened. I do not know what actually happened, but what I do know is that John O'Keefe was not hit by a car, and a car did not hit John O'Keefe. And so therefore, Karen Reed is not guilty because science, injuries, physics, something happened, may have been an accident, may have been inside 34 Fairview, may have been outside 34 Fairview. There may have been an animal involved, but what I will tell you is a human arm hitting a taillight at 24 miles an hour after a person gunned at 60 feet in reverse would shatter the arm, It would also probably shatter the shoulder. There would also be bumper marks or bruising or some injuries to the lower portion of the body. That's just the way physics works, and that's the way pedestrian accidents work. So I don't know what exactly happened, and I don't think that the defense has to prove what exactly happened, just that John O'Keefe was not hit by a car. And so if the jury is back there thinking of any other way that it could have happened, because the investigation was so poor, there's no way they can find her guilty. But here we are again for the second time. It may have been an accident, may have been a bunch of stupid drunk people, but it's not for me to point fingers at anyone. But the fact that even people are thinking of other ways that this could have happened is all reasonable doubt. It's all reasonable doubt. We are just like normal moms. A love from Bama. Is this the only street in America that ring cameras don't work? Yep. Will you say roll tide? Roll tide. Roll tide. It'll make my day. I love your show. Thank you. Love you too. Thanks for watching. Thank you, Edmund. Thank you, Beth Barella, for your very super generous $50 super sticker. I appreciate you so much. I put it up earlier, but I wanted to thank you personally. Adam Handful says, I bet you a minor P would not testify to the lie they made him say last time. Peg's words. He is giving her a run for her money. Right. Remember when she asked about the niece and nephew? She said, oh, that one, he's giving me a run for my money. I didn't think that was very nice. And also when asked, what is going on here? How long she's been married. She was like, yeah, too long or something. Like she did just not seem like a very, all right, let's just get our act together here. She did not seem like a very, kind and caring woman on the stand. But again, that is my own personal opinion. And she's been through a lot of tragedy in her life. And really, who could blame her? Although to talk about the nephew like that, I did not think was very nice at all. So there's that. All right. He gives her a run for her money. Right. Exactly. And what didn't seem very complimentary. Beasley says that Fitz News posted Becky's mugshot. Oh, Becky Hill, that poor baby, that poor woman. I mean, series to watch, Mobland from on Paramount. Thank you. I haven't seen that yet, Dennis the Menace. You like it? Paramount also on I think it's on Paramount Plus. Landman with Billy Bob Thornton and John Hamm. You know, I love John Hamm. Amazing. Is Tulsa King also on Paramount Plus? I need to catch up on Tulsa King because when I first started watching it, I thought it was going to be some buffoonery with Sylvester Stallone, and he's really amazing in it. Do you guys watch that too? Thank you, Dennis the Menace. Mobland, I wrote it down. Jenna, the second jury duty is corporate retreat. I knew they couldn't do it 2 times. I knew they couldn't do it twice with jury duty. So I'm so glad they found another way to do it. So I guess it's a person who thinks they're on a corporate retreat and all the other people are actors and it's going to be awesome. Is it out yet? I don't think it's out yet. Can't wait. Thanks, Jenna. Prayers for Karen, free Karen Reed. If I was a juror, I would be so annoyed at this judge for wasting my time and making it so obvious that she's biased. Love you too. Love, love, love your sweatshirt. Oh, that's awesome. Maybe we'll do a giveaway later if everyone smashes the like buttons. Tell you what I'm going to do. We are at 18,000 people watching right now, and we only have 9,900 likes. We're up over 20,000. If we get to 15,000 likes, we'll do a giveaway later. We'll do a giveaway, and we'll give away some merch to 3 lucky people. 3, but we have to get to 15,000 likes. So encourage your friends to hit the like button. Elf says, OMG, one of my grandmas put pinoli nuts in meatballs. The other put in raisins. I relate to you often. I was not a fan of the raisins in the meatballs. I said, please, can you make some meatballs without the raisins in them? But you know what I'm talking about, Elf. You dig. Sue, just thought of this. If Karen went in reverse at 24 miles an hour, wouldn't she have crashed into Higgins' plow? Yes. People need to get real. Yes. The plow, the fire hydrant. It would have made a lot of noise. Somebody inside the house probably would have heard it, despite how loud they alleged they were listening to. It's Raining Men, which nobody really believes, in my opinion. Not my 5 vacation days. Well done. The username. Yeah, those are Yuri's 5 vacation days. They took him away. That was his wrist slap. His wrist slap. Not my 5 vacation days says neither side asked if he saw anything on the lawn when he went to photo the scene on February 1st. Yeah, neither side did. That was the first trooper of the however many that testified today. Well, see, my notes are like chicken scratch. If I was on a jury and I was trying to argue something with my fellow jurors, like I would not be able to because I have no idea what I wrote down. Trooper Zachary Clark, he's the one who was called down on February 1st to take photos of the vehicle and the friction ridge impressions. He didn't find any fingerprints that were usable in the passenger side compartment. And then on February 1st, he went down to 34 Fairview to take photos of the scene from a distance. But nobody ever called him back to take any photos when they found more taillight pieces on February 8th, 10th, 11th, or 18th. And he's the crime scene photographer, for Pete's sake. Thank you. Kimberly McNeil, flying in New York tonight for a wedding on Long Island. It's been a while. Thanks for the coverage. I will try to keep up. Yeah, yay, Kimberly. I hope whoever's wedding you go to I hope you have an awesome time. Lally's throat clear says, gotta love that throat clear. Well done with the username. What if any throat clear? What if any throat clear? Thank you for tuning in from Canada. All right, Ludicrous. So there's like some sort of, all right, can you guys not put the a-hole word in its entirety in the chat? That would be really nice of you. I've asked really nicely so many times for you to please, please, please don't put foul language in the chat because it gets me in trouble. Hot mic where Bev calls Lally an a-hole. I don't know. I have to find it. I don't have it. I'm not going to spread rumors. A lot of trolls like to come in here and just spread rumors. So be on the lookout for that. Don't believe everything you read in the chat. Lady Zelda Kelly. Oh, I love Lady Zelda Kelly. Please add Special Angel to the playlist because that's how we feel about you and the special coverage you bring to us. Thank you so much. Oh, thank you. Lady Zelda Kelly has a channel. She's awesome. And her voice is so soothing. You should like read stories or something. Your voice is so beautifully calming. I love it. Lola the Good Dog says, Turtle Boy's comments at D&E were to Chris on Chris's security camera. How can Colin claim intimidation? Feeling left out, Colin? No third-party culprit credibility? Well, here's the thing. Colin, apparently, remember, was closing up the pizza shop. They're now calling it a sub shop, but really it's a pizza shop. Colin was closing up the pizza shop when he learned somehow that Aiden was next door at CF McCarthy's. And so I think he was intimidated. I don't know if he was actually in the store closing up or if he'd already left to go home when Aiden Carney was intimidating the window. So I don't know. He did say something about Colin, though, in the recording. He said something about Colin. I'm not sure what. Sonny, Prayers for Karen, this is an absolute travesty. We should all be very afraid to get today, Karen Reed. Tomorrow, it's you. Free Karen Reed. Adam, don't forget they stated there was a mechanic who came that morning for John's Traverse. I don't remember who stated that. Well, Carrie Roberts said there was a mechanic there on the 30th. I don't think she said that he came for John's Traverse, but she did say that was one of the many, many people that were at the house when she was there, and she like dropped her kid off because they didn't have enough people there, or dropped off Jen's kid or something. Bobby T says, if Lieutenant Caffey can get Colonel Jessup to tell the truth, bring him on the defense team to wrap this up. And free Karen Reed. Thank you. Thank you, Alice, for becoming a new member. Appreciate you. Big Haas, who would ever hire this clown Brennan as a defense attorney ever again after flip-flopping for money? Guess we'll see. Ipsy Dixit says, oh, that's the same crime laboratory that there had the drug abuse scandal. We are also part of the SoCal Melanie fan club in LA. Yes, Lola the Good Dog. Thank you. Thank you. Ipsy Dixit, I wonder if she worked with Annie Dukem from the scandal. Hundreds of cases had to be dismissed because of drug abuse and lying on the reports. Thank you. Nicola Hobound Counting. Pretty sure this witness said someone broke the taillight helping her remove the housing unit last trial. Yeah, Wanless. I'm a little behind on these, but thank you. She did. And apparently there's video of it. So are we going to see the video? Thank you, Jennifer. Rossi, for becoming a member. Chloe Albert's revenge. Spoiler, after all her brilliant investigative work, she packed everything up and handed it to some dude and didn't get his name. Just genius. Yeah. Aren't they supposed to be detail-oriented, the crime scene services people? I don't know. Joe Davis works for Toyota. He says, we joke that with a 10-millimeter socket and a screwdriver, you can disassemble 90% of a vehicle. There you have it. There you have it. Joe Davis, our new Toyota expert. And Lexus makes Toyota, right? I mean, Toyota makes Lexus, right? There you go. With a 10-millimeter socket and a screwdriver, you can disassemble 90% of the vehicle. There you go. Thank you, Joe Davis. June Rivers, Commonwealth Lally style of no context or significance. Yeah. Let's do the timeline again. Says the tire iron from Proctor breaking the taillight. Thank you for your opinions. Do we know what part of the body the hair came from? No, we don't. Lola the Good Dog. We do not know. Could be an arm hair. Maybe it's an arm hair. That's a great question, because if the Lexus hit his arm, wouldn't it stand to reason that it would be an arm hair and not a head hair? Huh. Interesting. Helena from Sweden. All I can think about is Batman, Harvey Dent. Thank you, Helena. Thank you for tuning in from Sweden. Farmer Whitehair says, what about fabric on remaining taillight bits? Nope. Didn't find any of that either. No. No fabric. No fibers. And Mom's just sending chat to say I'm behind and need to catch up so you won't see me in the chat. That's okay, sweetheart. Thank you so much for all of your super chats today. Edmund said, what? No red Solo cups available? Shocking. I mean, the red Solo cups. Thank you, Amy Sue, for your 20. Appreciate you. The red Solo cups came from the deputy chief of Canton PD who lived across the street, Tom Kelly, or her. He gave them the Solo cups, but he didn't come out of his house to help out his guys on the scene because he's been friends with Brian Albert for decades. The Albert family grew up in 34 Fairview. They had owned that house for something like 50 years. That was the house that Brian and Kevin and Timmy and all of their other brothers, I think there were 6 boys in that family, 6 or 5, and 1 sister, poor sister, they grew up in that house. And then after the John O'Keefe murder, they sell their house within a year and they rehome their dog within 4 months. And they jackhammered up that basement or replaced the flooring somehow. So that's interesting. Tiffany says, could the hair have been in the hat that was found? And poof, magic. Oh yes, that it could. See, you guys are thinking outside the box and I love it. Parent hair, LOL, Dennis the Menace. I used that last trial. I'm going to reuse all my funny jokes because I think I, need to reuse, recycle. It's important. Magical Mystery Tour for the playlist. I think I put it on there because I did use Magical Mystery Sallyport last year, Misanthrope. But you guys check the playlist before you pay me to put your songs on there because I'll take your money, but you might want to check out the 125 songs that are on there. Charles Cochran, thank you for your super sticker. Greg, on cross, I would ask, did you place any of the items you collected in a red Solo cup? That would be good. Probably be objected to, but it would be good. And who cares? Because once it's out, right? Can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. Thank you. Somebody said, Pet Mom too. Melanie, your studio is decorated so pretty, so big. Your flower lamp in the back side is so pretty. If I may ask, where did you get it? I think it's flowers. There's no lamps. There's some hydrangeas over here on this side. And these are all fresh flowers. Over here, there's an orchid and a bouquet. It's not a lamp. It's just, I have backlights behind me that shine upwards because it gives a better look when you have backlights. And look, you want to see something cool? All right, I'll show you the secret. The secret of a streamer. The backlights behind me can change color. So when we do like Melanie After Dark, sometimes we put them on purple. Ooh, look at that. You can do any color you want. That's orange, but that makes me look too orange. So nobody needs to be looking orange. And that's red. And they can be all sorts of colors. Today is just light pink. But it gives some depth in the frame. And so, there's that. Secrets. Michelle, and that piece of the hair stayed on the car in a snowstorm while they were going to the Sallyport. Yeah, yes, it did. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes, it did. That's what they want you to believe. That's why they needed to go to the heated Sallyport in Canton PD because they passed a whole lot of Sallyports on the way that are run by MSP, and they didn't put the car there because they said they needed a heated Sallyport. But you remember when they drove Karen's car into the Sallyport, there was all this snow on the ground. Go figure. I thought it was heated. Why would there be any snow on the ground ever? We are all Karen Reed said it would be perfect if Lally joins our chat. If he hasn't already, using the handle baby snark. That would be great, wouldn't it? That'd be so awesome. They're watching. They watched the chats. It's pretty obvious that they do. You guys are the mirror jury, so they watch all the chats. I'm quite certain of it. Jennifer says, so Karen Reed's car shows the signs of snow, but John O'Keefe's car that was also outside was as clean as it could be. No blood, no dents, no case. Let's go. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. They sent him to take photos of John's car, but they never called him to take any photos of the evidence that they continued to find in the days and weeks gone by. Amy Sue, thank you for your 20. Does defense need Michael Easter anymore? The last 2 Commonwealth witnesses have done an outstanding job of demonstrating appropriate and precise processing of evidence with detailed and timely reports. Why such a discrepancy in procedures? Well, it's different parts of the investigation. Some of these crime lab techs, yeah, they're telling us about crime scene collection, but there's been no real truthful testimony about report writing, about separating witnesses, about recording witness interviews. And when we covered the Turk trial, Dr. Turk murdered his wife, Katie McLean, in 2020. A lot of these same investigators were involved. That was in Dover, but it was a Norfolk County case because Dover's in Norfolk County. A lot of people didn't know that. And they recorded all the interviews. They have little yellow evidence marker cones. They do exist. They know how to do it. They knew how to do it in 2020, but in the murder of a Boston police officer in 2022, they just forgot how to do it. I'm not buying it. So yeah, I think they really do need an expert in police procedure because there's so many parts of this investigation that were horrible. She's so far not allowing it, and I don't know if she's going to, if they renew their motion, maybe. We still don't know if Hank's going to be allowed to bring the Aruba witnesses in. If there's any opposition papers, I know they'll wind up in my inbox, but I haven't seen anything yet. But I would like to talk about the defense opposition if they've been filed. Thank you, Rosemary, for your Venmo. You're so sweet. Thank you, Anik, for your Venmo. Are the Alberts being called to the stand? It remains to be seen. It remains to be seen. It's been reported by reporters and others that the Commonwealth does not intend to call Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Michael Proctor. We'll see what happens, though. We'll see what happens. The defense can always call them on their case in chief. And remember last time, Lally called every single person who was inside 34 Fairview that night. Every single person. Make sure you acknowledge the stream. We're up to, we're only at 10,000 likes. We'd have to refresh my screen. Once we get to 15,000, we're going to do a couple of giveaways for merch. So remind all your friends to acknowledge the stream as they come in and out and in and out. So we'll see how many Alberts get called to the stand. Lally called everybody who was in the house. Brittany, thank you for your Venmo. This trial and some big life changes have me rethink my goals, leaving a decade-long veterinary career and becoming a paralegal and maybe law school someday. Do it. Any advice? Is 38 too old? No, you are never too old to dream a new dream. C.S. Lewis said that. And coincidentally, C.S. Lewis, I believe, is the author of, Alice in Wonderland. Am I conflating my authors now? Anyway, C.S. Lewis is the one who said you're never too old to dream a new dream. And you never are. And look at me. At my age, did I ever think I would be on YouTube? No. But, life has a funny way of working out. So you're never too old to dream a new dream. And look, we're at 96.2 thousand subscribers. One of my kids said to me the other day, Mom, when I was a kid and I used to watch Jake Paul on YouTube, I thought it was so cool that he had that silver play button. And I can't wait until you get yours. I'm like, oh, that's so nice. We're almost there. 100K. We get a silver play button. That's pretty exciting. It's the little things. C.S. Lewis is Narnia. Okay, thank you. I knew Narnia, Lewis. I don't know. C.S. Lewis wrote Narnia, The Chronicles of Narnia. Who wrote Alice in Wonderland? Lewis Carroll. Lewis Carroll. See? C.S. Lewis, Lewis Carroll, right? Got it. Thank you. See, we learned trivia here too. We're going to be so good at Trivial Pursuit when this is all over. Luigi, hello to South Africa. Hanky Panky makes it up as defense attacks his silly witness. Half-baked cake. Yeah. Yes, it is. Right. Doro Della says, Colin gets a free pass, but Kaylee does not. Sick. Agreed. But this is in defense of the Alberts and McCabe's. Make no doubt about it. The girl who did the diary notes. Oh, her name is Emily C. I think I closed it out. Hold on, but never fear, because I have it saved. Was that hilarious or what? One of my favorite things ever. Emily, her last name is, or the name she goes by on Twitter is Emily, Emily. Her last name is SEE, and she's at MEM64000. She does the diary entries for Hank and Lally and others. Wave it in the air like you just don't care, says on top. Thank you, darling. Mickey, I wonder if Bev is going to curse calling Brennan names. Apparently it was caught her doing so when Yannetti was up. I can't stand her. Jill says, taillight is way too clean. Should be loaded with salt. A lot of people say that. When doves fly out of the evidence bag playlist. When doves fly. Yeah, I think we should do that, Sidebar Buffs. Thank you. Thank you. And Rams fan, let's go Buffs. Kristen 716. Duh, that's a hair from the cat the weatherman was tracking. Could be. It's 1 p.m. Eastern. Am I missing something? I don't know what you mean. They're at lunch. They went to lunch and they're on. Oh, sorry, 1:40. They're on break until 1:40. I have a typo in my Chiron. Excuse me. Sorry. I'm like, what do you mean? Yes, you're right. You're correct. It's the Chiron that's wrong. Thank you. That was my typo. It's a scrivener's error. Unleashed Pokey Game. It's a scrivener's error. No worries. Norman says, because they would never go to lunch at 12. That would just be like what time normal people eat. Or people who, work a full day, maybe. Norman, maybe she explains why the bare metal has no rust on it after being exposed to salt. Bare metal exposed to salt rusts within hours. This is a fact. Thank you. RW just got my hair done. Told everyone in the salon about Karen Retrial on your channel. Love you. Woo Pig Suey. Well, it's funny because they do play my show in many nail salons and hair salons throughout the country. Somebody sent me like a nail salon. They were getting their nails done in Oregon. And they had me on the TV in an Oregon nail salon. And I love those pictures. So keep emailing them to me because they're awesome. Thanks, RW. Will Wallace heard nothing regarding taillight pieces or housing testing for DNA or blood waiting. It's coming. It's coming. You will hear it. She's the witness who's, I think, is going to bring it in. Texas Patriot, thank you. Those scratches and dents are probably from her backing into the Traverse. Bet the paint would match. Hope they bring that up. Thank you. Decorated dude pickup lines. Niece testified because she is named in the civil suit. Well, yeah, that could add to her intentional infliction of emotional distress claim because it is her claim in the wrongful death civil action that she was intentionally inflicted with emotional distress by Karen yelling things in the morning like, is he dead? Is he dead? I think I got hit by a plow. Maybe he got hit by a plow. He's never coming home, or, things like that. That's her claim, or the claim that the adults are making on her behalf, let's face it, because she was a minor at the time. And so there has to be an adult appointed to bring this claim for her. And maybe they think it's going to help her civil case. I don't know. Hello, the good dog. Anyone else disturbed by Bev's huge smile and sugary sweet voice to the jury each morning? Or is it just me? Stark contrast of perky and then sighs. Yeah, I noticed it too. Dina Jam, thanks for the prayers. My dad passed away on May 12th, 2025. I'm so sorry, Dina Jam. Prayers. Best gun losing detective says MSP should be wearing orange. Tony Cardone for your $50 super chat. Thank you so much. Says I just backed into a fence post and my lenses only broke into 6 pieces and a few tiny ones. That's a wooden post in concrete. No arm did that damage. I've also been bitten by dogs that I work with, and 100% those cuts on his arms are from a dog. Thank you, Tony. Thank you, Tony. I appreciate you. That's a very generous super chat. Tony coming in with the hard facts and the common sense. Thank you, Zeldabot. Please go on a date with Tom K. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. Thank you. Jenna Caswell Hall, thanks for 50. We love your perspective and commentary, Melanie. Watching intently as you call out Kim Jong-Canone. Brilliant. Keep fighting the fight. Retired Sergeant Peter Murphy. Keep fighting. Thank you, Jenna, very much. And retired Sergeant Peter Murphy is also awesome. I don't know if you're sending that on his behalf, but we love Peter Murphy. Peter Murphy, you did an amazing job on Billy Bush's show. I loved it. Waiting for Billy Bush to call me. Because Billy Bush gets it. Billy Bush knows a lot about this case, and he's speaking out about it, and he's horrified too. Somebody said you recommended that he should call me, so I'm waiting. Thank you so much, Jenna, for your super generous 50. I appreciate you. Shea Breezy, while we watch the MSP Crime Lab's finest take on the stand, let's not forget the Netflix documentary from a few years ago and how a lack of honor and integrity did not stop with the troopers. They don't work alone. Thank you very much, Shay. Tell everyone the name of that documentary in case they want to watch it. Tunnel vision from Jump. Thank you. Smooth as butter. I see what you did there. You're in Arizona. Smooth AZ butter. Well done. Aaron, is court on a break? Yes, they are on lunch until 1:40 p.m. I had it wrong in my Chiron. It's 1:40, not 12:40. So 15 more minutes. If so, can you tell us your theory / timeline after John arrived at 34 Fairview? I'm new to the case and can't fit all the pieces except that Karen is not guilty. Well, I don't really have a theory, but here's the timeline. Karen arrives at 34 Fairview, pulls up in front of the driveway. John jumps out of the car and walks up to the side door. She says on some of the documentaries that she saw him go in the side door. There are two side doors on that side. There's a garage door that's to the right, and there's a door that goes into the family room on the left. And then there's a main door that goes into the foyer where people take their shoes off, according to Coco. Jennifer McCabe says her Denali or her big giant Yukon or whatever it was parked in the driveway. And so if he ran up to the left of that car, Ryan Nagel's car pulling up behind them would not have seen John running up to the door. There are many theories. He may have gone inside the garage by accident. He may have gone inside the house and been brought down and lured down to the basement. He may have been called over to the side of the house by someone who was already outside waiting for him. Like perhaps, for example, the guy who texted to him, "You coming here?" with 3 question marks at 12:20. That was Higgins. I don't know what happened. I don't think it was intentional, whatever happened. I think it was probably an accident, and drunk people do stupid things. I think initially, like a lot of people do, that Lucky was supposed to be the patsy here. Lucky's the plow driver. That initially maybe the plan was to say he got hit by a plow. But when Karen called up in the morning freaking out, things shifted, things drifted, things might have changed. And so all I know is that John O'Keefe was not hit by a car and a car did not hit John O'Keefe. And so Karen Reed was home at One Meadows by 12:36. That is proven by testimony that we've already heard, that she connected to the Wi-Fi at that time. Commonwealth's new theory is that he was hit and killed and incapacitated immediately at 12:31. But at 12:32, he's using face recognition to look at a text message on his phone and then hits the lock button on the side of his phone before he dies. I mean, that's all new. And so it's at least a 10-minute drive. It's a 10-minute drive to Fairview. To One Meadows from Fairview in those weather conditions, as testified to by Jennifer McCabe in this trial. Jennifer McCabe's text messages and her prior trial testimony was that she saw that Lexus in front of that house at 12:45. Some people are telling lies and some people are telling the truth, and it's up to the jury to figure out who's telling what. But there's a lot of people acting very suspicious in this whole saga of a Michigas, and the jury's going to have to sort all that out. But it's not their job to solve a mystery either. The jury doesn't have to figure out who murdered John O'Keefe. The jury just has to figure out whether or not there was a car accident, in my opinion. And if they're back there trying to solve a mystery, it's reasonable doubt. I have no idea what happened. The only people who know what happened are the people who saw it happen. And unless somebody comes out and says, "I saw what happened," the investigation was so bad that there may never be justice for John O'Keefe. Thank you, Catherine, for becoming a member. Terry Sue, will this entire trial be limited in duration by Judge Bev? Nope. She can't do that, but she did limit them to 1 hour closings last time, which was way too short in my opinion. Real deal. Could someone post Mel's Cash App? Oh, here. I hate giving YouTube 30%. Okay. I can put it up for you. I have a scan code for you. That's so sweet of you to ask. Yeah, a lot of people don't know that YouTube takes 30% of all super chats. So direct is good. I will always read your questions. Thank you so much. You're a sweetheart, real deal. And you are the real deal. You are absolutely 100% the real deal. Cash App, QR code in the corner. Rebecca Schaefer, thank you for becoming a member. Bassel says, what about my last name? That's not really a last name, is it? I'll allow it. Emily C. just shouted you out on Twitter. Oh, said you made her day. No way. Thank you. A viewer sent it to me, and I'll try and find out who the viewer was. I cannot believe that I never, ever saw her feed before. So thank you to my viewer. And look, she said, "Dear Diary, Melanie Little made my day." See, that just makes me want to cry. I love women helping other women because there's so many horrible women out there. And there is a special place in hell for all of those women who don't take the time to help other women. And I love to help other creators. And so look at that. Oh, come on. Really, Emily? That's adorable. Look at this. It's going up on the screen. It's going up on the screen because you're all going to go follow. I mean, I know a lot of you are not on Twitter, but look, Emily wrote, "Dear Diary, Melanie Little made my day," with a heart. And there's her Twitter handle. So go follow her. She got 2,292 followers. Let's get her to 5K by the end of day. by COB, all right? Close the business. Let's get M to 5K. Oh, doesn't that just make you all verklempt? That makes me verklempt. I love that. I love that for us, Emily. I love it for us. The best. The best. The best is yet to come. All right, we'll stop sharing for now. Rebecca, wouldn't Karen feel a thump if she hit something? She would. She hasn't testified. She's talked a lot to a lot of reporters, and she did say she hit something that morning, and it was John's car. So, yeah, she would. And also, wouldn't her backup camera start beeping? And some of these cars now have automatic braking systems where if you're about to stop something, it will automatically brake and you just can't hit anything, right? Monique Unfiltered, Free Karen Reed, Justice for John O'Keefe, and God save the people of Massachusetts, all the way from Canada. Shouting that out. Thank you. Living that GP life, sloth style. So glad I found you for round 2 from Massachusetts. And this whole sheet show is an embarrassment. Thank you for using sheet show. I appreciate that. Thanks for all you do. See, this is the reason I can be played in nail salons and hair salons nationwide, because usually if I'm not reading the decision on the motion to dismiss, I don't use the curse words. Not that there's anything wrong with people who do, but thank you. I appreciate you. The truth is a third language to these people. Thank you, Lola the good dog. Maybe it's Yuri Buchanik's third language. Oh no, his third language was English. What do you think his second language was? Time. Suspicious Albert Rock. In 2 weeks, I'm going to Rhode Island for spinal surgery. I'm afraid to miss the trial. I worry for Karen so much. First of all, prayers up for you. Spinal surgery is hard, but you will make a great recovery, and hopefully you have an excellent spinal surgeon and everything will be so much better, and you'll be maybe hopefully out of pain when you're done. So wishing you all the healing vibes in advance. And I don't know how much longer this trial is going to take. We'll see. They said 6 to 8 weeks, I think, in the beginning, and it seems to be moving along a little bit faster than they thought. So you're not going to miss it because you're going to be recuperating and you're going to be laying down, but they do want you to get up and walk a lot after spinal surgery. But you can put earpods in. Earpods. That's what my kids say. Why do you call them earpods? I'm like, I don't know. What are they supposed to be called? You put headphones on. You can watch it in the hospital on the TV. You can get it. You can get it. You can like screenshot or whatever, screencast YouTube onto your television. Bring your laptop. You're not going to miss a thing. And good luck. Mike, why didn't the defendant cross Guarino to get the 136 Wi-Fi connection? How else will they get it in? I think it has been spoken about in this trial. Chat. Collaborate with me for a moment. It's been in the 136 Wi-Fi connection. They got it in so far. I think he did. I think he did already testify to it, right? They can always call him back on their case in chief if they want to. They just didn't want to cross him maybe yet. Right? Did you hear McLaughlin call Yannetti an a-hole on a hot mic? Somebody said that it was the judge. Now you're saying it's McLaughlin. No, I didn't hear it. I didn't hear it. I'm not going to play it. You guys can look for it. I'm sure it's out there on Twitter. And so, I don't know. Somebody said it was the judge. Now they're saying it's, see, this is why I don't do the rumor thing, Anthony, but I did not hear it. Farmer, Karen was the only person who reacted in shock. Yes, yes. Jen McCabe was very, very calm on her 911 call. There's me and PS out in the snow. Not Officer Down. Not my dear friend of 10 years is frozen outside my sister's house. And then she said, there's a guy, unresponsive, send help. Not even like, send an ambulance quick. Oh my God, Officer Down. She comes from a law enforcement family. Everyone knows if you say Officer Down, there's going to be hella response, right? Make it make sense. I just can't. Reed's bite is bigger than Chloe's is here. Thanks for your 10. Slow down video of some female caught on a hot mic. I know, here we go again. Possibly call Yannetti. And after asking for sidebar, slow down, female voice, Judge or McLaughlin, what is your email? I can send it. I'm not going to play it. I'm just not going to play it. There are so many other channels that you can go to for rumor, speculation, gossip, trash talking people. I'll listen to it on my own. And if I think it's anything, I'll put it up here. But if you guys want to keep paying me to talk about it, I haven't heard it, so I can't speculate. Thank you though. West Virginia Church Outhouse. Have you watched Bathrobe Women? Bathrobe Woman with her visuals aids maxed out mommy on TikTok. Oh, I remember her. She has a bathrobe on. Yes, yes, I know what you're talking about. And she's trying to explain the case to her husband, and she's got like a big whiteboard, and she's up there, and she's like, and then this and that. That came around the first trial, right? Is that her name, Maxed Out Mommy? Thank you for that. That's an amazing video too. Maybe we'll play that next time if she's cool with it. I don't know. I don't like to play creators' content without asking because it's just like the nice thing to do. Maxed Out Mommy on TikTok. All right. Thank you. That is a very, very, very funny video. I suggest that if you're on TikTok, go search for it. Thank you. I'm still behind reading chat. So many questions. Sorry if repeated. I'm also breaking the 2 questions up. Was CB's glass included in testing? CB's glass? The cocktail glass was included in testing, but it did not match the bumper glass. And there were 4 sources of glass and none of them matched each other. And the defense has made a motion to have a trial exhibit, like a chalk, and they're going to have a chart of the glass pieces. And we're going to be able to see a chart. So I'm not sure what exactly you mean, but hopefully it will get cleared up when they show the chalk. That's not a hippie. Playlist needs more Grateful Dead, Victim of the Crime. That's a good one. Good one. Good one. I will always like a look at good Bobby tune. Thank you. How old was Colin at the time of the murder? I don't know. He was under 18 is all I know. 16, 17. Thank you, Morally Bankrupt. Appreciate you. 17. He was just 17. You know what I mean? Okay. Thank you to Cassie for your Cash App. I got to go fill up my iced coffee, you guys. So I'm going to keep the fan on for a few minutes. Everyone go, everybody. Thank you. Cassie says I rock. Thank you. Go fill up your drinks. They're supposed to be back in 4 minutes. I doubt they will be, but if they do come back, I'm going to put it up so that you'll have it. But I need to go. Oops. I need to go and fill up my drink. And I suggest that you do the same. Get your popcorn, get your drink. Maybe they'll be back in 4 minutes. Maybe they won't, but I will. I'll be back with you very, very soon. Okay, we're back. We're back. I have that clip pulled up that you all are talking about. Y'all. I'm not from the South. I never ever say y'all. Why am I starting to say y'all now? Did I change my sweater? Yes, I did. Because once somebody said that my sweater color was so close to my skin color that it looked like I was naked, I could not unsee it. So now there's some more contrast there for me. I'm going to pull it up. You're going to listen to it, or we're going to listen to it. And you're going to tell me what you think. You don't have to put that. You can write a-hole in the chat. You don't have to write the whole word out. Listen carefully. It's a hot mic moment. I don't know who it is. It could be the judge. It could be another female. It could be somebody sitting next to a hot mic near the camera person. We don't know. Just listen. I will hear you. Did you hear it? Like that. That's what it sounded like. Oops. It's closer to here.
I need to be heard at sidebar.
I will hear you. I mean, could be. Could be what was said. A lot of people pointing that out. So, interesting. Did you hear it? Yeah. We don't know who it was. I don't know if it's going to be addressed right now because they were supposed to be at lunch until 1:40. Oh, look, even Law and Crime took down the 1:40 part and just said the court is on lunch. They've given up. They've given up. They have the best sound today, so we're stuck with it. Even though hopefully they won't. I don't think they have big case mic on ever, do they? Thank you to Real Deal who asked for the Cash App QR code and then sent a very, very nice, generous Cash App and said, I love your coverage and on-point commentary. Thank you so much. I appreciate you very much. Now I have the hiccups. Give me a second. Do you know that I never knew what misophonia was until I started my own YouTube channel? And apparently it is very real and it is quite disabling for people. So you will notice that because I'm here to help, that I always mute my mic when I take a sip of my drink because I never knew how disabling that could be for people to listen to. But I do now. So there's that. Justin Watts, is Weird Al Dare to be Stupid on the playlist? No, it's not. Oh my God. Weird Al Yankovic. Weird Al Yankovic. Remember that guy? Weird Al. We're dating ourselves now, Justin. Buzzing for Truth. 96.6 subs. You're almost there. We're getting there. Thanks for being with me for 16 months. Cheryl F. gifted 10 memberships. That is really, really sweet and very kind and generous of you. Thank you so very much. I appreciate you more than you know. Kimberly at the 23. Oh yeah, that's the one. That's the clip that we just well, I don't know if it's the judge. I don't know if it's Laura McLaughlin. I don't know if it's someone else who was close to a mic. So I cannot say for sure who it was. I can say that it sounded to me like they said ass, and then it kind of got cut off. So we did just listen to it. If you weren't here, I'm behind on the chats, but you can rewind a little bit and you'll hear it for yourself. John's Missing Socks became a member. Boy, I wish we could find you. John's Missing Socks. We don't know where you are, but you were not turned in with evidence of the clothing that was collected from the hospital by BUKHENIK and PROCTOR, who threw all the clothing that was super wet, soaking wet with blood and vomit into the same bag. I can't read your username, but it's I something RE with a telephone after it. New here. I've been lurking and watching on TV. I really appreciate your commentary as I did not see the trial and it's getting great. And it's great getting the additional info from you. Love the channel. Thank you. Thank you so much for tuning in from across the pond. The world really is watching. It really is. And you couldn't make this up if you tried. If you scripted this in a Hollywood writer's room and you tried to pitch this as a pilot to a network, they would laugh you out and they would say, yeah, no. No, it's unbelievable. Nobody would ever believe it. It's trans credulity. It's too ridiculous. Hold my white claws here. Thanks for your super chat. Super sticker. Josie Mojo, I got my LLB at 48 and 51. I was accepted to the bar. That is amazing. See, you're never too old to dream a new dream. Josie Mojo from South Africa. You're never too old. Just do it. Just do it. How far back we heard the hot mic? Well, I just played a clip that I found on Twitter, so I'll play it one more time for those of you who didn't hear it. Okay, just you got to listen because it's right at the end. Ready? Go.
I need to be heard at Sidebar.
I will hear you.
Asa. That's really what I hear. Asa. So, do I know? I don't know for sure.
Revealed to you that he and
Let's
Kevin
do it
Albert
again.
had socialized together by drinking alcohol in his cruiser.
Sustained injures, I'm going to ask you to strike that question. Disregard.
I need to be heard at Sidebar.
Could be a juror. I don't think it's the judge. The judge is standing up to walk to Sidebar, so the judge isn't even near the microphone. I mean, it could have been anyone. It could have been a juror. Literally, it could be. You're right, because the way this courtroom is, it is so small.
At the time of that,
the courtroom is so small that some of the jurors are like sitting almost on top of that witness box. That is how small the courtroom is. So for those of you who have been in that courtroom, you know what I'm talking about. It could be, Sherry. You don't know how small that courtroom is. So the jurors are literally almost on top of the witness. That's how small it is. It sounded like a woman to me. Ass, and then it cuts off. So I don't know. We don't need to run with the we don't need to run with the rumors. It could be ask him. It could be I don't know. I mean, like let's not let people think that we really wear tinfoil hats over every little thing that happens everywhere. Hold on. The court's back, and of course they were late putting up their sound. So just give me a sec, because we don't like to be late. It's one of my pet peeves, being late. By the way.
Questions and attempting to introduce the taillight housing. Do you remember that?
Yes,
And you mentioned there were a number of items in that bag.
that's correct.
And during that break, did we have a chance to look inside the bag,
Yes,
accompanied by counsel for the defense?
yes.
When items are stored in a bag, is it common for them to be transferred to other locations other than your evidence locker?
I'm sorry, can you rephrase that
Sure.
information?
When
that
you
question?
store a piece of evidence in an evidence bag and you put it in the evidence locker for safekeeping, does the evidence sometimes travel to other places?
Yes,
If it's tested for other types of information, maybe DNA or biological fluids, can that item be transferred to another department?
yes,
Is sometimes that item brought back and forth to court for other proceedings?
yes.
And do you know if this item has been on different travels over time?
I do know that it went into several different units within the laboratory, yes.
When you opened up the bag and you said the housing was in that bag, the other items that were in the bag, do you know when they were put in there?
No, I do not.
Do they appear to be pieces that are consistent with the taillight housing?
I can't testify to whether or not they're consistent.
Okay.
Nothing is
when you
consistent
saw
in
the
this case.
pieces, do you know whether or not any of the pieces broke off that taillight housing?
I do not know.
The taillight housing, did it have any loose pieces when you first retrieved it from the Canton Police Department?
No, it did not. It had missing pieces, but nothing was loose on the taillight housing itself at the time that I collected it.
And the loose pieces on the bottom of that bag, they were in the bag when you opened it this morning?
Yes, that's correct.
The loose pieces, last time you had an opportunity to open that bag was how long ago?
The only time I opened that, the packaging for the taillight housing was in the laboratory when I first examined it in 2023.
And do you have any indication this has passed many hands or hands since then?
I do know that that item went to the trace unit after I examined it.
Those loose pieces in the bottom of the bag, I'm going to ask.
Hold the phone. Did she not even, she didn't even examine these taillight pieces until a year later, until 2023. Yeah, you heard her right. And so she did all of this collection February 1st, 2022, the day Karen Reed was arrested, and she didn't examine any of the pieces until a year later, more than a year later. Crazy, right? Not really.
The loose pieces, last time you had an opportunity to open that bag was how long ago?
The only time I opened that, the packaging for the taillight housing was in the laboratory when I first examined it in 2023.
What about
Do you have any
the trial?
indication this has passed many hands or hands since then?
I do know that that item went to the trace unit after I examined it.
Those loose pieces in the bottom of the bag, I'm going to ask you to keep them with the taillight housing.
Okay.
And I'm going to move that piece of evidence. Evidence, I may have one moment.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, maybe the microscopic pieces that they pretend are in John's shirt. Yeah.
One last question. When a bag is opened by somebody who's examining it, if there are small loose pieces accompanying the item, is it ever packaged in separate baggies or containers?
In the criminalistics unit, so I can only speak for myself in my individual examination, if there are loose items within the item that's packaged with it, I would separate it and potentially separate into a smaller package and put it inside the larger container so that it doesn't get lost.
In addition to the loose pieces in the bottom of that bag, do you see separate
Just
small
put them all together.
containers of
No-
packaging
no big whoop.
of smaller pieces?
Yes, there were 2 smaller containers within that larger bag.
And those smaller packages that are separate from the actual larger item, did you put smaller pieces in those small bags?
I did not do that.
It's done by somebody other than you.
At some point, yes.
Proctor?
I now move to introduce that into evidence.
No objection, subject to the explanation and cross-examination, Your Honor.
Okay.
Could you present that?
Yes.
Yes.
There's all kinds of pieces in the bottom of the bag. They're all just put together in a little tin that probably had someone's chewing tobacco in it, but you know, Stop and Shop bags, Solo cups, chewing tobacco tins, you know, who cares? This is a murder of a police officer. No big whoop.
And you can keep the gloves on. I just want to be able to show the small.
Oh, okay,
separate
that's fine. I'll just get it there.
After it's marked.
Sure.
Exhibit 146.
And Miss Nancy, our favorite court reporter. She's not here for this trial. She did the Turk trial.
You've already showed us the housing. Can you show us some of the small pieces in the bottom of the bag and also the small separate packaging that you did not package?
Yes.
Thank you.
Look at more Cali friends are here. I love that my Cali friends are interested in this case this time around. Thank you, Mike Ewing from Sacramento.
Could you explain what those are?
These are 2 small glassine envelopes that were in the container.
Any markings on those envelopes?
Yes. Would you like me to read them?
Please.
Some of it is illegible to me. I didn't write it. Oh, I'm sorry. It appears to be at least the second half of the case number. It's possible that's the 22-02184. 3-1.
Different case number.
Pieces E, G, I'm not sure if it's an M or an H, I, S, K.
Can't read it.
This also has a case number 22-02184. 3-1, assorted small pieces.
Thank you. And was there any pieces that weren't packaged other than the housing in that bag?
Yes.
And could you show us, please?
Okay, that is not ASMR. That's really hurting my ears.
This item was also located in the bag. And these two items were also located in the bag.
Thank you very much. May I approach?
Yes.
I'll take that.
Remember the Rust trial in New Mexico when they put the evidence under a different case number in a different file, and then the judge threw the case out in open court and let Alec Baldwin go home? Remember that? Yeah. It's New Mexico. This was also in the bag. Just all of these rando items
Housing back to the
in one
lab.
bag.
Did you take it out of the bag and do anything with it?
Yes, during my examination, I did remove it from the bag to look at it.
After you looked at it or during your observations, did you take any samples from it?
Yes, I did.
Explain to us what you did.
I took a polyester swab. I moistened it with sterile water, and then I applied that swab to the external front areas of the taillight.
Why did you do that?
My goal was to collect any potential biological material that was present on the exterior of the taillight.
Did you engage in that procedure?
Okay, listen up to her methodology for swabbing the exterior pieces of the taillight to see if there's any DNA or blood or skin on them. And remember also, many of my law enforcement officers in the chat, isn't it your custom and practice to touch taillights at traffic stops and perhaps other places? It's just something you do, right? So that your DNA is on the vehicle in case something happens to you, right? Yes. Okay. John O'Keefe, reminder, was a Boston police officer. I know nobody wants anybody to know that in this trial, but listen up. I know it's boring, but this is the time to pay attention right now.
A polyester swab. I moistened it with sterile water, and then I applied that swab to the external.
Okay, the next person that types up the word a-hole in the chat is getting banned like for life. Okay, I don't. That's why you're called kindergarten cop, because sometimes this is like a kindergarten class. I've been told by the moderators today that today we have broken a record for a new low of vile comments in the chat, and that's not the way I do things here. It's not the way that I do things here, and you guys know it if you've been here for a long time. I don't care if there's a cupcake next to your name or not. I don't care. We have one-way passes, boarding passes to Block Island. It is beautiful. It is beautiful this time of year on Block Island, and you can go there for free. Look, we have a boarding pass emoji for that. There you go. And a boss baby emoji. Oh, boss baby for Hank Brennan. Right? One-way boarding passes available to Block Island. That's like enough already. Enough.
Front areas of the taillight.
Why did you do that?
My goal was to collect any potential biological material that was present on the exterior of the taillight.
Did you engage in that procedure pursuant to your training and experience?
Yes, I did.
You know, I had it on a 24-hour hold today. It's got to go back to 48.
Former P-187
Maybe it should be a
back on the screen,
72-hour
now an
hold, like a
exhibit.
psych hold before you can chat. Look ridiculous. You can type a-hole as two different words. Yeah, just don't type out the word. I mean, just have some
Could you use
class.
the pointer and the television to your right? Could you show us?
Put some
and show the
asterisks in
jury
there. Be
where you
creative,
took
for
a
Christ's
swab?
sake.
What areas?
Yes.
Thank you.
So I took my collection from this upper right-hand corner, the red apparent plastic, as well from this area down here, another piece of red plastic, and then these clear apparent plastic here on the front of the taillight housing. Basically, any areas that would have been exposed when the taillight was intact.
All with
Why
the
do you
same
take
swab?
the swab and go to multiple different parts of an item?
The goal of this collection.
Is she saying she used one swab to swab the entire thing? I think that's what she's saying. Ed Wallace's head is probably popped off and is in somewhere, wherever he is. God knows what country he's in, but it could be anywhere right now. Ed Wallace's, we may have to put a bolo out for the entire world to find Ed Wallace's head.
Go to multiple different parts of an item.
The goal of this collection was just to determine if there's any biological material in that area. And there's no forensic relevance really to if it came from the upper right or the lower left. I took that collection as a whole. And in addition, there was a very small surface area to begin with.
When you took the swab, did you
A
run
year
it
later.
along the breaks in the red part?
Like the edges here?
Yes, the edges.
It's possible, yes, that I collected from those edges.
It's possible, but
Do you
I
have
don't
a
know.
memory
'Cause
of what parts you actually swabbed?
memory.
I remember swabbing the external areas of the taillight, those that would have been on the outside prior to any damage being done.
Thank you,
You can
Ed.
take that down, please. After you engage in the procedure of taking a swab, what do you do to preserve that swab?
That swab is air dried. It's then repackaged in a small glassine envelope. A portion of the swab is also put in a clear plastic tube, which is sent forward to the DNA unit.
Did you do that?
Yes, I did.
Why do you go through that type of procedure? Why do you take that many steps?
I'm sorry, may I correct my answer
Please.
from the last question?
Please.
My apologies. So in this particular instance, the entire swab was cut up and put into plastic tubes for further testing.
Why did you do it that way?
This item was quantity limited. The swab itself was quantity limited, meaning that they'd have to use up the whole swab in order to run DNA analysis.
Is that your
Did
final
you
answer?
do DNA analysis on the swab?
No, I did not.
Why not?
I don't work in the DNA unit, so that is the job of a different analyst.
And at some point, did you take that item that had been preserved and put it into evidence?
Yes, I did.
Were
Thank you, vet girl.
shown a bag full of red plastic cups with an item in it when you were at the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I was.
We have Exhibit 56, please.
They're solo cups. Just say solo cups, red plastic cups. We all know what they are. Here you go. Look at this photo, everyone. This might pop your head off. Look at that.
Thank you. This is a photograph that's been marked as an exhibit. Do you recognize what's in that exhibit?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
Those are 6 red plastic cups that contained frozen red-brown stains.
Did you do anything relative to the content of those cups?
I took a collection from one of the cups using 2 sterile cotton swabs.
Just one
Can
cup.
you just briefly explain what that process entails?
She tested
Yes.
one cup.
I allowed the frozen red-brown stains to thaw. I applied sterile water to 2 cotton swabs, and then I applied it to one of the red-brown stained cups to collect the material from inside.
How do you preserve and maintain the integrity of whatever?
It's just one because she assumed that the red brown stains, which we know to be blood, were all from the same person. So she only tested one. That girl RWV, very generous 50 super chat. Polycarb is not a porous solid subsurface. Polycarb is tough plastic. Saline, why not pull off the casing? Who the hell knows? We're in the upside down, inside out circus that is Norfolk County. Only one. Oh, look at the judge's face right there. Let me take myself off because I'm going to use that later for a thumbnail at some point. Look at her face. She looks like she's in pain. Thank you, vet girl. Super generous of you. Wow. Judge looks like we're all in pain. We feel your pain. You are causing us great distress and pain. Can we sue for intentional infliction of emotional distress? Because I feel like we're all going to have ulcers forever.
Cups to collect the material from inside.
How do you preserve and maintain the integrity of whatever sample you collect?
That sample is then entered into a glassine envelope, a larger minimum envelope. It is then sealed with my initials and date. It is given an independent item number and stored within the proper unit within the lab.
It's a dead
Take that
cop.
down. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan Jackson's pregnant pause, for reminding us that it's a dead
At some
cop.
point, did you look at clothing?
Yes, I did.
Where did you look at clothing?
I examined the clothing from this case at the
Somebody vacuuming in there?
Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
Was the items brought to the crime laboratory?
Yes, they were.
One
Did you have a
cup.
chance to unpackage them?
Yes, I did.
When you received them, how were they stored?
They were stored
You don't wanna
in
know?
brown paper bags
Don't
and
ask.
potentially boxes. I don't remember off the top of my head.
And did you look at a number of different items of clothing?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
When did you test the clothing? Thank you, Delilah, for your cash app for thanking me. Love you, girl.
I'm going to show you a series of 4 photographs. I'm going to ask you about each one of them individually. You recognize the first photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a photograph I took of a gray sweatshirt.
Does that photograph accurately depict the sweatshirt as it appeared to you when you looked at it?
Yes, it does.
You look at the second photograph, please. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is an additional photograph of the front of the gray sweatshirt where I had put some markings on the sweatshirt.
Why did you put markings on the sweatshirt?
These markings specifically are noting areas of damage.
Pointing out where the dog bit
Third photograph, please.
through the sweatshirt.
Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
And what's in that photograph?
This is a close-up photo of the area of damage that I denoted as 1.
And a fourth photograph, please. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a close-up of area damage 1.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw that day when you examined this particular item?
Yes.
All right, move these 4 photographs into evidence.
Jules, my guess is beer pong. My guess is those solo cups were used for beer pong. And those solo cups were right at the back of the murder weapon. So, you know,
No objection,
transfer
Your
of
Honor.
any DNA would be easy, right?
So let's mark them one exhibit.
We need Scissorhands Alessi up here quickly to shred this witness. Sorry, Maureen, but it's happening. I think she's pregnant. She probably should not be undergoing all the stress that's going to happen to her this afternoon, but
Exhibit 147, A, B, C, and D.
she had the misfortune of being assigned this case. And
With the court's permission, could we please show former P190 to the jury?
Yes.
former P190 sounds like a workout machine.
Is that
Okay.
one of the photographs you just recognized?
Yes, it is.
And could you explain to us what you see?
This is the exterior front of the gray sweatshirt. There is linear damage between the top and bottom of the sweatshirt as well
All
as
right,
linear
wait,
damage.
I'm going to stop on, come back. Construction workers on scaffolding, not you, and not 18-wheeler rage, man of outrage, or anyone driving. Here's the front of John O'Keefe's hoodie. This cut mark up the front was used by the EMTs used their trauma shears, I think they call them, to cut the shirt off. That happens. That's normal. Look at the blood stains all the way down the front of the shirt. Andrea Burkhart, my girl, she's also a law tuber, is a boxer. She says this is exactly what happens when you're in the boxing ring and you get a bloody nose. I've seen that blood pattern a million times. I want to know if he had a fractured nose. I don't know that that's ever been brought up. Blood stains all down the front of the shirt. You'll see when she gets to the markings on the arm where she marks them that these are puncture marks. Look, I'm going to show you one of the arms. Actually, let's see. That would be his left. It was his right arm, right? That where the dog attack marks were. Do you see these marks here? These little holes. That is what the Commonwealth wants you to believe happened from an exploding taillight. See all these little puncture marks here? I believe this is the front. So this would be the right arm, right sleeve. Keep that in mind as we go through this testimony.
Across each sleeve. This is the exterior front of the gray sweatshirt. There is linear damage between the top and bottom of the sweatshirt as well as linear damage across each sleeve of the sweatshirt.
Do you see the cut down the front of that sweatshirt?
Yes.
Did you distinguish that cut as any different than the damage on the arm?
I did not do any damage analysis on that particular area of damage.
Why not?
Typically in these type of events, you'll see those types of damage associated with clothing being removed from emergency medical technicians, so they're not forensically relevant.
Thank you. If we could turn now to former P194.
Yeah. Come back to your screen again, please. This is where, if you're rage cleaning or crocheting, this is where she did decide to mark up all of the right arm damage to the sweatshirt. She decided to put little markers there. Some of them may be numbered. I'm not sure. Can't see them, but let's hear what she says about it.
I'll come back. Is this the same sweatshirt?
Yes, it is.
There's a little bit difference. There's markings or tabs on it?
Yes, that's correct.
What are you doing there?
I put tabs on each of the areas of damage on the sleeve and 2 on the chest that I was going to examine further.
When you put the tabs on, do you write a report or mark it in any way to memorialize it in case the tabs fall off?
Yes, in
Catch
this
it.
case, they were marked tabs 1 through 9. Those are not permanent on the sweatshirt. They're actually just pieces of filter paper that I use to mark it.
Could we, Ms. Gilman, zoom in on that right arm, please?
Please do.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
What is written
My name's
on those
Ms.
tabs?
Gilman.
Each tab has a number on it that corresponds with an area of damage that I examined.
And when you
Yep.
write a report,
Yep. See these puncture marks? These are holes, my friends. These are little holes, little puncture marks. They're not slices like somebody sliced it with a knife. Nope. They're just little puncture holes. And, you know, their photo is real blurry, so you can't see it. But trust me, bro or brah, that's what they are.
when you memorialize it, is that keep an accounting of each?
Yes, that's correct.
Right. Holes that go inward. Yes, I remember that from Ed.
To form a P196, which is
Because you can examine the fabric to tell whether something
147C.
came in or something came out. Excellent work, you guys.
What does that depict, man?
That is a close-up of the area of damage 1 that I did further examination on.
And then when the
Could we
teeth
zoom in a
pull
little bit
out,
on
look,
the-
look. Maybe it was Dr. Russell who said this. When the tooth goes in, it pushes the fabric in. And when the tooth pulls out, it pulls the fabric back out. Right? Yes. I know this shirt does infuriate me as well. I feel you on that. Tell me that's not a tooth puncture mark. The center front tear on the sweatshirt. Oh, there was another tear in addition to the
Is
scissor
that a
marks
fair
you're
and
saying?
accurate depiction of what it looked like when you examined it?
Yes, it is.
And finally, if we could have P197, which is Exhibit 147D.
Oh, a ruler. They found a ruler.
What are you doing there?
That's a close-up photo of that same area of damage 1 with a scale included.
We just saw a close-up of one of the holes that was marked number 1. Did you do the same analysis for each and every one of those areas that you marked?
Yes, I did.
And did you look close up at each and every one of them and measure each and every one of them?
Yes, I did.
Are there photographs showing all of those different angles for each and every hole that you went through?
Yes, I took numerous photographs of each area of damage.
You could take that down, please. In addition to that sweatshirt, did you look at any other clothing items?
Yes, I did.
Court's permission, can I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yep. Matt says the marks are on the front and side, so he would have had to need facing the back of the car head on.
If you could look at the first one, do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is item 7-17. It's an orange T-shirt.
Is it a fair? Should I wait?
Yeah, you should wait. That's Dedham Fire Department showing support for Free Karen Reed.
Thank you. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the T-shirt when you examined it?
Yes, it is.
And the second photograph, please, take a look.
Yes.
Do you recognize what's in that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is the other side of the orange T-shirt.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the T-shirt when you examined it?
Yes, it is.
All right, remove these 2 photographs of evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
We love Dedham. We love Dedham Fire Department.
Exhibits 148A and B.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show P232 to the jury.
Okay.
Could you tell us what you see?
That is a photograph of item 7-17 is the back of the orange T-shirt.
Okay, the back of the shirt.
And on the numbers on the bottom.
Come look at the back of the shirt, my friends. Come look at the back of the shirt. Look at how much blood is on the back of that shirt.
T-shirt.
Could we zoom a
Remember how massive that head wound was? Remember massive head wound, Harry? Was that from Saturday Night Live? I think so. It's bringing me back to many, many, many years ago. Look at the amount of blood on the back of that shirt.
a little in on the numbers on the bottom, Ms. Gilman? What's that on the bottom?
That is the case number, the individual item number for that T-shirt, my initials, and the date that I examined.
The date that she examined it, you can't see it because it's hidden by the law and crime chyron, but it's something like 5/15/2023. That's how important this murder of a Boston police officer investigation was, that she didn't even start testing these blood stains, maybe, or swabbing them until 1 year. No, I'm sorry. Yeah, 1 year and 4 months later. 16 months later. Look at all the blood. And remember, he had a hoodie on over this. The clothes were piled on the floor and then thrown in a bag together. Who knows if it was transfer blood from the other items? We don't know. It's not a tie-dye. No, it's not, but it does look like one.
Or the date that I took the photo.
May of
So you
2023.
had obtained this item on that date, or this is when you examined it and already had it?
That is the date that I opened it up, examined it, and took the photo.
And on the left, what's that ruler used for?
That's a scale just to show the size of the item.
Could we zoom back out and get a full look at
Right. And there were only drops of blood where he was
Thank you.
found. 6
If you could
drops in
turn
solo
next to
cups. That's all the blood they found.
P233, Ms. Gilman?
She only tested 1 cup. Here's the front of the shirt. Come
is
back
that,
to your
a
screen for a
photograph of?
moment.
That is a photograph of the front of the orange t-shirt, item 7-17.
More blood.
Ms. Gilman, can we first see the bottom left-hand corner? Zoomed in a little bit. Thank you. Why did you place a marker there?
I used markers on this item to note areas of staining that I was going to do further analysis on.
Did you do further analysis of that stain area?
Yes, I did.
And how did you do that? Any different than the swab you talked about before?
This I screened for blood, and I'd have to check my notes for any further testing I did on it.
When you screened it for blood, was it a positive or negative result?
That was positive.
Do you know if you did anything further with it?
May I check my notes?
With the
Tell us
court's
how many
permission,
unknown
thank you.
male contributors were to those blood stains. How many unknown male contributors were there to the blood stains, Ms. Hartnett? Casey at bat. Sue O'Connell just texted that she's sure no witnesses have been smoking weed. Who's sitting next to her? Yeah, the guy covering up the stickers on his
Please.
laptop.
Yes, I also performed a confirmatory test for blood on that stain.
So what's the difference between a preliminary and a confirmatory test?
A screening test, other types of materials may cause a positive reaction. For the confirmatory test, it is confirmatory for blood, as well as it indicates human blood, although you might get a positive reaction from primate blood or ferret blood.
Can we now turn to the top right and zoom in if you would? We see 3 tabs there. What are you looking for in those areas?
Those are 3 additional red-brown stains that I performed further testing on.
And do you have the results of that testing?
So I performed a screening test on each of those tests, and each of those screening tests was positive.
Okay.
I performed
Of all the blood stains on this shirt, she picks 3 tiny droplets of blood to test. He was wearing, remember, this was the shirt he was wearing underneath his other shirt. Let's see what she found here after swabbing all of them with the same swab, I'm sure.
a confirmatory test on stains A and C, which were also positive. I did not perform that test on stain B due to its small size.
If you could zoom out just a little bit,
There's a lot of big stains on there. Did you test them?
Similar to the sweatshirt, there's long cuts through the front of that T-shirt. Is your analysis and opinion any different than the similar cuts that you saw on the sweatshirt?
Yes, I did not perform any additional analysis on those area of damage due to the fact that they're most likely attributed to the emergency medical technicians or medical personnel removing that item of clothing.
Thank you. You could take
Most
that down, please, Ms.
likely.
Gilman.
I
And for the
assumed.
final
That's what we
piece
do.
of
That's
clothing,
what we
you
do
have a
in
chance to look at pants.
Norfolk County.
I did look at a pair of jeans, yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
We have a little room to move.
This is a photograph of the front of the pair of jeans, item 7-1.
Could you look at the second photograph, please? Do you recognize what's in that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a photograph of the back of the pair of jeans, item 7-1.
Do both of those photographs fairly depict what you saw when you examined the clothing?
Yes, they do.
And move these two to evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
I can't wait for Bobby Scissorhands to get up there.
Exhibits 149A
No, but
and
Grant is like a huge cannabis like supporter, and he's always like, and so I'm sure he reeks of it. I'm sure that's what she's talking about.
I'd show P242, which is 149A, to the jury.
Okay.
Was there anything of note when you examined these pants?
These pants also had linear damage between the top and the bottom, which would be.
Okay, come back and look at your screen so I'm going to zoom in on this. I'm just going to take it back, scooch. We're going to zoom in. Look at the, I don't know what this is on the bottom of what is the right leg on your screen, which is really his left leg. Dirt, blood. I'm not sure what that is. There's a big stain right there. Let's see what she says it is. She actually has a ruler out. It's a pretty big stain. A lot of stains on the other leg too. And then there were some cuts here, I guess, from the EMTs, and a lot of stains up in the waist and trunk area here. Are they blood? Are they grass stains? I don't know. The belt is still in the jeans at this point. And there's a lot of dirt, and right around the zipper area is another stain. Is that blood? I don't know. Let's hear what she has to say about that. I can't zoom in any further than that. Sorry.
Pants also had linear damage between the top and the bottom, which would be consistent with cuts made by emergency medical personnel when removing the item.
If we could zoom in to show those cuts, Ms. Gilman.
Yeah, show us the crotch stains, because there's a lot of them right here. Look at that.
And could we scroll down, please? Thank you. If we can next show
blood on the buckle.
243, which is one.
Let me go back a bit.
Could we scroll down, please?
Yeah. Yes. Hold on. Thank you, Boiled Frog 61.
Could zoom in to show those cuts, Ms. Gilman.
Let's zoom in and show. Look at the blood on the buckle. I can see it. Can you see it? Right here. There it is. See the blood on the buckle? Did she test the blood on the buckle? If he was hitting the arm by the taillight, why would there be blood on his buckle? Looks clear to me, but I'm no forensic scientist.
And could we scroll down, please? Thank you. If we can next show P243, which is 149B.
Oh, now we can really see the butt stains. Come on back. Come on back. Is it blood? Is it a grass stain? Funny how they make the pocket look like it's not ripped here, but you can see, for this photograph only, did they put the pocket back in its proper position? Because there's also on his right butt cheek, there seems to be another stain. On the left butt cheek, could be blood, could be dirt, could be grass. I don't know. You can see it's ripped, right? But the way they photograph it, you can't tell, right? Why has nobody talked about that yet? Looks like they dragged him, says Jane. Even on the inside of his legs, inside of his thigh here, you can see stains.
Zoom in on the top.
So much blood, and yet only 6 drops at the scene.
Do you make any observations or notes about the pants?
May I look at my notes, please?
With the court's permission, please. Thank you.
She wasn't prepped. Yep, Ed, the pocket is damaged, but it's put back in place. Thank you, Ed Wallace. Wouldn't that be a sign of a struggle? Wouldn't that be an important clue if we were playing Blues Clues with the MSP and the Norfolk and the Canton
I
PD?
noted numerous red-brown stains on the clothing, as well as dirt and debris on the clothing.
What part of the pants did you note the dirt and debris?
It was just a general observation. I didn't specifically denote where it was.
Ms. Gilman, could you scroll from the top to the bottom?
She didn't denote where it was. Just generally, there's some dirt and debris on the pants. Yes, this is the murdered fellow police officer. Yes, it is. And there was another stain on the back of the left leg that they just showed, and just general debris. No big whoop.
Did you perform any additional testing relative to...
Oh, you just here, check out the judge's hair flip. Here you go.
Did you perform any additional testing relative to the clothing that you examined, that being the sweatshirt, the t-shirt, and the pants?
I performed numerous tests on each of the red-brown stains on the items that I marked.
After you completed examining the red and brown stains, did you do any other type of testing or evidence collection relative to the clothing?
Yes, I did.
Could you share with the jury what you did as far as further evidence collection relative to the clothing?
Can we take it item by item? How would you prefer to do it?
Let's start with the sweatshirt.
Okay. So in addition to testing the red-brown stains, I collected any stain that was positive or confirmatory for blood. After performing that collection, I also performed a collection around the tears on the right sleeve of the item. That's using 2 cotton swabs moistened with sterile water, which I vigorously rubbed around the areas of the teared areas on the sleeve. I also performed an additional scraping and swabbing of the unstained area of the sweatshirt for any potential skin cell recovery. In addition, I performed a debris collection from the sweatshirt.
I want to stop you there. I want
Debris
you
collection.
to explain to us in some detail, what is a debris collection and how do you undergo a debris collection?
After I've completed all the testing that I'm going to do on the item, I remove any large items that may be present on the item, such as apparent hairs or fibers, anything that I can pick off, I can visibly see with a
Dog
pair
hair?
of tweezers.
there any
Once
dog
that
hair?
is done, I will do I did a general debris collection where I took a large metal spatula-shaped object and scraped the clothing, or in this particular case, the sweatshirt. And any debris that came off the sweatshirt was put into a glassine fold and preserved.
Yeah. Kind of reminds me of like anybody ever working in a restaurant and you would, when you were bussing a table or clearing a table, you would have a crumber and you would scrape the crumbs off the table. Kind of like what she did, but she put everything all together in the same envelope. And then everything was in the same envelope with, you know, taillight pieces. So there's that. But the other side wants you to believe that there were taillight pieces embedded in his sweatshirt. So listen up. This is important.
Try to scrape off.
Was put into, or in this particular spatula-shaped object, and scraped the clothing, or in this particular case, the sweatshirt. And any debris that came off the sweatshirt was put into a glassine fold and preserved.
Before you tried to scrape off any debris that was on the sweatshirt, could you, to your own eye, see any debris in the sweatshirt?
He wants her to say something real bad. He's like, I prepped you on this. You better say there was taillight inside of his sweatshirt. You better say it.
In this particular case, I did pick off a couple of pieces of what I termed black debris. I made no additional analysis of that item.
Black debris.
I packaged that separately. And then the scrapings themselves, I did not make any observations of anything contained in those scrapings. So there was nothing of note that I could have put in my notes to further classify them.
Wait, did she say this was
When
the
you do
jeans
scraping,
or the shirt?
is there a table or a desk that you would see small pieces or difficult pieces?
Black debris. Hold on. She's talking about the sweatshirt now, right? Do you remember when we looked at the Zillow photos of 34 Fairview? Do you remember the flooring that was in the weight room? It's like those rubber mats that you put together like a puzzle. Those black rubber flooring mats. Do you remember? I don't know if somebody fell backwards and smashed their head on that weight bench, which caused a 2-inch gas and caused you to bleed out. And then you're on the ground on that rubber flooring and somebody dragged you away. Could those be some black debris? Could be black debris. Could be dirt. Listen.
How do you contain what your desk that you would see? Is there a table or a desk that you would see small pieces or difficult pieces? How do you contain what you're scraping from an item?
I lay out a piece of glassine paper, which is approximately 6 inches by 6 inches, and I scrape the debris into that glassine, and then I fold it up and put it in an additional envelope to prevent anything from falling out.
So if there's any debris, you would fold it in the glassine and then put that in a separate envelope?
Yes, that's correct.
And did you
What part of the taillight is black? Exactly. Exactly what part of the taillight is black? Anyone?
continue to study and scrape the other pieces of clothing?
Yes, I performed that same type of scraping on the orange t-shirt. That scraping was combined with the scrapings from the sweatshirt. I performed the same scraping on the jeans as well as the boxer shorts.
In that scrape,
I'm sorry. All the debris was combined. I mean, I'm not a forensic scientist, but I've watched CSI before. Sometimes they can take scrapings from a person's clothing to find out where exactly they were in the world because of, certain grasses and certain gravels and, certain bugs, right? But we just put it all together in the same envelope.
orange t-shirt. Yes, I performed that same type of scraping on the orange t-shirt. That scraping was combined with the scrapings from the sweatshirt.
Oh, yes, we put them all
I
together.
performed the same scraping on the jeans as well as the boxer shorts.
Were they combined as
In
well?
that scraping process, did you acquire debris?
Yes, there was some visible debris.
How small were the pieces?
I did not make any measurements of it.
Debris could be anything.
Why not?
That's done by a different analysis unit, so I didn't do any type of analysis on that debris.
How small or large were the pieces of debris that you scraped from the clothing?
I did not take any measurements of them.
How did you store the debris that you scraped from the clothing?
It was put into a glassine fold, given a separate item number, and then put into a larger glassine fold so that it could be tracked throughout the laboratory.
Do you have that item number?
Yes, I do. So the debris from the sweatshirt and t-shirt was item 7-18.18.
I'm going to ask you one more time for that number.
7-18.18.
And that's the debris that you scraped from the shirt and the sweatshirt.
Correct.
Did you do any debris scrapings from the pants?
Yes, I did.
Was any debris produced from the pants?
Yes.
Was it similarly packaged?
Yes, that's correct.
Was there a different item number given for the pants?
Yes.
And what was that item number?
May I check my notes?
Yes.
Thank you.
Combined. And while slowly I turned step by step, inch by inch. You can't make this
That
up.
item number, the debris from the jeans, was 7-1.8.
There was a whole debris field, according to Hank Brennan. Remember the debris field in his opening? I think it was in his opening. Was there any
Those two
bacon in the
items,
debris?
The debris that you acquired from those clothing items, did you send them anywhere?
I put those in our secured storage unit, and they were later forwarded on to the trace unit for analysis.
They later went to the trace unit?
Yes, that's correct.
Sorry, I forgot the captions.
When you arrived at Canton on February 1st, 2022, do you recall what the weather was like outside?
February 1st. Who
I don't
cares?
recall. I just know that it was winter.
You said when you first get to a scene, you have a conversation about the investigators' information to help your assessment. I don't want you to discuss what that conversation may have been, but did you have a similar conversation?
Yes, I did.
When you're looking at an item that's been stored, like in this case, a car, does the weather conditions, ice, cold, snow, ever preserve or maintain evidence on an item longer than it otherwise would stay?
I'm sorry, can you ask that one more time, please?
Yeah, nobody knows what he meant.
Does ice or snow or the weather ever maintain evidence longer than otherwise would stay? For example,
I don't have any data or information to that.
Doesn't water and moisture degrade DNA? I don't know. I learned that somewhere else, probably in another trial where they did a real investigation.
have you ever had an opportunity to view videos of the Lexus when it was first stored and the condition of snow and ice on it and the thawing process of that?
Thawing process.
I don't believe that's the part of the video I saw, no.
You saw a video after the snow had already melted?
I don't know if the snow had melted. When I saw the vehicle, it did not have snow on it.
Okay.
This is a Shakespearean tragedy.
Thank you. I have no further
Newburn
questions.
Live.
Okay.
Scissorhands Alessi is up next. That's why I call her Lady Macbeth. It's Shakespearean in nature. Sure is. Bring out the scissor hands, Mr. Alessi. We are here for it. We have a little room to move here. A little FF action.
Show Mr. Brennan what you did.
Don't treat him like a child, Lady Macbeth.
Pursuant to a stipulation with the Commonwealth, we've stipulated into evidence various documents. So what I'd like, with Your Honor's permission, and for the clerk,
Great.
have them marked as next in order, and then I'll proceed from there.
Thank you. Should any be marked A, B, and C, or are they each separate?
Separate, please.
Okay.
Don't tell me what you're going to do and then tell me what you did and then tell me what you're going to do next, Mr. Alessi. And Brennan refers to him as Alessi because he can't pronounce his name and will not learn. Thank you, Beth, for your very generous 50. She says, I live in New Mexico. We have our own issues here, but we did dismiss the Baldwin trial. So there's that. Judge Mary Marlowe Summer, can she be transported to Massachusetts? Because she's feisty and I love her. With all of my heart.
53.
All right, we have a little room to move. FF, we can move about the cabin.
Opportunity, Your Honor, and if I could, please, I'll leave these here. These are all going to be published with Your Honor's permission, but obviously the witness.
Oh, he's got his exhibits ready. He's got a binder.
Unless they may approach for the witness. Thank you.
No, Ed, no.
Sure, thank you.
She did not scan any of the clothing with an alternate light source or took infrared photos of the clothing, searching for foreign hairs and fibers. No, she didn't do that, Ed. She didn't do that. Nope.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hartman.
Good afternoon.
Thank you, Beth.
Is it acceptable to you for me to refer to you as Ms. Hartnett?
Yes, that's fine.
Thank you. You were dispatched to the Sally Port at the Canton Police Department on February 1st, 2022 by former Massachusetts State Trooper Michael Proctor, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You understood at that time that Michael Proctor was the lead detective, the person who was in control of the investigation?
Yes, that's what I was informed of when I arrived.
The lead investigator, if you will.
While you were there, one of the things that you did initially was to conduct an overview of the vehicle meaning the black Lexus SUV that you talked about extensively on Direct, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
That was important to you, given the limited information that you had at the time about what was contended to be a potential motor vehicle pedestrian incident, correct?
That is something that I would do in any type of exam where I'm looking at a vehicle. I look at the overall vehicle.
So you were looking for anything possible that would rise to the level of investigative concern regarding that vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you're familiar with the parlance investigative concern, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's why you noted various items, for example, scratches on the vehicle?
Yes.
You didn't draw any conclusions as to where those scratches came from, though, did you?
No, I did not.
The dent that you noted and photographed that you discussed on your direct examination, you likewise made no conclusion as to the source or cause of that dent, correct?
That's correct.
And you did therefore not make any or draw any conclusions as to whether that dent was caused by any motor vehicle or pedestrian accident, correct?
Correct.
You're a forensic scientist too for the Massachusetts State Police Department, as I understand it?
Yes.
With regard to the taillight that you spoke about rather extensively on your direct examination, you likewise were not able to, and you make no conclusions as to the cause of that broken taillight, correct?
That's correct.
And you draw, therefore, no conclusions with regard to whether that taillight became in the condition that was discussed on direct examination pursuant to any alleged motor vehicle pedestrian incident, correct?
Correct.
The dent, the scratches, the broken taillight on the Lexus, to your knowledge, as you sit here today, could have existed before February 1st, 2022, when you went to Sallyport, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And to your knowledge, the dent, the scratches, the broken taillight could have existed before January 29th of 2022, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You also looked for, as you stated, tissue, blood, biological material, and things of that nature on the vehicle, correct?
Yes, I did.
In that inspection of the vehicle, you didn't see any visible stains or tissue on the vehicle, did you?
No, I did not.
You were told, Ms. Hartnett, that there were wounds on the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And at the time you went to the Sally Port on February 1st of 2022, you were not shown a photograph by anybody of the wounds on the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe, were you?
No, I was not.
Don't you show it. Gets me in trouble, that photo.
However, you've seen since then a photograph of the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe and the wounds on that right arm, correct?
Yes, I have.
With your Honor's permission, if I could publish Exhibit 1.
Can't do it. Can't do it. You've seen the arm picture before. I'm taking it down. YouTube strikes everyone who shows it. You can't hear it? Hold on. I can't put my face under. You can hear it? No sound? All right, hold on. I'm going to take it back a second. Let me figure out how to make the sound work while I have it off the screen. Hold on. I think I just got to make myself full screen. Hold on. Give me a second. All right. Put this on and now make myself full screen. Let's tell me if you can hear it now.
With your Honor's permission, if I could publish Exhibit 1 in evidence.
Okay.
Can you hear it now?
Mr. Wolf?
Yeah, I'm doing the right thing. I don't need to get strikes. I'll repeat the questions to you.
Ms. Hartnett,
They're showing the picture.
I'd ask you to take a look at that.
You can hear it now?
And you recognize that what's depicted in that Exhibit 1, correct?
Yes, I do.
And you've seen that pattern of wounds on the right arm as depicted in a photograph of the decedent before, correct?
I've seen this photo before, yes.
It's too graphic for YouTube. They don't like it. Everyone gets demonetized that shows it. I know what I'm doing. Trust me. You can hear
Whether the
it.
wounds on the right arm as depicted in Exhibit 1 are from a motor vehicle, can you?
That would be on the scope of my expertise. I don't make any conclusions on injuries on a person.
So the answer is you cannot and do not make any conclusions with regard to the source of the wounds on the right arm as Mr. O'Keefe as depicted in that Exhibit 1, correct?
That's correct.
And you're also not able to state whether you observed anything on the vehicle.
Mr. Alessi, can we put the, are you done with this?
I'm not yet,
Okay.
Your Honor, but I will let the court know. It'll be shortly. Thank you. And you cannot state that you observed anything on the SUV that would cause the wounds on the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe as depicted in Exhibit 1, correct?
That is not a type of analysis I would perform.
So the answer to that question is no, you cannot state that you observed anything on the vehicle that would cause those wounds to the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
Sustain.
We can now take that down, Your Honor. Thank you. Did you look toward the top of the lift gate of the Lexus vehicle when you were at the Sally Port Kent Police Department on February 1st of 2022?
Are you referring to the exterior or the interior?
Exterior.
I don't recall specifically looking at that area. I did an overall examination of the vehicle, with exception to the actual roof of the vehicle. So I don't remember specifically looking at that area.
So as you sit here today, there is nothing notable with regard to that area of the vehicle, correct?
I had nothing in my notes regarding that area, no.
And as you sit here today, there's nothing you're recalling that is notable about the tap part around the lift gate of the back of the SUV, correct?
That's correct.
Did anyone ask you to examine that area?
Not that area specifically, no.
Do you understand what I will refer to as the undercarriage of the vehicle?
Yes.
And what, just for the jury's better understanding, what are you referring to when you refer to the undercarriage of the vehicle? I know it may be common sense, but just to be clear.
What I understand the undercarriage to be, where if I was laying underneath the car, what I would be looking at, include the muffler, various pipes, but that's the extent of my knowledge of vehicles.
So if we're talking about the back of the vehicle, and if we go sort of top to bottom, top where we were talking about the lift gate going all the way down, and then go to the bumper, and then go under the bumper, and where it curls under the bumper, then what's the bumper and then underneath and more a little toward the front, is that what you're referring to as the undercarriage?
Yes, just the general area underneath the vehicle, extending from under the bumper to the front of the vehicle.
Right, so the undercarriage is not merely from the back, but it's underneath all the way toward the front of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you refer to all, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. So all that area you refer to as the undercarriage?
Yes.
Did you notice anything of note in the undercarriage, as you just described it, of the vehicle?
No, I did not.
And as regards sampling that you discussed on your direct examination, did you take any samples of that undercarriage area of the vehicle?
I did not collect anything from the undercarriage, no.
And is the reason you didn't collect anything because you didn't see anything of note that was worthy of collection?
In addition to that, I also performed some testing of that area.
And what testing of that area did you perform?
I performed screening tests on some of the lower lying areas of the undercarriage, on the tire flaps, the edge of the bumper, the muffler pipe.
And what were the results of that testing, that screening testing?
Those results were negative.
I love how when she's spitting truth, she looks right at the jury
Negative for
too.
what?
They were negative.
It was a screening test for the possible presence of blood.
So on the entire undercarriage, from where we started in the very back, all the way underneath, all the way up to the front, the screening test came back negative for any blood or other biological material or anything else of note that would be part of that screening test.
So I did not perform a screening test on the entire undercarriage. I just performed the screening test on the lower lying areas, and those were all negative. And there was also no visible staining in that area, so that is correct.
Not everything is visible to the naked eye. Am I right?
What I'd like to do now is to talk about sort of overall what we just discussed. So you discussed certain damage to the vehicle. You had no way on February 1st, and you have no way today of knowing whether any or all of that damage was pre-existing before January 29th of 2022, correct?
That's correct.
So it's possible that all the damage that you've discussed could have existed before January 29th of 2022.
Yes, that's possible.
She looked right at the jury. Yes,
Are
that's
you
possible.
aware of the odometer reading of the Lexus when it was in the Sallyport garage?
No, I'm not.
If we showed you a document in evidence that would have that on the mileage on the odometer, might that refresh your recollection as to what the mileage was?
That's not something I made a note of or even observed on the day that I was looking at the vehicle.
Okay, so you were there with Trooper Clark on February 1st, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Are you aware of whether Trooper Clark observed and took a picture of the odometer? Are you aware if that happened?
I'm not aware of that specific picture.
He did. They showed it before, but part of it was blocked out. It was like 12,600, and then you couldn't see the last two numbers, as I recall.
The mileage on the vehicle was of no interest to you in your inspection as a forensic scientist too?
So my role as a forensic scientist too is to look for potential biological fluids and trace materials on an item. The mileage would not be something that I have ever made note of in any of my examinations of the vehicle.
So but you do analyze damage, correct?
I perform damage analysis on textiles and softer materials, not on vehicles.
But you performed the damage analysis on this vehicle, correct?
No, that's not correct.
So you observed damage on this vehicle, correct?
Yes.
But although you observed damage for your role, your position is that the mileage is of not of interest regarding your role. If I got that correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Hi, Lady Zelda. It was the left shoe that was found at the scene. The left shoe. You're right. It was the left
category.
Left butt cheek where the stain was.
Spoke on direct examination about solo cups and 6 solo cups, and there were depictions put on the screen. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
If anybody knows John O'Keefe's shoe size, please tag Lady Zelda Kelly in the chat. Thank you.
So on February 1st, in addition to taking some swabs from the vehicle, you also mentioned that you took swabs of, as I would call it, frozen red-brown stains located inside the red solo cups?
Yes, that's correct.
Other than in this case, did you ever have to take swabs of red stain material from solo cups that people usually use for other purposes?
Yes.
I've never performed a collection like that, no.
Mm.
So this
Doesn't
is
happen.
the first time you ever performed a collection like that, correct?
I mean, the collection process itself is standard, applying the sterile water to the swabs and putting it in a potential stain of interest. However, no, I've never collected a sample from a red solo cup before.
I did everything right. It wasn't me. It's the Shaggy defense. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. It's on the playlist, Shaggy. It wasn't me. I've never done that before because I would never collect blood in solo cups. But, I did everything right, except I only tested 1 out of the 6.
Have you ever taken a sample from a red solo cup since that February 1st?
No, I've not.
How many swabs did you take with regard to the red solo cups?
I took 2 swabs.
How did you choose which of the 6 solo cups that you were going to take? And I understand you took 2. Did you take 2 swabs?
2 swabs, but they were considered the same sample. They were taken from the same cup, same stain.
That was what I wanted to get at. Is you took 2 swabs, but they were from the same solo cup.
That's correct.
Never before and
Do you
never
recall
since.
how you chose which solo cup you were going to take the swab from?
I don't recall.
Eeny, meeny, miny, mo.
Could that be of significance, which one you chose and why?
In this particular case, I did not believe it was significant at the time.
Oh, she rushed right through with that answer. Was it the eeny, meeny, miny, mo methodology? Or was it the throw a ping pong ball into one of the cups and use that one methodology, beer pong methodology? Or was it the quarters methodology? Do you guys sit around the Stop and Shop bag and bounce some quarters in, and whoever got one in first, that was the cup that you used? Tell us about your methodology. Boy, she raced right through that.
They
Listen.
were from the same solo. That was what I wanted to get at. Is she took 2 swabs, but they were from the same solo cup.
That's correct.
Do you recall how you chose which solo cup you were going to take the swab from?
I don't recall.
Could that be of significance, which one you chose and why?
In this particular case, I do not believe it's significant at the time.
It was a murder.
Did you confer with anybody as to what might be the best solo cup from which to take the swab?
I did receive information about where those solo cups were collected from, which helped me making that decision.
Great decision. Dead cop.
As a forensic scientist too, you're aware that blood stains can contain, and these red-brown stains here, could contain multiple contributors, correct?
In some instances, that is correct.
What's a multiple contributor?
A multiple contributor, I believe the term more used in the DNA unit. However, having many contributors to a particular stain just mean there may be multiple sources of that biological material.
Do you know which red-brown stains that are contended to be found at the scene relate to which solo cup in the bag that these solo cups were in?
The information I had at the time were that these were collected from a same single stained area from beneath the victim.
But you don't have personal knowledge of that, correct?
No, that's correct. I was not present at the scene at 34 Fairview.
If the swabs were taken from multiple stains, you would have no way of knowing whether the swabs were taken from the same stain, correct?
Can you rephrase that, please?
Sure. If the swabs were taken from multiple stains, you wouldn't know where the swabs in particular came from?
So are you speaking of the swabs that I took?
Yes.
So the swabs that I took, I know came from one of those 6 cups. And I was informed that those 6 cups of red-brown stains came from a single stained area underneath the victim.
No,
That
they were not underneath the
information you
victim.
just spoke about, was it put in any note that you read?
Those blood droplets were not found underneath the victim, were they, friends? Thought they were beside the victim somewhere in the area, in the general vicinity of where the victim was found, but nobody really knows because nobody really marked them. They were not found underneath them because underneath them, we were told, was grass, and then lividity on his back, and then the phone, which they're going to say laid underneath him for 6 hours. But wouldn't there be a mark on his back if that phone would lay underneath him for 6 hours and his lividity set in? I don't know. That's going to be a question for an expert, but I'm just spitballing here, which is apparently more than she did. Listen again.
Of red-brown stains came from a single stained area underneath. I was informed that those 6 cups of red-brown stains came from a single stained area underneath the victim.
That information you just spoke about, was it put in any note that you read?
It was something that I had in my notes.
Did anybody else convey that information to you at the Sally Port?
I got that from an officer on scene at the Sally Port, but I do not recall which officer relayed that
So
to
it
me.
was verbal information you got from
That is correct.
person. Did that person show you any note or chain of custody or other document to support his or her statement in that regard?
No, they did not.
Ultimately, once you did take those swabs from a single solo cup, what did you do with the rest of the evidence in the cup?
That evidence was left with the Canton PD.
So you left the rest of the brown stained blood evidence from the solo cups with the Canton PD. You didn't take it back with you to your officer lab.
Correct.
Oh, didn't someone else say that she took it with her? And that photograph was
DNA.
That photograph was proof of the chain of custody because that was turning over the evidence to the crime lab people? Didn't somebody testify to that? Where's my collaborative chat? Didn't somebody testify that's the reason we took the picture of the solo cups, and here's the picture of us with our gloved hands opening up the bag, because that was proof of our chain of custody that we were turning over the blood cups to the crime lab, right? Gallagher did, somebody did, right? I'm not making this up, am I? Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Test
We collectively
with
talk
the
each other off the
Canton
cliff
PD.
here.
You didn't rest of the brown stain.
That evidence was left with the Canton PD.
So you left the rest of the brown stained blood evidence from the solo cups with the Canton PD. You didn't take it back with you to your officer lab.
Correct.
DNA testing was not done on those swabs, was it?
I don't believe it was. No, no testing was done on those swabs.
No testing was done on the blood swabs. She took the swabs, but she didn't test the swabs. It's like the old Seinfeld episode where you know how to take the reservation for the rental car. You just don't know how to hold the reservation for the rental car. Maybe it was the Chinese restaurant. One of those Seinfeld episodes that is always in my head. So you took the swabs of the blood samples. You just never tested them. Okay, cool. This is going to be great. Hang on.
Brown stained blood evidence from
Left the
solo
cups with Canton PD.
Canton PD. You didn't take it back with you to your officer lab.
Correct.
DNA testing was not done on those swabs, was it?
I don't believe it was. No, no testing was done on those swabs.
No testing was done on those swabs. None. Blood at a crime scene, a murder scene. No testing was done.
So as we all sit here today, there has been no confirmation of whose blood those swabs relate to, correct?
At this time, those were not tested for blood at all, so I couldn't confirm that they're blood, and no additional testing was done.
Well, you don't even know if they're
So
blood.
therefore, we don't know any person or persons they might relate to.
That is correct.
Yeah.
And thus, we don't know if there were multiple contributors to those stains.
Objection.
Sustained. Why? Your Honor, you're not allowing an expert for police procedure. He's allowed to cross-examine the witness, just like you said he could. And yeah, we don't know if there were multiple contributors to those blood stains. There were 6 blood samples taken in 6 different cups. She swabbed one sample with 2 swabs. Nobody ever tested them, and she left those samples in the possession of the Canton PD. Yeah, you heard it. She said it. She's not lying for anybody. And 2 other witnesses said she took the blood samples with her back to the crime lab. No, it's a lie. And yes, Bev's hot mic and holding the reservation is really the most important part of the reservation. Yep.
Don't know. And thus, we don't know if there were multiple contributors to those stains.
Objection.
Sustained. He wasn't even finished with his question.
You testified that the remainder of the contents of the solo cup that you swabbed from, as well as the other 5 solo cups, were retained at the Canton Police Department, as you know, before you left. And that investigation, as you said at the time, was being headed up by former Trooper Proctor, correct?
That is correct.
Michael Proctor.
Dedham Fire Department.
was
Lots of fires
at
today.
The Canton Police Department Sallyport location at the time you were performing your work on February 1st, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Did Michael Proctor take control of those solo cups?
I do not know who took control of the solo cups. I know that I turned them over to Canton police officer. I handed them to a Canton police officer.
I didn't know it was an MSP.
Michael Proctor have taken control of those solo cups?
To my knowledge, it was a Canton Police officer at that time. I don't know what happened to them after they were turned over to the Canton PD.
Well, they were conflicted out. They shouldn't have taken possession
Why
of anything.
is it that you believe a Canton police officer had control over those cups rather than former Trooper Proctor?
Just from my actual memory, I remember training them. They had collected the frozen red brown stains in the cups, so it was technically their evidence. I took the sample I needed from them.
Technically, there's that
so
word again.
I just returned it to the officer who had presented them to me.
Technically.
So therefore, after you presented them, you don't know who took control of those cups. Is that a fair conclusion?
Yes, that's correct. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, that's okay. My question probably wasn't all that clear. Ultimately, during your work and inspection of the vehicle, the SUV, the right rear taillight housing was removed as you testified to on direct examination, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you testified that a Canton police officer sort of helped you with the last stage of the removal of that taillight?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you know whether that officer was wearing, do you have a distinct recollection that that officer was wearing any special protective gloves?
I only know because I have seen the videos recently that he was wearing gloves.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your answer.
I only know that he was wearing gloves because I have recently seen the video. I do not have a firsthand memory of that.
Where's the
You
video?
recently saw a video.
Yeah, why didn't Brennan show the video? Hold on.
I have a firsthand memory of that.
You said you recently saw a video. When was that?
Monday.
Monday.
And what was
Maybe, I'm sorry. Let me correct myself. What day is today? I saw it Thursday, excuse me.
Last
And
Thursday.
what was the circumstances under which you were reviewing a video?
I had just recently found out there was video, and it's just something I wanted to see in case I was shown it on the stand, so I knew what it consisted of. I hadn't seen it
Another
prior
video.
to last Thursday.
Did you testify to that on your direct and I missed it, or did it not come up?
I think it did come up. It did come up because
I'm sorry, yes.
I screamed
believe
out at
I
them.
was asked if I had seen the video, and yes, I had.
Okay, thank you. Now back to the tail light. Mr. Woke, if we could have Exhibit 145 published.
Okay.
With your honor's permission.
Yes.
Thank you. We have up on the screens, and I know you went through this on direct, so I'm going to shortcut it. This is the tail light at the lab that you were talking about on direct, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Wait, didn't you guys tell me when I was screaming out the video on direct, didn't you guys tell me that they did show the video during the last trial? Or am I really losing my mind now? We didn't see it this trial, but some of you guys were saying we did see it during the last trial. So let's just buckle up, hang tight for a sec.
And that's the taillight housing that you submitted to the lab that you had obtained from the Sallyport garage, right?
Yes,
And
correct.
just to cover quickly some basics, there was one swab taken that you mentioned on direct of that taillight.
Yes.
And you testified, if I remember correctly, on direct that well, it's better for you just, if you could with a pointer, is just show the areas you covered with that one swab.
All right.
So
Also, refresh my
I-
recollection here. When they showed the jury, when they went to the view at 34 Fairview and the car was there, this entire piece has never been reattached to the vehicle, right? What the way it looks now is just, it's all like silver. Like this whole thing was removed. They never put it back. You're going to see later, someone is going to reconstruct the taillight pieces. So just hang tight for that. You're going to see that. Somebody was saying, how can we say that there was no pieces that flew off on the tow truck on the way back in a 40-mile blizzard? Because they're going to reconstruct all the pieces. It's only going to be a couple of little teeny weeny ones missing. All right, correct. So they did not replace this when the jury saw the thing, but she took this out. And so this is not the way it arrived at the Sallyport. And so them showing the jury that with the piece completely missing is a problem, in my opinion, but nobody asked me.
Collected the swab from any of the, what would have been exposed areas of the taillight when the taillight was intact.
And if you could please just give like a perimeter full, I know it's not a circle, but whatever it is, just full perimeter so the jury can see the entire area that you swabbed?
Sure.
All right, we're going to see where she swabbed. But before we do that, remember the video, Karen backing into John's car and then pulling out of the driveway, and her entire taillight looks red. Okay, look how it is now. That's what they want you to believe, that all those pieces were missing that morning.
It was this upper right-hand red area, this portion down here, I believe it's red. And then there's also a portion of clear area in the front here that was swabbed. And that was all contained on a single swab.
Single swab.
Thank you very much. So I want to keep this up if I could, Your Honor, but we can have the lights back on if that's acceptable. Just, so, thank you. In terms of the swabbing, you did not swab, therefore, any other area of that taillight, correct? Including the area to the left of where you just drew the circle, if you will, around, correct?
I would just say it's difficult from this picture to see if there is what would have been exposed when the tip. May I finish? I'm sorry. I don't know specifically on the left from this picture if there's anything that would have been.
I'm sorry, was Brennan giving her a look or something? Listen, I don't know if she was looking at Brennan or Leslie. It's hard with only one camera, but look, she stops and says, I'm sorry, did I say something wrong or something like that? Wait, listen.
The area to the left of where you just drew the circle, if you will, around, correct?
I would just say it's difficult from this picture to see if there is what would have been exposed when the tip. May I finish? I'm sorry. I don't know specifically on the left from this
May I
picture if
finish?
there's
I'm
anything
sorry.
that would have been there prior to the damage. If there was an external area, it would have been included in my collection. So I just didn't include any of the internal components of the taillight. So if I'm missing a piece over there that would have been on the exterior, then I apologize. I just can't see it in the picture if it's there.
Let's just assume my discussion and my questions. You don't have to assume this. My questions are just with regard to the inside of the taillight, because you've very nicely governed and talked about the outside of the taillight as you described it, where you swab. Now I want to go to the areas that you didn't swab.
Okay.
Whatever you best can do to describe the areas of the taillight that you did not swab.
Okay.
Thank you, Boiled Frog.
And
Thank
if
you,
you could
Boiled
use
Frog.
the laser pointer, if that
Sure.
helps you.
So I did not swab the internal areas of the taillight. So here where the light bulb would have been, or down here where it's gray.
And focusing on the more, is it okay to call it the inside part of the taillight? Is that acceptable?
Okay.
So the inside of the taillight, to be clear, you didn't swab that area.
No, I did not.
In terms of where you did swab, given that you swabbed with one swab the entire area, you are not able to say precisely where any DNA might have come from?
Just that it would have been present, if there was DNA present on that swab, it would have come from the external exposed area of the taillight, should the taillight have been intact.
But again, on the inside, because you didn't swab the inside, you had no evidence of DNA on the inside of the taillight, correct?
Correct, I did not swab the inside.
Clerk Jim needs
With regard to the, what we'll call the outside where you did swab as opposed to the inside where you didn't,
There's the bubble wrap again. Somebody has bubble wrap, I swear.
you cannot define whether the DNA was to the upper right, to the outside of the taillight lens, or some other place in that area, correct?
No, I wouldn't be able to narrow down where on the external portion, external front. I mean, I didn't swab anything in the back that was attached to the vehicle. So anything in the external front, I would not be able to narrow down any further where if any biological material was present, where it was recovered from, specifically on the external area.
You did not find any glass on the inside of the taillight, did you?
Are you referring to like loose pieces?
Any kind of glass at all?
Any kind of glass.
I did
at
not
all.
note anything unusual inside the taillight.
I'm speaking, thank you for that answer. I am speaking specifically about glass. You didn't find any glass on the inside of that taillight when you were at Sally Port for your entire inspection on February 1st, 2022, correct?
I'm just want to make sure that I understand your question. I didn't find anything that was not inherent to the taillight inside. I don't know what the taillight's made out of. So if there's a portion on the inside that's made out of glass, it may have been there. I didn't see anything that was out of place on the interior of the taillight.
Okay. So using your terms inherent, you mean by that something could have been on the inside of that taillight that was part of the taillight that could have been glass. But other than that, there's no what scientists call exogenous or outside glass or glass that doesn't belong as part of the taillight, correct?
I'm hesitant to answer that specific question. I don't perform glass analysis, so I just perform collection. So if there was something that apparently looked like glass that had been loose inside, is that's what you're referring to, I can answer that question. But I can't say specifically whether a material is glass.
I understand. My question is a basic one.
Okay.
Which is, you found no glass that would not be associated. Let me strike that. Did you ever observe in this taillight any glass as part of the taillight that's part of the taillight? Anything glass that you observed?
Again, I can't make
He's
the distinction
incredulous.
on a material being glass, so I think the premise of the question I'm having difficulty answering.
Okay. So last part of the questioning, you didn't make any note that said you found glass inside of that taillight, correct?
I wouldn't make a note that something is glass inside a taillight because I can't draw a conclusion to what a material is, because that's just not part of the analysis I do.
And to wrap this part up, and then we can move on from this item, you didn't find any DNA on the inside of that taillight.
My analysis would not include DNA analysis because that is a different unit, so I can't answer that question.
To your knowledge, as you sit here today, is there any information from anybody that says that there's any DNA in that taillight?
I have no information of that.
Thank you. So what I want to do now is, if we can take that down, Mr. Wolk, I want to move on to what is sometimes referred to as touch DNA. I know you're familiar with that concept, right, Ms. Hartnett?
Yes, that's correct.
And what is, for the jurors' understanding, what is touch DNA?
When skin comes into contact with an item, potentially skin cells can be left behind, which is commonly referred to as touch DNA, when in essence it's these skin cells from the person being transferred to another object or item.
So is this a fair example that if I walk by the podium and brush my hand against it like that, I could very well leave touch DNA on that podium for what I just did? Okay.
So stand without more foundation from this witness.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor. So is it possible for me, as I'm sitting here talking, based upon your knowledge, to leave touch DNA on this podium?
Same.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor.
Do you know what touch DNA is,
Are you familiar
ma'am?
with the process by which a person can leave touch DNA on the surface?
Yes, I commonly defer to biological material because that is what my expertise is in. Skin cells can be transferred to an item, and skin cells can potentially provide DNA.
So do hands, palms of hands, produce skin cells?
Yes, they are made of skin cells,
And
correct.
if a hand is on, for example, a podium, can there be a transfer of skin cells to the podium?
Yes, there can be.
And therefore, can the hands on a podium that have skin cells transfer DNA?
Yes, again, I'm not a DNA expert, but generally that would be the source, would be skin cells.
You're the one
Could be,
collecting it.
yes.
You're just a DNA collection expert?
You also indicated that you collected apparent glass from the rear bumper of the Lexus, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you use the term apparent glass, as I understand forensic science, because at the time you're not really sure what it is, right? So you use the word apparent glass, and you can't take away the apparent until there's a confirmation that it is glass, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you, 18 Wheels of Outrage. You're the best. Gifted 5 new members. Don't crash during
And
this.
on
I know
your
it's
direct
disturbing.
examination, you went through a discussion, so I'm going to shortcut it a little bit, about apparent glass that you located on the rear bumper of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, with your permission, can we publish Exhibit 141, which is in evidence?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Wolf? Ms. Hartnett, I'm showing you what is Exhibit 141 in evidence. And I know you know this, and I know it's been discussed. Could you just give a brief summary of what is depicted in Exhibit 141?
This is a close-up of the right rear area of the bumper where I noted the pieces of apparent glass.
And you remember discussing this on your direct examination?
Yes.
Now, I just want to cover some basics with regard that weren't covered on the direct examination. You're a specially trained person, and that's how you get your forensic scientist 2 title, correct?
Yes, it means that I've gone through all the training within the lab.
And all that training and all of those procedures are important and necessary because the collection of evidence is important, correct?
That is one of the reasons, correct?
And if those protocols aren't followed, then that can lead to incorrect conclusions, correct?
Depending on what portion of the protocol isn't followed, but yes, it's
But
possible.
certainly, at a minimum, it increases the risk for an incorrect conclusion or observation, correct?
Again, it depends on what part of the protocol isn't followed, but it's possible.
I assume it's therefore important to you that the protocols are followed so that the best result and the best collection and therefore the best analysis occurs, correct?
I make every effort to follow the protocols.
Is the quantity of the material you observe and collect also relevant, perhaps not to you, but to other persons in the investigation?
Yes, it can be.
And therefore, it's important not only to get the type of material correct, but to get the quantity correct.
In some instances, yes.
And with regard to your work on this vehicle on February 1st, do you recall discussing the collection, the observations you made with regard to the rear bumper?
Did I I'm sorry, can you ask that question again,
Sure.
please?
On direct examination, you talked about glass on the rear bumper, correct?
Yes, apparent
You
glass.
talked about what you observed, you talked about what you put a sticker on, you talked about what you collected, you talked about the transport of it, correct?
That is correct.
And you put it in your notes and you talked about it on direct examination, I assume because it was an important part of the work that you did.
Yes, it's a piece of evidence that I collected, correct.
And therefore, it's important for you to have made correct observations and to make correct collection, right?
Correct.
With your Honor's permission, if we could publish Exhibit 133. If I could have a moment with Mr. Wolf just to do this efficiently, Your Honor? Thank you.
Excellent. Well, she can't tell when any of those dents or scratches were made. We knew that. Was coming.
On the stickers, right? So, Ms. Hartnett, on your direct examination, you
This is the bumper
stated
again.
that there were 2 stickers and that there were therefore glass associated with each sticker, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So 2 stickers and glass associated with each sticker, correct?
Yes, correct.
In fact, there's only 1 sticker, and the second sticker is merely a reflection of the first sticker, and therefore, you have doubled the stickers and you've doubled the amount of glass on the bumper. Can you see that? Can you determine that from the
What?
photo?
Wait, what?
No, can I see the other?
It's a reflection. It's a reflection. There aren't 2 stickers and there aren't. She doubled the stickers and she doubled the amount of glass. Hold on a second.
Photo,
Let's
please.
take that back.
Double the sticker and
Watch. Here, look, there's
In
2
fact-
stickers here. It looks like there's 2 stickers here. Come back. There's one to the right and there's one to the left. And he's saying this is a reflection. And you doubled the glass and you doubled the number of stickers. Wait, yeah, I mean, this is crazy. Hold on. Ready? Let's listen to that from the top. From the top. A 5, 6, 7, 8.
stated that Ms. Hartnett, on your direct examination, you stated that there were 2 stickers and that there were therefore glass associated with each sticker, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So 2 stickers and glass associated with each sticker, correct?
Yes, correct.
See the 2 stickers in the photograph? One on the top,
In fact,
left.
there's only 1 sticker, and the second sticker is merely a reflection of the first sticker, and therefore, you have doubled the stickers and you've doubled the amount of glass on the bumper. Can you see that? Can you determine that from the photo?
No objection.
Can I see the other photo, please?
Yes.
Okay.
So if we could, Your Honor, with your permission, go to Exhibit 133.
Okay.
Wow, just wow. Just when you thought it couldn't get any better, it gets better. Oh, yeah. See that? Which one is real and which one's the reflection? The stickers were inverted images.
You asked to see this one.
Ridges of bumper
Can
reflecting
you
in
now
paint.
make a determination, having seen both of them, whether there is in fact just 1 sticker and therefore 1 volume of glass associated with it?
No, I cannot.
Yeah, she's never going to admit it.
You're saying this is a reflection?
I can't testify,
Okay.
so I'm asking you.
Which one is real? Which one is a reflection? Is the one on top the actual sticker and the one on the bottom is the reflection, or vice versa?
With Your Honor's permission, if we could go back to the other picture,
Okay.
and you could zoom in. Do you see a reverse B in that picture?
I'm sorry, I didn't get that.
I'm sorry, a reverse B as in Bob?
Boom. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. I can't see a reverse B, but
No,
I'm
could
also
you
not
zoom
that
in
close to
into
the
stickers
screen.
for me, please?
We'll do whatever you would like to do to answer the question, so.
Sure.
God, you can't make this up.
And then if I could just see the other sticker.
Okay,
please.
so there's a B, and then let's look at the other sticker.
Yes, I believe that is a reverse B, correct?
And doesn't that mean that it's a mere reflection and that there's only 1 sticker that you put on?
Wow.
And therefore only 1 volume of glass associated with 1 sticker?
Can you say that question again? I can't hear you.
I'm sorry, I will stay by the microphone. Is this microphone
Yes, yeah.
picking up? So therefore, can you now conclude, because of the reflection and because of the reverse B, that there is only in actuality, and there was only in actuality one sticker and one B, and therefore one volume of glass associated with this bumper.
Wow.
I
For the
don't
touchdown.
know specifically that it's a reflection. It's not unusual for me to use the same letter on a sticker if I'm going to collect the items of evidence together. So if I had written it, on top or on the bottom of the scale on one of them and on the top of the scale on the other one, that is a possibility. It's difficult for me to tell by this picture. What I can tell you is that all the items of glass or apparent glass that were present on the bumper were collected together. So I can't say specifically by looking at this photo whether I just label two separate areas to make the photo show the pieces better or if it is a reflection. I can't say.
So
Wow.
from what we just went
I mean, there's only a woman on trial for murder here. She's facing life in prison, but you know what? You can't say. You can't say. We have a "we are outraged" emoji too, and a "lies, lies, lies" by the Thompson twins emoji. Yeah, we do. We got handcuffs. We got it all.
They're not able to.
Can't say.
Can't say.
So from what we just went through, they're not able to tell that that is a reflection and therefore a duplication. Is that correct?
I'm
Sustained.
Do you have any doubt whether there is a reflection on the photo that is on the screen at this moment? Do you have any doubt?
Oh, I would say it could be a possibility, yes.
Right. So you have doubt.
You have doubt.
So you believe it's a possibility.
Yes, correct.
Is it more than a possibility?
No, you're not allowed to catch any of the witnesses in lies, Mr. Alessi. I'm sorry.
You would agree that it's important to have the accurate answer to that question, correct?
I think that, yes, obviously, understanding and knowing exactly what I'm looking at is important, but it would not change what I would have collected and how I would have labeled it.
Oh, that's so funny. It's like the inverted video doesn't change what's in the video. It's just, like when you look in a mirror and you got that thing and it's all backwards, but what's happening in the mirror image is really what's happening in the video. So, no big whoop. Again, they're minimizing everything. This is a mess. This is an absolute mess. Cassie, thank you for your Cash App. Says Maureen Hancock is also funny. She's very funny. We discovered her during the first trial. She's hilarious. She does an impersonation and she looks a lot like Judge Cannoni. Let's see her try to walk this back.
Of the accurate answer to that question, correct?
I think that, yes, obviously, understanding and knowing exactly what I'm looking at is important, but it would not change what I would have collected and how I would have labeled it.
So, with regard to what others might do and conclude from that, it could be important to them, correct?
Could be important to a murder investigation. My eye started to twitch.
We can
just
go
now.
back to the
Derek, I love the "how dare you" emoji. Thank you.
None of these pieces of apparent glass were embedded in the bumper, correct?
No, they were resting on the bumper.
So by not being
Technically.
embedded and just resting on the bumper, you therefore did not make a notation that they were embedded in your notes. You just put that they were on the bumper, correct?
That's correct.
And sort of as we're elaborating here, you're elaborating, they were just, as your words, they were just resting on the bumper.
Correct.
If we could,
She's crab walking it,
Aga.
Aga. Crab walking backwards. Yeah, somebody said that Maureen Hancock thinks Karen Reed is guilty, so can't promote that. If she does, then I can't promote her. I wasn't going to play it anyway. Thought also that I think does she know the judge personally? I don't really know.
Thank you for that opportunity, Your Honor. If we could go to Exhibit 124, Mr. Woke, and with Your Honor's permission, if we could publish it.
Writing the B backwards. B for we have a button for that. Look at this crazily blurry, distorted video.
Ms. Hartnett, there had been various weather before February 1st in the area. Is that correct? You testified to that somewhat on direct examination.
Yes, that's correct.
And are you able to discern from what is on the screen now that there is some type of precipitation that is on the back window of the lift gate of the vehicle?
I can't discern anything from this
Is that
photo. Can
consistent
you?
with what you observed when you were in the Sally Port on February 1st?
I don't believe I observed the precipitation on the back of the vehicle by the time I arrived.
But does this refresh your recollection as to whether there was, in fact, that precipitation on the vehicle at that time?
Can you ask it differently so you need it clearer?
Yes.
Well, we need a clear video too, but we can't get that because there's no
Do you
metadata and you don't
recall
care.
When you were at the Sally Port on February 1st, any precipitation on the rear window of the lift gate of the SUV?
No, I do not recall.
And does this depiction refresh your recollection on that point?
I'll allow that. Does it?
No, I don't recall seeing any precipitation on the vehicle, and I don't know when that photo was taken. So that does not refresh my memory of that instance.
Is there a date?
Melanie's Cupcake
January
Posse,
29th,
Sherilyn says Alessi is watching Be in Trouble
2022
31.
On that photo, we can enlarge it if that would help.
All kinds of salt and debris
And
on the
again, this
outside of
is
that
in
vehicle.
evidence.
None of it's on the inside of that taillight, right?
Do you see what is at the bottom of the photo?
I do.
Now, if we could play, with Your Honor's permission, this video. And if we could stop it at certain points, Mr. Wolk, that would be helpful. May we, Your Honor?
Okay.
Thank you.
Can't see a damn thing in that video, but I'll full screen it for you. Looks like snow falling off the back window, maybe?
If you could wait, Mr. Wolk, until the sirens pass.
I mean, look at how that video
Mr. Wolk,
is
If you can go back just
morphing, moving.
and wait until the sirens pass, please.
I mean, it clearly looks to me like it's altered, but I'm not a video expert, but it looks like it's changing shape.
Thank you.
It's
I can
shape
say
shifting.
pass.
The only thing I see is what looks like maybe snow coming off the rear window, if that's in fact what it is. This is like a night vision goggles video that is so saturated. Is it inverted? We don't know. Is anybody there? Is anybody in the room with it? Who knows? I think it's next to the antique police car. Melting snow off the back right. Thank you.
If you could accelerate it just a little bit, Mr. Wolk, without
Time is
overly
shifting.
accelerating all that's happening.
Is there Chiron? I don't see any Chiron on that video. There's no timestamp, date. Look how it's all glitchy, like an old-fashioned TV in the middle of the night, like something from Poltergeist. Carolyn, come into the light. Carolyn, come into the light. Or The Ring. Remember that horror movie? The Ring. Didn't that have to do with the TV too?
And accelerate it a little bit more.
Wow, that's a fantastic camera they have in the Canton PD
And
Sally
that's
Port.
good. And if you could bring, yes, thank you. We could have the lights on and take that down, please.
We can't make this up.
Can you
You can't.
describe what you just saw?
Whatever the white material was present on the back of the vehicle was falling off
Was it
And where
apparent
was it
snow?
falling onto?
the ground.
And did it hit anything before the ground? For example, did it hit the bumper before it hit the ground?
I didn't take note of that.
That was on January 29th, 2022. You were at the Sally Port on February 1st, 2022, correct?
That's correct.
So,
Wait, did you just say when that video was? Hold on, I missed it. If you did. Mighty Heidi said she saw a reflection of a woman with a phone in her hand and long hair. Maybe, I hope you're not in the poltergeist land, Mighty Heidi, but I'll go back and look later. You guys can rewind if you want to look at it.
the ground.
I didn't take note of that.
That was on January 29th,
January 29th.
2022. You were at the Sally Port on February 1st, 2022, correct?
Before she got there. 4 days before she
So,
got there. Or 3 days, I don't know. 30 days out of September.
that occurs on January 29th. You come to the Sally Port on February 1st, yet there is glass on the bumper on February 1st that, as you have described it, is just perched on the bumper. Right.
Yes, that's correct.
Can't make this up, guys. You can't make it up. It's the Banshee, maybe. Yes, the Banshee. Oh my gosh, one of my favorite movies is
Do you know generally where Dayton, Massachusetts is?
Yes.
do you know where Dayton is?
Do you know where, and you obviously know where Canton is?
Yes.
How far away would you say Dayton is from Canton?
Time-wise, maybe 30 to 45 minutes.
And therefore, roughly, if someone were to go the speed limit, around 30 minutes away?
Sure.
Not holding you to any exact time, just generally. Your notes indicate that the vehicle was recovered from Dayton, the one we've been talking about, the Lexus, and towed back to Canton and placed in the Sally Port garage at the Canton PD before you started your examination, correct?
That's correct.
And you were made aware before your inspection or examination on February 1st of 2022, that the alleged incident in this case took place in Canton, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So you knew you were looking at this vehicle, when you were looking at this vehicle and doing your examination, that the vehicle, by definition, as to what we had just covered, went from Canton to Dayton and then towed back from Dayton back to Canton, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So it ends up back in Canton after that journey, correct?
Yes, that's where I examined it. Correct.
So, as I understand your notes, the glass pieces that were just perched on the bumper would have traveled about 60 miles before you saw them?
Is that what you're saying?
No.
Well,
It's Carol Ann.
when
Carol
do
Ann.
you believe the glass appeared on the bumper, if you know?
I don't know when the apparent glass appeared on the bumper.
So you believe it's possible that the apparent glass appeared on the bumper after January 29, 2022?
Yes.
Oh, she looked at Brennan for an objection and he did it. It could have, yes. It could have, right?
Do you know the weather conditions that were in the area? We talked about it earlier. You talked about it on Direct. In the general time of January 29th of 2022.
Yes, I do.
Do you know when the vehicle was took its journey that we talked about, Canton, Dighton, back to Canton. Do you know
We're all
what
on this
day that
journey
occurred?
together. What a
No, I
journey
do
it's
not.
been.
Would it have, let's assume it was on January 29th. Okay?
Yes, okay.
For purposes of my questioning.
Because we all know when
Do
it
you
happened.
know what the weather was, including wind speed, on January 29th?
No, I do not. I know general weather conditions. Sorry.
You knew generally, but not specifically,
Did
correct?
Brendan tell her to shut up? Zip it?
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like to publish Exhibit 60 in evidence.
Okay.
We need more likes. If we get to 15,000 likes, we're going to do a merch giveaway for 3 lucky winners. So we only have 12,000 likes. We need 15. You can do it. I know you can.
And if you could go through to the top, Mr. Woke, of the title first.
Mr. Woke.
If you
Asking
could
for
go
a friend.
before that to the very, very top title in the center is to, so Ms. Hartnett can
He's got the
see
weather
what-
report.
Okay.
Because of course he does.
And then if you could now go down to the part of the document that would show the date and then go from left to right for Ms. Hartnett, please, and the jury.
The Lexus was on the Magical Mystery Tour.
And show which column go up above what the 29 relates to. And if you now then can proceed to the yellow line and go over to and hit the relevant categories. Thank you. So we have a 15.7. If you could now go up vertically as to what that number relates to.
Mr. Woke has taken the place of our
And
friend
can you
Craig
highlight
Bates,
what it
man of the
relates
tiny
to?
desk. We miss him. Craig, if you're watching,
And if you could now go down to,
We miss you.
and go up above 1, just above the average.
although
as
he's
to
doing a fine job, you
yellow
did train
highlight
him
that's
well.
Above the column up above average speed. Yes. Okay, if you now can go down to the respective columns at the bottom for January 29th.
He's doing a fine job, young Mr. Woke. I think he's an intern. I think he's a law student.
Do you see those two numbers, Ms. Hartnett?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection at all about the average wind speed and gusts of wind that were occurring on January 29th of 2022?
I have no firsthand knowledge of what the wind speed specifically was in those dates.
He's just asking me to read the chart.
So
It's already
if
been
we
authenticated.
could go back to Mr. Woke, the exhibit with regard to glass on the bumper of the vehicle.
Susie Hilfiger. It's Tommy Hilfiger. Susie Hilfiger. You
So
must
this
be. That's
is these are your observations on February 1st. And we've talked about the journey
Carney.
that the vehicle went on. You talked generally about the weather.
Could you just say what a long, strange trip it's
So,
been,
Um,
Bobo? It's been
try
a
and
journey.
ask a question without too much.
I understand. Understood, Your Honor. Thank you.
What a long.
In your experience as a
Strange trip
forensic
it's
scientist too, is it possible for glass that is perched on a bumper to travel 60 miles and be subject to average wind speeds of 15.7 and still remain on the bumper?
I don't know.
Objection.
So it's sustained without a proper foundation.
Understood. Have you
Mhm.
ever had experience with analyzing glass on any surface, an outdoor surface,
You're not talking to
and
me, right? You're talking to the judge, right? Larry's.
correlating that glass to weather conditions to make a determination as to the likelihood that glass could be or not be in a certain place on a certain date and time? Have you ever done that?
No.
The parent glasses bogus adventure. Excellent, Rebecca. Excellent. Can I use that for my
Based
thumbnail?
upon what you know about this case, just based upon what you know, and from your role as a forensic scientist too only, do you believe that information would be relevant to your role as a forensic scientist too?
Sustained.
How did you recover the glass? What tool did you use to recover the glass on the bumper?
Tweezers.
How difficult or easy was it for you to take the glass off that bumper with, did you say tweezers?
Yes, that's correct.
How hard or easy was it for you to remove those pieces of glass with tweezers?
It was not difficult.
So it was easy.
Yes, correct.
Wasn't embedded. What if you blew on it? Could you have blown it away?
You can take that.
If you had a
down,
hair
Mr.
dryer,
Wolf.
or wait, a leaf
Thank you.
blower. If you took a leaf
Moving
blower
on
to it,
another
would it have
category,
blown
Ms.
away?
Hartnett. You testified on direct examination that you located an apparent hair on the rear right quarter panel of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And again, we say apparent hair for the reasons we've discussed. You didn't know at the time, so you use the word apparent, and you don't take away the apparent until testing confirms it's hair, correct?
Correct.
So the apparent hair was not sitting on the horizontal bumper, but it was on a vertical portion of the panel. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's the quarter panel, right?
Yes.
And that's a smooth surface, right?
Yes.
That hair wasn't secured to that panel, was it?
No.
It in fact wasn't secured in any way on that quarter panel, correct?
That's correct.
It wasn't taped?
No.
It wasn't glued? It wasn't stapled?
No, they don't have any of those materials, Bob. You know that.
It was not affixed in any way whatsoever?
No, it was not.
Thank you, Jerry Young. May you stay
You found
forever
this apparent
young.
hair
See what I did there?
at the same time you found the glass pieces on the bumper, correct?
In the same general time, yes, that's correct.
When you say same general time, it was just one day you were there, correct?
Yes.
The range of time wasn't that broad, was it, correct?
No, it was not correct.
What was the range of time between finding one versus the other?
I don't know specifically. I was there for approximately 2 hours, so within that time period.
So within just 2 hours, you found the pieces of glass and the apparent hair, and within that time, you did your examination, you made your notes, all of that done within just 2 hours.
Yes, that's correct.
Hot for the hillside says, such a brave little apparent hair.
You remember the journey we talked about of the vehicle?
Oh,
that
yeah.
You
It's a
spoke
long,
about
strange trip, Bobby.
with regard to Canton, Dighton, Canton. You recall that?
Yes, I do.
So do you know whether, do you have any knowledge whether that hair was part of that journey? Do you have any knowledge?
I do not.
I'm not a huge fan of
Do you know
Journey,
when
but maybe we
the
need a
hair
song
was
from Journey.
deposited on the
No, let's
vehicle?
know.
No.
When the hair was deposited on the vehicle. See what he did there?
Was it easy or hard to take off the apparent hair from that quarter panel?
It was easy. Again, I picked it up with a pair of tweezers.
Is it
give you
easy
any
or hard?
resistance?
No.
That's a softball, isn't it? Little hair that could.
With your honor's permission, I would like us to look at a depiction of the hair.
Please, let's.
May I
My
read
hair
it?
lady.
It is, I believe we're going to start
You guys are
with
fire.
144B.
Okay.
And if you could zoom in, please, Mr. Wolf, for the jury and for Ms. Hartnett. Do you still have a laser pointer, Ms. Hartnett?
Yes, sir.
Could you kindly use
So
that
methodical.
and draw a circle around the apparent hair?
Yes.
I love his methodology,
Thank you.
because it's so easy to
I'm
understand.
going to refer to that as a J shape. Is that a fair description of it, or do you have a better description of it?
In case you cannot see
I
the hair
see two
either,
ends.
it is to the right of this sticker, or reflection of a sticker, because we didn't even get to that. Bob makes forensics fun. He does, right? The apparent hair that could. Thank you, Just Irish, for making us laugh. It is to the right of this sticker, or reflection of a sticker. We're not sure. We didn't get there yet. And it looks like it's white to me, and it looks like, who knows how long that is. If I was to measure between my thumb knuckle and the end of my thumb, apparently the weatherman tells me that's supposed to be an inch. I have no idea. Did she measure it? Let's see. Harry Potter. Yes. Well done.
Of the hair in an arch, so I'm going to say more of like a C shape.
Okay, so you would refer to that as a C shape?
Stop believing.
Correct.
And would that be a reverse C? Then if it's a C shape?
It's a unicorn hair.
In that picture, it's difficult to tell if the ends are making contact or if they're coming off the vehicle.
Well, hey, it's your
I'm not
job, so you
sure.
know.
Whatever way you would describe it, a letter or shape, because then what I'm going to do, it's not a trick here, but
Yeah.
I'm just going to show you another picture of it, of that hair that might be in a different location.
It's not a
or
trick, it's a
different
trap.
shape. So I want to give a contrast. So whatever term you want to use that's fair to you.
It's not a trick, it's a trap.
So I think it looks like a C. I can't say, it could also be like a U. I'm not sure which way the ends are facing from this perspective.
Can you once again, just so we're clear and the jury's clear, just draw a circle around it again, what you're talking about, and we won't give it a name, right? We'll just do the contrast.
Looks like an inverted C, like
Right.
everything else, or J.
So if I were to just say there looks like there might be a little hook at the top and then there's a vertical line, is that a fair description?
Yes.
Okay, so can we go with that? A little hook at the top and then a straight or a line, that vertical line that comes down?
Sure.
And
yes.
that hook is orienting left, correct? Of the vertical line, it's to the left of the vertical line?
Yes, I do see it from this perspective to the left. That's
Okay,
correct.
very good. And that's the apparent hair.
Yes.
And you only saw or found one apparent hair, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, if we could, Mr. Wolk, now go to Exhibit 144A.
Watch, it's going to be in a
And if you
different
could zoom
position.
in on
Look
that
how dirty the
for
car
Ms.
is.
Hartnett and the jury's benefit. Could you draw a circle now around the apparent hair?
It looks like a fishing hook. You're right. I'll go with that. I'll allow it. Oh, now look, it's a totally different shape.
Thank you. And
Now it's a
is
C.
that apparent hair now
It drifted.
oriented almost 180 degrees, the opposite, with the hook orienting right?
Drifted.
The photo's taken from a different angle, so do you see
stop.
the hook? Are you talking about the hook at the top?
Nobody
Looks now,
believes you.
It appears to be on the right, but I can't,
Nobody
they're
believes
taken
you.
from different angles, sure.
You know why nobody believes you? Because you told us that a reflection of a sticker was a second sticker. And you told us that a reflection of glass was another source of glass. So now nobody believes you. Sorry, but that's the way it goes. C for corruption. Well done, guys. Well done. It's a shapeshifter.
Did you take the picture?
No,
Drifting.
Are you speculating that it's taken from different?
can't, they're taken from different angles, sure.
How do you know they were taken from different angles? Did you take the picture?
No,
Are you speculating that it's taken from a different angle?
I mean, I'd have to see them side by side, but it's just the orientation of the, my marking. Can you put them up side by side?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Help you answer your questions? Happy to do it.
Potentially, yes, thank you.
I'm so glad you asked. Absolutely, we can. The stunt hair. Might as well be. All right, we got to give Mr. Woke some props for being able to do this on the fly. It's not easy to be the AV squad guy. If any of you were the AV squad guy in high school, you know.
Would that be helpful? We zoom, we get a side by side.
He's doing a
Even
really
from the
fantastic
overalls,
job.
I can tell that they're taken.
Let's start with the overall first, that you would like, and then we can, okay. Is that where you wanted to start?
Yes, just by looking at those, to me, it looks like one is from slightly to the side of the vehicle and one is more directly head on.
Right, so one's slightly to the side and the other's a little bit more head-on, but that's the only difference, correct? It's
Yes.
still the same from top to bottom, it's still the same from side to side, it's the same orientation, correct?
the vehicle didn't move, but the camera angle is different in both pictures. That's what I was saying in the other one. So the camera angle is different. The one camera angle appears for who's ever taken the photo to be standing off to the right of the vehicle. The second photo looks like it's more directly head on.
The 570 is oriented the same way in both pictures, correct? You see the 570?
Yes. Yes.
On the left, and you see the 570 on the right, correct?
Yes, I do.
There's same orientation, right?
They're in the same location on the vehicle, but I don't think they're at the same orientation. I think one looks.
If you could, I want to make sure you finish, but if you could just, my questions are rather narrow.
Okay.
And then if you need more time to answer them, I'm happy to do that.
So let's just ask the
Yes,
questions.
thank you, Your Honor. So isn't the 570 in each picture oriented the exact same way?
If you could just explain what you mean by oriented, I think that's where I'm confused.
Pull out the Webster's.
They're
We
the
must
same-
have
you can
one
read the
by
570
today.
Horizontally, it's the same horizontal plane, correct? It's the same straight across, like one doesn't have the 570 upside down. You can read it from left to right, a 5, a 7, and a 0, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
I mean, in her defense, it is a little, one's
Now,
taken
we
head
can,
on, one's a little bit to the
Mr.
right,
Wolf,
but
now zoom in
it's not going to make a difference in the C and the J shape of the hair, in my opinion.
and
But
get the largest depiction of each one from a zoom in.
yeah, I don't think the angle's going to change that
Are
from
you
a
saying
J.
the difference?
One's inverted.
in how that hair appears is from a different camera angle?
No, I'm not making that conclusion. I'm just saying I can't make any other conclusion because they're from different angles. I don't feel that I can compare the two.
Is it possible that the hair moved when someone took a photograph?
Drifted.
Can you answer that question?
Yes, it's possible.
Again, I don't think, I just can't make that conclusion because I didn't take the photo and the photos look like they're from different angles.
In your experience, you've taken samples many times of apparent hair, correct?
Have I taken samples
Yes.
such as that? Yes, that's correct.
Has it ever happened that when you're taking a sample, the photographer or someone breathes on it and the apparent hair moves? Does that ever happen?
I'll allow that.
I've never had firsthand experience with that. So that if somebody breathes on an item of evidence, that would be something I would note.
Other than, and is it correct that you're speculating as to what could be causing this difference? Are you speculating?
Sustained. I'd like to see counsel at Sidebar for a couple of minutes, please.
A couple of things, and one of them is that I really need to go now because I really don't want to be here anymore, and my day is over. Hello, aloha, Tammy in Hawaii. Thank you for your nice compliments. You're a sweetheart, and bear hugs to Karen and her ohana. Hawaii got your back, Tammy says, watching from Hawaii. Birdie 81 is a dental hygienist, and she's here to is here to set the record straight. Buccal comes from Greek word cheek, and it is pronounced buccal, like so buckle. Not you, buckle. I think it depends. It's a regional thing. It depends on who taught you. Some people say buckle, some people say buccal. I don't know that there is a right way. It's like tomato, tomato, right? In my opinion, I know that it is what it is. Justine, word on the street is Bev had a hot mic moment. We don't know if it was her. We played it earlier. We listened to it a couple of times. Can't say if it was her. Can't say if it was a juror. Could be a juror. They're pretty close to the mic. That courtroom is wicked small, and I don't want to get a juror in trouble. So I'm not going to give that rumor any more hot
Your Honor,
air.
with the court's permission.
Sure, you
we
can put it
that.
back up on the screen.
Thank you.
Jenny 3 times. On appeal, she can be held accountable on appeal, only in the event of a conviction. There's many instances of reversible error in this case already at this trial, in my opinion. Thank you, Jenny 3 times. She is a forensic scientist too, I believe, Cynthia.
Thank you for your patience, Ms. Hartnett. Do you have any explanation that you're certain of with regard to those two depictions?
Regarding what, sir? I'm sorry.
The two depictions that are up on the screen.
Do I have any explanation of what?
Of those two depictions.
She's so done.
That you're certain of.
Those are both a depiction of the same apparent hair that I collected from the vehicle.
Thank you.
All right, so turn on the lights, please.
Turn
There
the
is a,
lights back
Council,
on.
this is a good place to break. So we're going to break for today. Please, those same cautions, do not discuss this case with anyone. Do not do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. Please be very careful with your social media. We'll see you tomorrow. Ms. Hartnett, we need you back tomorrow as well.
Miss Hartnett will be back tomorrow. Shalomil Shlomazel Hassam Pfeffer Incorporated. Amber Sugarbaker is here. She became a member. Let's see if she talks to the attorneys or just a scooch behind. Scooch, scooch. When are they going to argue the Aruba stuff? All right, well, wait, is this still the same stream and now they're just moving to outside? Oh, no. Are they going to get anything? Oh, and then they just ended it. Okay, well, that's a full day for this judge, as you know. That was super loud. Wow. Okay, another day, another bunch of BS, some more good witnesses for the defense, in my opinion. Can't wait to see what you guys think. We've got a lot of questions, so let's get to them. What happens if this is true about stickers, says Emmond? Well, it goes to credibility, doesn't it? That's what happens. It goes to credibility. She's testifying one way, and it's been proven to be another way. Everything is, these are things for the jury to weigh in assessing what witnesses to believe and what witnesses not to believe. Mama Mama Texas, wouldn't it be in her notes? B for this item, number of stickers, and said picture taken, holy smokes. LFG, free Karen Reed, thank you. Melanie Little's internal jukebox. I love this name so much. Says, I'm obsessed with Alessi's excitement. Thank you so much. I love your username. Let's see how many likes we have now. We're going to do a merch giveaway maybe anyway, since I'm feeling good. It's 13. We have 13,000 likes. We needed 2 more 1,000 likes to get to some giveaways, but Illegally Red really wants to win something. So let's all smash the like button a little bit more. We'll see how many we get by the time we get through these questions and whether we can do some giveaways. I said we'll do some giveaways if we get to 15,000 likes. Thank you, Sparky. I kill you. You're killing me. You're killing me, Smalls. Stone Cold Busted. Bang bang, says just Irish. A lot. Can't spell doubt without a B and a backwards B. That is so good. And then when we were talking about the crazy thing in the TV, Siobhan said the Banshee, maybe. That was one of my favorite movies, Banshees of Inisherin. Did you guys watch it? Love that movie so much. Colin Farrell, right? It's Colin Farrell in that movie. So good. Love it. It's crazy. Don't even watch a trailer before you watch it and then come back and tell me if you like it. This trial is an M. Night Shyamalan ding dong movie. It really is. M. Night Shyamalan. Love his work. And this is exactly like that, right? Smash the like, please. I want a free shirt, says Big Hoss. Jennifer D. No people in the video of the snow melting on the car. I thought the video system was motion activated, right? Was it motion activated because all that snow started falling off, or was there somebody in the background? Dun, dun, dun. We're on like the cliffhanger until tomorrow. Denise said, please hit the like. Melanie works hard. Thank you. Helps the algorithm, and it only takes a second. May you stay forever young, Jerry. Thank you for your 10. Max said, it's raining apparent hair and sudden glass fragment recognition. Yep. Sure is. Farmer says, don't stop believing by Journey. The apparent hair that could, said just Irish. No Stringing Violet. It says, I'm changing my name to the hair apparent. I'll allow it. Journey, Wheel in the Sky, says Lady Daisy. Sidebar, Buffs and Ramson, don't stop believing in Karen's innocence. Yeah, that's a good one. Might already be on there, actually, now that I said I don't really like Journey, but I think it might be on there. Derek Carney remix video dropping soon. I hear you. That'd be great. We played his newest one earlier at lunch. Thank you, DH, for your Canadian super sticker. Hi, my, don't stop believing. Hold on to that quarter panel, she says. June River says she strikes me as incompetent but not complicit. Oh, I don't think everyone has to be complicit. It's just a whole bunch of incompetence strung together in order to pin it on the girl. Garbage in, garbage out. Listen, that's what they gave her. She did the analysis, but everybody here, in my opinion, has been a good witness for the defense. Tell me what you think. Either a neutral witness or a good witness. Has there really been one witness at all that has been really bad for the defense? Let me know if you think there has been, and let me know if who that is, if you think so, that there was one bad witness for the defense. I think the worst thing for the defense so far has been some of those clips of Karen's interviews. However, John O'Keefe was not hit by a car. Right? Keep me hanging on, says MC Trauma. Thank you. Lisa McCarthy, thank you. Cash, thank you for your 20, for thanking me. I'll allow it. I appreciate you. Just us for John O'Keefe says, playlist song, Hair of the Dog by Nazareth. I think it's on there. I think it is. Are we splitting hairs over the shape of the hair? Yep. Yes, we are. Magali Kane says the number of shit moments on the witnesses' faces in this trial could make the Guinness record. As a retired HR with a father who'd been a fine and ethical homicide detective, I am experiencing great traumatic stress. OMG, I know. And you wouldn't believe it unless you watched it, right? If somebody just tried to describe this to you, would you believe it? Probably not. Try and explain this to a friend who doesn't know about this case. It would take a week, and they would think you were nuts before it was over. Just Irish, edit the apparently moving hair. Yes, well done. Little hair of the dog, says Bubba Hodge. Thank you. Texas Prime says, I never thought I would find a hair there. Nope. Nope. Free Karen Reed says, another one bites the dust. I think that's in there. I'm pretty sure it is. Because that comes up a lot in my head. And I think in song lyrics, and that's where the mixtape started in my head. DH says, Alessi is so accommodating and his manners are impeccable. Decent person. Glad he's there for Karen and Officer John O'Keefe. Is it real or Memorex? Thank you for becoming a member. OFGS, the ends of hair face the sticker in one shot and away on the other. It's not hard. Different angle doesn't alter which way the ends face. You're right, Kelly. You're right. And that's why you are the president of the Prosecution Witness Amnesia Support Group. You are the president. You have started that group. You're the moderator. You're trying to help those witnesses with their amnesia, but so far, it's not working so great. Paul O'Keefe's bathroom selfie bought me a matcha latte. I mean, you're amazing. Thank you. Tammy says, also, she has said, see you next Tuesday on a couple of videos. I thought originally she was ripping on Bev. I don't know if that's a continuation from a different Venmo that Tammy sent, which the first one said, oh, Maureen Hancock mocked Karen Reed in a recent video regarding her health ailments. Thought she was creative, but I was picking up what she was laying. Okay. Okay. She's dead to me. Thank you, Tammy. She's dead to me. Don't send me any more of your videos because I'm never going to play them. Thank you for telling me that. Terry bought a matcha latte and says, for the playlist in honor of Sergeant BUKHENIK. Smiling faces, sometimes version the undisputed truth. Thank you. Thank you, Terry. I need all the matcha latte I can get at this for these long trial days. Francis, thank you for your very generous Venmo. Says, my heart breaks for John, Karen, and the Reeds. Praying for all attorneys and their families. Thankful for your coverage, Melanie. You calm me and make me laugh. Dippity-doo to you, girl. Spring stepping in the chat. Thank you so much. I appreciate you more than you know. You guys are so good to me. You're amazing. And there's nobody I'd rather spend my days with than you. Sarah said, Sarah says, never knew watching a trial was so much fun. We have to, Sarah. We have to cry. I mean, we have to laugh or we're just going to cry all day long. We're out here fighting for justice because Karen Reed could be any one of us. And that is the really, really most frightening thing about this. Riley says, me and my mom love your content. Keep doing you, Melanie. Oh, thank you, Riley. And hi to your mom as well. Carol, just a gift. Thank you, Carol. Stephanie, imagine if everyone in the courtroom heard police sirens outside while the Alberts are testifying that they slept through all the noise. Wouldn't that be great? The jury wouldn't believe them. I mean, people have written to me and said that they know people who know people who know people. Who are employed by Dedham Fire Department, and it is absolutely a sign of support for Karen Reed when they go by with their sirens. Absolutely, absolutely in support of Karen Reed. Carol Erskine, that judge, she's a former judge. She was on the bench in I think it was in Norfolk County, 20 years on the Massachusetts bench. She says, tweeted at 1:39, as I have repeatedly said, I am shaking my head on some of these rulings. 20 years on the Massachusetts bench. I cringe when I hear this judge allowing an evidence that is patently inadmissible. I take no position on what the jury should decide, but the Sixth Amendment dies a little more each day in that courtroom. Thank you, Judge Carol Erskine, Erskine. Follow her on Twitter because even though she appeared to be at one point a friend of that woman whose name I won't allow and mentioned on my channel, but her initials are JC, and she is allegedly was employed by the FBI at one point, and she's a talking head on every single channel that would have her, and all over Twitter talking about how much she hates Karen Reed. Apparently considers Carol to be one of her friends, and so when Carol says something like this, it makes me smile a little bit inside. And so I do like that. And we can thank that woman, whose name I will not mention on this channel, because it is because of her trying to shame me on Court TV twice in January of 2024, because I said that I thought John O'Keefe's right arm looked like an animal attack, that I found Garrett Wing to come onto my channel and do an interview with me. He's got a YouTube channel with more than 2 million subs. He trains dogs, canine dogs, resume as long as my arm. He is going to be an expert witness for Karen Reed in this trial. So thank you, JC, you big, I'm not even going to, that's it. That's all I'll say about that. Brittany said, my sister consulted on the take care of Maya after her own Massachusetts case. I almost went to law school then, felt like the only way to help. Karen Reed could be any of us. It took my sister 7 years to beat Suffolk County. She's fierce like Karen. I'll let you know when I pass the bar. Yay, Brittany. Do it, do it, do it. Zelda. Lady Zelda says, oh, how about the Edge of 17 for the playlist? Oh, you know, we love us some Stevie Nicks, Zelda. You know we do. Thank you. Thank you, Kelly, for your super chat. Crystal, the first picture has a swipe mark or a smudge through the salt spots. Thank you, Crystal Pond. What a pretty name. GB Guthrie, did anyone hear someone call Yannetti? And hey, we played that a number of times. Don't know who it was. Somebody also said it sounded like the person said, ask her. So I don't know. I hate to spread tinfoil hat rumors. I don't want to give it any legs. There's other places you can go to talk about that kind of stuff. And you guys know it ain't here. It ain't here. Bev's condescending. You're all set. Thank you for your super sticker. Is it real or Memorex? Thank you for yours. And Cajun Butterfly, thank you for yours. Oops. Poor Maureen. Commonwealth and PDs set her up for failure, meaning Maureen Hartnett. Buckle up. So Edmund, you agree with me on how to pronounce it? I just like it better. I don't know why. Moonlight says the hair moves in the photos, but not on the ride there. I call BS. Thank you. I'm glad you're all seeing what we've been seeing for so long that we've been covering this case. In my opinion, that hot mic moment was McLaughlin. I'm not. All right, from now on, if you put a super chat in with stuff that I don't want to talk about, I'm just not going to read it. Okay? I'm just not going to put it up on the screen. I'm not giving it legs. We're dealing facts. We deal in facts. We deal in court documents. We deal in testimony. I'm a legal channel, not a drama channel. JC can go kick a tail light, but I will allow that, Dawn Amelia. Thank you, Cajun Butterfly, for loving my channel. I love you even more. Not a hugger. Hi, Melanie. Titan Mass resident here. Yes, Maureen Hancock believes Karen's guilty. Please don't share her satire. Thank you. Would rather give a shout out to Sergeant Nicholas Barrows, a real man of honor and integrity. Thank you for your 20, sweetheart. Dennis the Menace, fired by the crazy world of Arthur Brown, 1968. I'll allow it. Melissa, lights on side by side are different. Right has orange, yellow in between the reds. Something is obviously up with those pictures. Thank you, Melissa. Kathleen Palmer, doctor, my eyes have seen apparent hair. Jackson Brown, well done. See what you did there. Michael Geyer, mixtape suggestion. Higgy did a bad thing. Thank you. We have getting jiggy with it, I think, on there for getting higgy with it. Thank you, Michael. New B, who dis? Wish I could find a backwards one. Tips in chat, please. Hit like on stream. Thank you, Blackbird. Hannah said she's so embarrassed. Her face is red and biting her lips. And I think she's pregnant. It's not good to get all stressed out like that when you're pregnant. Wait, tell me again. Somebody made a motion. The Commonwealth made a motion to substitute in one witness for another because one of the witnesses had a medical condition. Was it Maureen Hartnett? Because we just saw her. Didn't they want to sub in another witness? Tell me, because I'm conflating. We're up to like, the filings in this case are up to like the 690s right now. We're almost at 700 filings. Do you remember that they made a motion, you guys? It was someone else? This is Normal Mom and Chuck and Hora? No, it wasn't the ER doctor. It was someone from California. The doggy DNA? No, Terry Kuhn is coming in for the doggy DNA. I don't know. Yeah, don't, at least let's not try and like defame anyone in the chat, okay? The defense's song is Run Around by Blues Traveler. Oh, Maria, that is on there. I love me some Blues Traveler. Right up there. I think in my top 5 bands of all time. Run Around, the Blues Traveler. It's a great song. It's on the list. Aussie Steve, Hank is a dweeb, says in sporting terms at this point, definitely up by 50-0. Psycho Mom became a member. Thank you. Carrie Deal, thanks for the deuce. Karen Retrial made me lose a lot of respect for Court TV. That Julie Grant is spewing a whole lot of nonsense over there on the Court TV. And they also platform Big Case Mike, who is really a big fat jerk, by the way. He's a really mean, and he's really, really mean. And he really, really hates Karen Reed so much. So much. Widgets and Fidgets from Canada says, judges can overturn a guilty verdict. Can a judge overturn a not guilty verdict the same way? No. No. Absolutely no. So there's some comfort, right? There's a thing called double jeopardy. You're not allowed to be tried twice for the same crime. Karen's case went all the way up to the U.S. Supreme Court. They decided not to hear it on the double jeopardy issue because many of the jurors came to called both sides after and said, we acquitted her of murder too. I don't know why. The judge didn't ask us, but her jury instructions were hella confusing and they didn't fill out any of the forms. And because it wasn't declared in open court, none of the appellate courts agreed. And so she is being tried twice. If you believe what the jurors said, that they acquitted her of murder too. The Joke by Brandy Carlisle, perfect lyrics. All right, well, let's do a giveaway, right? Let's do one. We're here. We're here for it. You guys have hung around with me for however many hours we've been here. 7 hours, 43 minutes, and 48 seconds. And so let's check out. Oops, hold on. Some of the merch. Here it is. This is what we're playing for, my friends. This is what we're playing for. It's all fun and games until somebody loses an eye, but here we are. All right. All right. This is a pretty cool apron. I do kind of love this apron, by the way. It is an artisan apron. It has the logo on it that says, I went to Cancun with attorney Melanie Little. And then we've got a baseball shirt here. That's pretty cool. I think that's the back. I think I did that in the back. And then this is the front. I went to Cancun with attorney Melanie Little. It's got a little nod to the Grateful Dead in there with like a skeleton. The baseball shirt is pretty cool. I'll allow that. We also have mugs and all kinds of shirts. Some of them say Free Karen Reed on them. Some of them don't. We've got the, this is a cool oversized hoodie. This is the nicest hoodie, I think, in the lot. I have 2 of these. It is called the Bella and Canvas Unisex Full Zip Hoodie. It is super, super, super soft. It's got the Free Karen Reed on the front. It's got the I went to Cancun with attorney Melanie Little on the back. It comes in many different colors. And it is awesome. I have it in orange and I have this ivory color and I love them both. And these run really big. So if you're going to order that one, it runs really big, just so you know. Bella and Canvas is the most high end, I think, of all the merch. And then let's see here. We have some organic products. We have mugs. We've got it all. Let me just get you to a different. Okay, here's a different design. So this one says Free Karen Reed on the front. And on the back, it says, stay cool, stay kind, stay classy. We are outraged on the top. And attorney Melanie Little on the bottom. And then, of course, we have the It Strains Credulity merch, which is in here somewhere. There it is. It Strains Credulity. It's got Alice on it. That one doesn't say Attorney Melanie Little on it. I guess I should make it say that. Then we've got the What Say You that comes in tie-dye. And we've got all kinds of cool stuff and things. And so let's do a giveaway, shall we? What should we give away? What should we give away? I'll give you your choice. You can pick. You can pick what you want. All right? Because I'm feeling nice today. Okay, so here's what you're going to put in the chat. If you want to win, you have to be willing to email me. Not only if you win, email me. Only if you're a winner, okay? Only if you're a winner. Don't everyone email me your address. But if you do win, you have to be willing to email me your address so that I can send it to you. So if you want to remain anonymous, then don't win, okay? Here's what you're going to put in the chat. You're going to put in hashtag FKR. Only enter once, or it is going to, I think it, okay. Hashtag FKR. If you enter more than once, I think it excludes you somehow, so don't do it. Okay, don't enter more than once. And pretty cool stuff, right? Too Nervous says also at Grateful Dead in Vegas, 1990, roughly. Was I there? Yeah. Remember they played at UNLV? Yeah, I think I was. Early 90s. I was there. Were you there too, June? Maybe I passed you. Are you a spinner? Were you spinning? It was outside. It was like a dust bowl there. It was at UNLV. Can't remember what the exact venue was called. But yeah, I was there. Maybe I know you, and I don't even know that I know you. Laura Riker said it was the Caribbean blood guy extrapolated. Oh, the Caribbean blood guy couldn't be there. Andre Porto, is that his name? He was a good witness. He was my favorite witness. Thank you, Laura. Yay, merch time, says Mickey. Yay, hashtag FKR in the chat. If you want to win some merch. Beth has become a new member. Welcome, Beth. Lieutenant Pez Dispenser Tully says, Melanie, you're incredible. Here from 7 to 24 hours a day, and I always sharp and hilarious. I actually can't fathom how you do it. It's a labor of love. It is a labor of love and justice. Lieutenant Pez Dispenser Tully. I do love that name. Kelly, thanks for becoming a new member. Not fade away. Kai, thank you. I get it. I'm picking up what you're laying down. If that's not fade away, and you're a deadhead too. And yes, I was there. You know, it was a really fun summer. I think it was summer 87 tour. Telluride, Park City, Tempe, Arizona. Telluride is such a beautiful place, and that was a great place to see a Dead show too. It was like in a baseball field. The Grateful Dead just popped up in the middle of a baseball field in Telluride, Colorado. It was pretty freaking awesome. Anybody else there? Rest in peace, John. Hashtag FKR. Park City, I was there too. Yep, that was the same tour. Donna? Yep. Who's got my veggie bagel? Who's got my veggie bagel? All right. Are you ready? Let's see how many entries. There's only 471 entries, and there's like still 14,000 of you here. I'm going to give it another minute. Hashtag FKR. You guys have a pretty good chance of winning right now, because I'm only seeing 479 entries. Yeah, it doesn't matter if you do it in all caps or small caps. It doesn't matter. I think it doesn't matter. Well, if you put it in 2 times, you get automatically DQ'd, I think, by StreamYard. Wait, what? What, Scott? I don't know what that means. Oh, hold on. Oh, if people put hashtags in there. Oh, if people would put hashtags in there, it doesn't come up because of YouTube's rules. Okay. That's so weird. No, I don't have it set to members only. Yeah, all my mods are telling me that it's not coming up because of the hashtag maybe, and hashtags are forbidden like in YouTube. All right. We're going to start again. Okay. All right. I'm going to draw the first one, and then we're going to do something different without a hashtag. Okay. Just to be fair, because everyone who put it in there, some people, it like hid them. Okay. All right. Thanks, Scott. Got it. All right. We're going to do the first drawing. Here's the first drawing, and then we're going to do it to something without a hashtag. YouTube is getting strict. Sometimes they don't allow hashtags in there. All right. Here, we're going to do the first one, and then we're going to do something else. Look how fun this is. Woohoo. Spin the wheel, spin the wheel, spin the wheel. Who's it going to be? KM is the winner. KM, you are the winner. Email me. My email's in the show notes. You got to be smart enough to find it. It's fanbase@mlittlelaw.com. Email me. Go to the merch page. Pick out what you want. Make sure you give me the size, color. Size and color, I think, is all you really need to tell me. And the item. KM is winner number 1. Okay. Now, this time we're going to do it again. Have no fear. We're going to do it again. All right, let's see. We're going to have to go back now. I've got to start this whole thing over. It's like a whole thing. Just give me a second. All right, we're going to put in JOK. Just JOK. Okay, JOK. That's what you got to put in. All caps, JOK. Thank you. Thank you, Scott. And Paris Ray and the Crush. And Dakota. All right, here we go. We're going to try it now. Just put JOK. Hopefully it's not blocking people again. The mods will let me know. Okay. Is it working now? How's there only like 75? It's blocking again? Why is it doing that? That's not right. It's set to 24-hour subs. That's why. 120. I'm going to open it up right now. I'm going to open it up. I'm going to take off the restriction. Hold on. Just keep putting it in there. If it blocked you, try and put it in again. All right. All subs of any duration. Now try putting it in. Oh, it's due to spamming? Everyone's saying the same thing. You know, I've done this a million times. I've done this giveaway tool a million times. That's not working either. It's not working. I mean, yeah, because there's only 335 entries and there's 13,000 people that are trying to put it in here. Maybe it thinks people are spamming the chat. What is the deal, man? It worked if you only typed it once. Yeah, but I only have 400 entries right now. And what happens is the mods see it on the back end. And they can see when people have to like approve every single entry. I don't know. Can you do it with their names on a spinner? No, I have no idea. That must be a different tool. Yeah, I guess YouTube thinks people are spamming. That's pretty lame. I'm going to figure out messages are being held for review. I'm trying to click as fast as I can. I got like 5 mods working on this. You guys are awesome. So I don't know. I don't know if it's because of what I'm having them type in. Like I've never had this issue before. We've done this a lot. Maybe we've just never done it with this many people in the chat. I don't know. I'll have to contact StreamYard, but you know, they're in Israel and hard to reach. So we'll try and figure out, smash the like button anyway. It doesn't hurt. Here's number 2. I apologize. This will be the last one for today. Let me figure it out for tomorrow. We'll do another one tomorrow. Okay. My mod's been working overtime already today. So here we go. Jay. Okay. This is going to be for another more merch. Here we go. Do 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 do. Travis Baker, you are the next winner of the merch giveaway on Melanie Little's channel. Come on down. Travis Baker, email me your choice of merch. So KM and Travis Baker. And then I will try and work it out with YouTube and we can figure it out and we'll be generous again tomorrow. Don't worry. Don't worry. I'm sorry. We've never had that issue before. But of course, you know, it had to happen today when everybody wanted to get some shirts. Sorry, guys. Janelle says, when hair met Sallyport. Credit Melody Wilson. Thank you. Bella's mom is here. Thanks for your 20. Had to go to Costco and ended up sitting in my car for 2 hours listening to this show. Thank you. Congrats to KM and Travis Baker. Thank you so much. Kasha, it doesn't matter if photos are taken at different angles. All the other pieces of lint are in the same direction and position except the hair. Yeah. Yep. You saw it, right? Thank you, M. Ginny A, for your 10 spot. And M. Monch says, I sent my chat about McLaughlin before your warning. That's cool. No worries. I was behind on the chats today, and you sent so many. And I love you so much. So I do appreciate you with all of my heart. Cassie, thank you for your compliments and your Cash App. What a long day. What was your favorite part of the day? Okay, wait. You know what? I'm going to ask for your help. I'm going to ask for your help because, you know, we're collaborative here. Don't put anything more in the chat. If you got a lot of people are behind in the chat and they keep putting it in the chat. Oh, maybe because it was on slow mode. I don't know. That's an interesting point. Maybe. Give me a title for today's stream. You're limited to 100 characters, and so give me a title for today's stream based on what happened today, and I will, with your permission, use one of your. Maybe because it's on slow mode. That could be why. I'll take it off slow mode now, but we're done with the giveaway, so just don't put it on anymore. Slow mode is off. Chat away. All right, we'll try it for tomorrow. Or do you want to try it one more time? Should we try it one more time? Let's try it one more time and just see, like, we're testing. Now we're testing, okay? We're testing. We're going to do it again because you guys are so generous today. So, oops. So I will be too. So let's try it again, but don't put anything in the chat yet because I didn't pick what you're going to put in there. So just hang on. StreamYard giveaway tool. Hold on. And let's see if we fix the problem. If we the glitch in if we fix the glitch in the matrix. If we fixed it. Oh, that reminds me. Paris Ray and the Crush's new album is dropping tomorrow, right? No, Friday? I don't know what day it is anymore. Come on, it's Wednesday, Friday. It's dropping Friday. Make sure you pre-sign up on Spotify, Apple Music, wherever you get your music for Paris Ray and the Crush's new album is dropping on Friday. You guys are going to love it. I may play you out with some Paris Ray and the Crush. Okay, here's what we're going to do. Yes, Friday. It's Friday. All right. Don't put anything in there yet. Just wait until I tell you what to put. Okay, ready? Put in. All right, here's what you're going to put in. Hashtag NFA, like not fade away. Hashtag NFA. Ready? I'll share this screen with you because, you know, our love will not fade away. Our love will not fade away. Neither will you. Hashtag NFA. There it is. Only put it in one time. Now, again, it's some of these are being held for review. It's the JOKs, though, that are being held for review. All right. Hashtag NFA. Okay. Yep. That's what it was. It was slow mode. I think everybody's getting in now, right, you guys? Yay. We did it, Joe. We did it. We did it, Joe. Yay. It's working now. I think. Still over 12,000 of you here. I think it's working. I think it is. Yeah, the hashtags are, I mean, it says there's 457. Are they holding them, you guys? Because on mine, they're going through. Thank you, Mary. Says, I hope you post Chima's gravy recipe. Oh, I don't have the gravy recipe. No one has the gravy recipe as far as I know. Gravy meat. I have the recipe for the gravy meat. JOK is being held, but we're not doing JOK anymore. We're doing hashtag NFA. It's right there on your screen. Only do it once. People are still using JOK because they're behind in the stream, Scott. So that's why they're doing it. Okay. All right. Oh, look how my mods really love you guys. They're like, we have to let them be seen. We have to let them be. They see you. My mods see you. It's not collecting as fast as I would like. But we'll let it go for a minute or two. Don't put the JOK in. Don't put the FKR. It is hashtag NFA, as is on your screen right now. And do not email me unless you are a winner chicken dinner. Winner chicken dinner. Let a few more of them collect. Somebody said, Mary, somebody said that they wrote down the recipe from Nona's movie. Cheyenne, thank you for a very super generous $50 Venmo. Says fan from California. I love it that my California friends are getting involved in this case. You don't know how much that means to me. I love it so much. I'm bi-coastal, you know? I'm bi-coastal and I love it. And it is the best coast, no matter what anybody says. All right. Is everybody ready? We got 695, so we're getting there. You got to be willing to, only if you win, email me your choice of merch, size, color, and address so that I can send it to you, and subscribe because it's free. Because look, I know it's shallow, but I really, really, really want that silver play button, because one of my kids said that when she was little, Jake Paul had one. She thought it was so cool. And that if I get one, it's going to be so cool too. It's not fade away. You know, our love will not fade away. I think it's, I don't know who wrote that song originally. Was it I mean, the Grateful Dead did it extensively as encore. But didn't also the Rolling Stones play Not Fade Away? The email address, you're not going to email me unless you win, and it's in the show notes. You got to be smart enough to find it in the notes below this video. So it's like two things. It's like you got to be smart enough to find my email address in the show notes, and you also have to email me your choice of merch and all that other good stuff. Okay. Keep it coming. I know you can. We're going to play out with some Paris Ray and the Crush. What should we do? Should we do the Tiny Desk contest video? Or should we do Lemonade? Or should we do the new lyric video for Something's Gotta Give? Or should we do horoscopes? We've never done horoscopes on this channel. Maybe we should do horoscopes. You know what? Because it's like full moon energy. So I think that's what we should do. Another hair-raising dent in the Commonwealth Day. That, my friend, is a good one. That's a good one. Another hair-raising dent in the Commonwealth Day. Thank you, Robin Murphy. I love it. I'm going to tell you how it's going to be. That's right. You know our love will not fade away. Yeah, I think it was a Rolling Stones original, right? Hashtags are okay now. Yeah, we figured it out. We had to not slow the chat anymore. We had to allow everyone in, even though I usually have it on a 48-hour waiting period. It's like a 48-hour hold. There's a reason that they are called horror scopes. This is Kindergarten Cop because he doesn't believe in them either. Buddy Holly wrote Not Fade Away. Thank you, thank you, thank you. No, I love it, Not Fade Away. Kindergarten Cop, LOL. All right, here we go with the giveaway tool. Are you ready? Here we go. Final drawing. Final drawing. Oh, thank you. Excellent. You want me to play that one? You got it. All right, because it only has 4 views. So yeah, this needs some more views, Paris Ray and the Crush. We can't allow that. We can't allow a video of yours to only have 4 views. That's just wrong. Oops. Oops, I did it again. Hold on. I'm giving you some additional time to put the hashtag in there. Keep putting it in there. Keep putting in the hashtag Not Fade Away. And what we're going to do right now is we're going to watch the album teaser for Paris Ray and the Crush. And you're going to go to, you're going to go over to their channel on YouTube and sub up to them, because right now they've got 880 subs, and we can do better. I think it says 800. I don't know. I can't read it. It's Paris Ray and the Crush on YouTube. One of my kids is in this band. I'm not going to tell you which one. Here's the album teaser. And then after we watch this, we're going to go back and pick the winner. So keep putting it in. Hashtag.
Overworked, overwhelmed, overstimulated. Why not overshare?
You're a walking dream.
Oversharing on the internet. Debut album by Paris Ray and the Crush is holding space for you, featuring the anthems you've come to know and love.
I don't think I'd ever recover.
And some traumas
Oh, I
you
love
haven't
this.
even discovered yet.
So 70s.
It can be yours for just 12 monthly payments to the streaming platform of your choice. Paris Ray and the Crush is here to provide the soundtrack to your summer. Because the hottest thing that you can do is go to therapy.
This revelation last week in therapy.
So take a ride on the Too Much Information Superhighway with 11 tracks straight from Paris's diary. And remember, there's no such thing as oversharing local music. Call us toll free at 1-800-PRTC and let us know what happens, because that's not our phone number. Oversharing on the Internet, debut album by Paris Ray and the Crush, out everywhere May 16th.
Well done. I love that. I love that. All right. Oops. That's not what we wanted to go to. We're going to go to the giveaway tool now. Now we got to go back to this page. We got to share this tab instead. And look, there's only 907 of you who are willing to be in it this time. 908 NFA, hashtag NFA ready. And here we go. Winner, chicken dinner. And the winner is Caden. Caiden. You are the next winner, Caden. Thank you all for playing. Wasn't that fun? What a great day. It was a good day. Today was a really, really, really good day. Thank you, Cat Q. Says, priceless, Mel. My eyes started to twitch, would change my username if I could. And it really did. I forget what she was saying at that particular time, but my eye legit started twitching. Minjin, can't get this out of my head. Possibly Karen Reed was told by Jen McCabe she hit him, and in shock, she questioned / believed it. Yes, exactly. 100% was gaslit. I believe you. I believe that 100%. Without a doubt, she was gaslit into believing that. Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? They totally 100% suggested that to her, in my opinion. Bad car accident myself, and my head is messed up. Yep. Juniper says, I do remember a rainbow at the Grateful Dead in Vegas. That was a long time ago. Lewis, a little further back in the feed, but glass resting in the bumper probably wouldn't have made the ride into the Sally Port. Am I misunderstanding? No, you've got it exactly. 100% correct. Thanks for your 5. Through the tailgate looking glass. Thank you, Laura. That's another great name for the stream. The hair apparent and other illusions, says sensationally social with Beth. Thank you, Julie. JLW says, show name, mirror, mirror on the car. Is that mirror on the car? Is that sticker real at all? You guys are awesome. Mel is at 96.8K subscribers. Let's freaking go. Let's do it. Thank you, Metaphorical Oracle. Mel's at 96.8. Title, Hair Today, Gone Tomorrow. I see what you did there, AK Brenda Robert. Brent says, can you get a note to the A-team to ask why no salt residue in the taillight housing? Be in trouble. 31. I do not have a direct connection to the defense team, but you can rest assured that they are aware of each and every one of these things that you guys are pointing out. Nobody's on it more than this defense team who is working for free are. Thank you so much for your 20, but they 100% are on top of it all. Paris Ray and the Crush album drops May 16 at midnight, says Ms. Mojo Horizon, and she knows how much I love the Doors and Jim Morrison. So thank you. Paris Ray and the Crush Horoscopes is going to play you out. Get on over there and subscribe, because if you're not subscribing to them, what are you doing? Stay cool, stay kind, stay classy, my friends. I'm going to see you tomorrow bright and early for another fun-filled day of the Michigas Upside Down. That is the Karen Reed trial. Everyone head on over and sub up to my kids' band. They will also be headlining many, many places at the Montauk Music Festival this weekend. If you are on Long Island, you too can go hang out with Paris Ray and the Crush. Check the Montauk Music Festival schedule. Here is Horoscopes by Paris Ray and the Crush. Enjoy.
I don't know shit about astrology, and honestly it never bothered me until now. I'm comparing both of our horoscopes, telling my friends that it's just a joke. They know I'm down. They know I'm down. You're making me wanna call up your mama, ask you what time you were born. Tell me your star sign, baby, I swear I've never been this way before. 'Cause I'm a Virgo, Cancer rising. I guess that means that I've been doing my research, seeing it we work. I've been consulting with the planets. I'm totally understanding. I've manifested some kind of cosmic connection. So pull out your birth chart, my crystals are all charged. It shouldn't be that hard, written in the stars. Hanging up on a compatibility. It's looking like we're lining up to be right where we should. I learned that my moon lies in Taurus. Now I don't know what that means for us, but it feels good. It feels good. You're making me wanna call up your mama, ask you what time you were born. Tell me your star sign, baby, I swear I've never been this way before. 'Cause I'm a Virgo, Cancer rising. I guess that means that I've been doing my research, seeing it we work. I've been consulting with the planets. I'm totally understanding. I've manifested some kind of cosmic connection. So pull out your birth chart, my crystals are all charged. It shouldn't be that hard, written in the stars. Tarot cards and zodiacs always used to make me laugh. When you look at me like that, I feel like doing all this witchy shit, calling around about sidekicks, take a crystal ball, asking if we're real. 'Cause I'm a Virgo, Cancer rising. I guess that means that I've been doing my research. Think that we might work. I've been consulting with the planets. Don't totally understand it. I'm manifesting some kind of cosmic connection. So pull out your birth chart, my crystals are all charged. It shouldn't can be that hard. Written in the stars. Always used to make me laugh when you look at me like that. Written in the stars.
Wasn't that awesome? Thank you, each and every one of you, for sharing your day with me. Ain't no place I'd rather be than with all of you all day long for 8 hours and 16 minutes. Smash the like button on your way out if you didn't do it already. And I will see you all bright and early tomorrow morning. Thank you to the moderators because they are amazing. And without them, we couldn't do this at all, ever. Okay? Peace out. Stay cool, stay kind, stay classy. You can do it. I know you can. Trust me when I tell you it will make your life so much better. Peace out until tomorrow, my friends. Enjoy the rest of your evening.